Indubitably on that first dancey dance. Oh my. Those make me want to bust out some lightsabers again. One year I bought a couple lightsabers, one for me, one for my kiddo, sparring style. Because, I mean, you know, it's rad they make them so you can beat on things now, that's for sure. Yo, oh man. Oh man, the coffee's not done yet though. But egad. Do that, let's go time, chat. Or... hey, there we go. Wait, video capture device. Oh my gosh. Almost going. Almost going. Haha. Perfect. Super pro. Loved, you know. Yeah. I'm so good at this. Oh, not so much. He's a lot more, he's a lot more along the lines of a Force Choky fan than, Force Healing fan, if that makes sense. And huzzah, huzzah, the dancing dino. Yo, we did, but I gotta, like, coffee real quick. Although, I don't know, like, surely we're not building a Ninja Turtle life gain deck, right? Right as a new set comes out, right? Because that'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it, chat? But, okay, so without any rare cards so far, right? Like, seeing some of the success we had on the previous iteration of doing some kin scare stuff, Leonardo was really good. I wish that I had a little more wild cards, because we'd jump in on some more ninja, if you would, and rock out some of that quintessential katana action, right? Get some of that good going. And so I don't quite know about going to that far and then going away from it, because I'm pretty sure we're ready to bring this into some Orzavian flavors. And how do you do today? My apologies, I forgot to ask that. And really quick, I am going to go check on the coffee. And so yeah, 'cause, you know, the main thing is Leonardo does a lot of work. I'd love to actually pick up another one of those cuties for going forth and doing things, you know? The one thing I'm not quite sure how well he would do in the Silver Quill stuff coming up, right? Of course, Voice Victory, good to go, good to go. But, you know, get some Orzhov flavors in here, right? Like, we don't necessarily need Leader in Blue anymore. The idea of having a one-drop that, you know, you can menace with, right? That they won't want to block is pretty good. But Black provides a lot of that goodness. And so I think that's pretty cool. The good news is I've completed the beginner stuff, and all events are unlocked. Yo, rad! And so yeah, was it getting through the different color challenges that ended up unlocking that for you? Because I do believe that was what I thought it could be. Engine wrap, that's interesting. When creature dies, rip. It's unfortunate, of course, that there's not enough that say when they leave the battlefield, right? We had another card in here for a minute that said when leave the battlefield, but definitely felt like it was not quite worth it, unfortunately. I don't know if we think about going with some flying type stuff, right? Because, you know, of course, flying stuff is very evasive as far as that goes for going in and getting kin scare to scare things up. The bad news is I've completed all the beginner stuff. I'm on a 4 game losing streak. I want to go back. It wasn't the color challenge. I had to rank to bronze. Rank to bronze? Whoa. That's interesting, like playing standard ladder stuff. Huh. Thank you for the update on that. I thought that it was getting through the color challenges, but I guess there's some they're putting some some putting it on the line to make that happen. One thing is, of course, we don't necessarily want to go with the we're trying to, not go too much into our classic Orzhov rotating out stuff, but I don't know if we can really prevent that or not, right? Just because Amalia is really good. Even though you don't necessarily want to sneak away your counter goodnesses, it's unfortunate. But dang, you can always go back to, I mean, how is the standard non-ranked stuff for you now then? Is it being that rough? Or are you still pursuing the ranked ladder thing? Of course, not being able to get this cutie back with Leonardo's a little sad. And I don't know if it would mean we would buy more Leonardo or not. And of course, beyond Amalia, Zorline always goes hard in these kinds of decks, right? We might not need that much Black Splash, though, depending on how many more 1-drops we put in. But if we are going to go with those, right, surely, like, we do a mix of unrequited hex, right? And, whatchamacallit, maybe. I don't know. Cecil, of course, is good, like we were saying. Caustic Bronco is good for some card draw, but a little awkward. Deep Cavern Bat's always always a good one. Of course, bouncing them up and bouncing them back, maybe not the best. We did, of course, have a end game strategy, right? Of having having one cleric in. Oh wait, that's right. Splinter's technique, chat. If we're going Orzhov and we're doing sneak things, like, of course we got to play Splinter's technique, right? But then the problem on that, right, is that we can maybe kind of look at this thing, right? I guess this was a spot we were thinking about it being. One of the main problems we have found is that we run out of mana a bit. Because Splinter's technique, of course, is more expensive, and we don't get to play that off like a Beseech the Mirror, though. These, of course, have come in way too clutch. These have come in kind of clutch. Because we could humor 23 lands for the funsies. We could drop a 0 point for now. And just rely on 2 split ups and some bitter triumphs and oh, we don't even have any seam rips in here anymore, do we, chat? Yikes. It did, of course, turn into a lot of super shredder action. And so I don't know about how much we focus in on that. I was hoping to maybe have 10 1-drops as well. And we're only at 9. Like, having these with a Splinter's technique just feels really good, right? And then like another one drop. I haven't played ladder yet. The quick play feels high level. I fought a landfall. That deck similar to yours. Ouroboros counters. And not start a deck landfall. Everyone ramped. Fast as hell. I got my first gold pack though. Yo, rad. That's always shiny and happy. Ripping packs, right? That is one of the I don't know. I definitely one of my favorite parts of CCGs. Again, right? I wasn't a Magic player back in the day, but I played a lot of card games. Chat, you know, traveled for L5R1 sometime just because big events were up in Seattle from my little town I'm in, and so that was really those were fun times. And so, what type of was it an exciting card that you needed that you pulled? Because that's always a good feeling. Even or not just ripping packs is nice. Because gold packs have a little more stuff in them, yeah. Oh my gosh, that's right, chat. I don't remember what changes we've made, but we'll save that for now. Because surely there were good ones, right? There's we got a deal on packs, right? This is how my free to play self. Guess some of these built up, right? We like to do the on sale ones. We might buy a couple more though to do a little dealio just in celebration of gold pack and gold pack, right? We've been slacking on our drafts, but we also need to jump in on chat. We need to jump in on some drafts too. Oh my gosh, I don't know how many of these cards we need to concern ourselves with. They are rotating out after all, but that's a lot of things that we have not seen before. Quick draw for red. Instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains first strike until end of turn. Creature target opponent controls lose first strike and double strike until end of turn. Wow. Was there a lot of first strike and double strike? I don't remember seeing that on many cards. That's cute though, but like, nah, man. That does not seem like a good combat trick. We have a first for a rambling possum, chat. For 2 and a green, you get a possum mount. Whenever the creature attacks, while saddled, gets +1/+2 until end of turn. Then you may return any number of creatures that saddle it this turn to their owner's hand. Oh, that's a cute little bounce. Saddle 1. Huh. Interesting. I'm just feeling, Kona outlets are cute, right? At least along those. Ooh, we got some fancy art. Love to see it, chat. Pariah. Enchantment Aura. 2 and a white. Enchant creature. All damage that will be dealt to you is instead dealt to enchanted creature. Dang. Not legal, of course, right? Oh, yeah, I saw the discounty pack. Nice, yeah. Lone Shark for 3 and a blue. Shark Rogue 3/4. When this creature enters, if you cast 2 or more spells this turn, draw a card. Plot 3. Oh my god, that's expensive. But of course, you plot it, get that as a sorcery cast, counts for itself. Pretty neat stuff. But 4 mana is a lot, chat. Jin of Fool's Fall. 4 and a green. Sorry, that's why we're stumbling a bit. We're trying not to say green. We see it's blue, right? But we couldn't stop ourselves. My apologies. 4 and a blue, chat for a Jin. Fly 4/3. Plot 3 and a blue. Binding Negotiation for 1 and a black. Sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, they discard it. Otherwise, you may put a face-up exiled card they own into their graveyard. That's interesting, right? Because I wonder if that affects warped creatures, right? Just for the funsies of it. I thought there was too much worrying about, like, warping things in, right? Like, what makes an exiled card face up versus face down? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I remember there was a Spooderman card that we got that was like this. We just played it on our big creature because we're like, yeah, let's enchant the big creature. And we're like, oh god, it just died. That was very bad of us. Oh, what is that? And then Fortune, Loyal Steed. For 2 and a white, you get a legendary creature, Beast, Mount, 2/4. When Fortune enters, scry 2. Whenever Fortune attacks while saddled at the end of combat, exile it and up to 1 creature that's saddled this turn. Then return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. Saddle 1. Wow, so it seems to have, we got a couple different blinky effects from Selesnya around saddled in this format. Interesting. It makes me wonder if anyone tried comboing some of this stuff with Kona when that stuff was around. Before, like after Kona came out. Because I think that came out after this? I don't know though. Or vice versa, right? How many ways can we tap Kona? Bop, bop, bop. Or actually, Magic Cylinder. Mirror Force is more like Aetherize. Oh. These are some scary saddles. I would not trust my ride. Yo, but that's the thing, right? The domestication process. It was a tried and true way to, handle some animals. Through husbandry, through livestock, through... Oh, man. They're like, oh, you're starting to play again? We'll start giving you 500s. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, okay, cool. I mean, what do you think? What do you think? I want to jump into my draft real quick. I have no idea what to really do in them. What do sealed look like, chat? Oh gosh, those are expensive. We're not spending gemmy gems. We need to spend some gold, right? Sadly, the quick draft is Tarkir, right? Because we are very slow at drafting. There's some good cards we need from Tarkir though, but like. There's new cards we would like, right? And we need gems to climb. Yeah, sealed. I guess so. Before it was just you get 6 packs, you get to make a deck out of your 6 packs, right? But now they've got factions where you pick a faction when you jump in, and then you get some seeded cards, right? On your faction, I do believe. I don't know if it's random cards or not. 2 special themed packs. Okay, and so yeah, I'm thinking that those themed packs are probably along the lines of giving you specific ones that will match up with your color pairing as you choose to go in. Like maybe that's a color pair and a color pair, right? My problem right now is I want to grind gold into gems for a mastery pass, right? Oh, we got tokens, chat. Yo, that's right, we got tokens. Nothing to lose here but tokens, I guess. Okay, yeah, we're gonna jump in one of those real quick. Wait, no, I mean, let's finish building this deck real quick. Try running it in the, freebie standard-y type dealy. Because I think it's pretty close. I feel like we had a lot of 2-drops. We got 4, 5, 8, 10. That's cool. Yeah, let's try that out. Why not? Oh, chat. Okay, chat. I don't know. I'm really curious though about picking up this cutie, right? I don't know when it will come on sale, right? Which is unfortunate. We this baddie has done a lot of work for us, right? 4,000 gold, yeah. It's only 1 quick draft. And like, I think that would be legal for a while, right? Because this dealio. Like, the Bloodthirsty Conqueror, like, got us mythic for a month at least. 1 month got us to a mythic, that's for sure. I don't know if it could have gotten this more for sure. It's a little slow right now. But with Delian Fell, right? Could go pretty fun. That emblem's really quick to get on it, yeah? Yeah. I think we got to, right? Even though we're getting excited to jump into drafts again, right? You know something? We'll do it in a reward to ourselves for getting the mastery pass. And so let's just try to run this at the dealio for a bit. Not get tilted, chat. Not get tilted. Yeah, I don't know. I like the I'm a bit of a fan of anime too. As one that hung out in game stores back in the day, you know, often is stereotyped as. Oh, interesting. Yep. We've only got one of those cuties in the deck. They do absolutely nothing with Super Shredder, of course. They're just like, man, this game is grinding out. I got a Splinter's technique in hand. Let's go for combo, right? Let us just finish it. Oh, rip. There goes my Bitter Triumph, though, I believe. Maybe the Cleric. More likely the Bitter Triumph, though. You see, they thought about the Cleric, huh? Yo! I do have the best viewers. Thank you for your concern. Blip. Oh, that's a good card. That's a good card. I like what I'm seeing over there, Oppo. I'm a big fan of the bats, as y'all might know. Hmm. Well, I mean, they know what I have. Not like, surprise. You didn't see the Momo in my. Wait, no, you did see the Momo in my hand. Rip. Yeah, I don't know. They closed the game store by me. Was a bit sad. My new favorite store is a 20-minute drive. Oh, dang. Good people in the new one, so can't complain. Oh, that's rad. Yeah, I mean, just regardless of game, regardless of stuff, right? If you got a good set of people that you can be gaming with, that's super cool. Whoa, yeah. Super glad we decided to scry there. That's for dang sure, chat. I love seeing a bat stack. 3-color Witherbloom shenanigans, even. That's not the card we wanted to grab. That is not the card we wanted to grab. We wanted to grab the other actual Leonardo. That is so unfortunate, chat. I'm so bad at this game. My apologies. Golly gosh. Yo, nice. We do appreciate a good old Starscape cleric around these parts, that's for sure. Oh yeah, I mean, in arena, it's definitely a thing. In tournament scene, I think it's gonna be a thing dependent upon how big it is for how much money folk have to be able to throw down on it, right? That's a cutie one to grab. Interesting. And so yeah, with is it being as strong as they are, of course, there's going to be a lot of folks running Storm Chaser's talent in their, well, maybe not, okay, because prowess, right? Prowess is, I don't know how popular prowess is in paper, but there's going to be a lot of is it running around. Because prowess is popular, people are trying a new lesson stack, rocking out to mill in it, interestingly enough. And then, of course, elementals, right, are still pretty strong. Like, Thunderflock is a hell of a magic card, chat, I tell you what. Yes, huzzah, the victory. I don't even tell you that, right? The fact that they get Ashling, too, right, which can just accelerate everything in such a ridiculous manner, it was just like, one. Um, and yeah, so is it going to be popular? Of course, Badgermill Club, oh, sorry, doing Badgermill Club thing. The thing that's been annoying me on the latter, last time we were playing, is that there's so many board wipes now in black that any creature deck is just like kind of hosed in the platinum I was trying to climb through. And it's just very frustrating along those lines. What an awkward tap land situation we got going on. Oh man. These are not the. Oh. Whenever a creature you control dies, when this card is in your graveyard, you may pay one white if you do return this card from your graveyard to your hand. One in white. A 3/1, that's a cutie. I was like, I got a thick body. Look at me go. I'm like, you do. Wow, look at you go. Because we can't really utilize the Dalcoven encampment dealio, right? We gotta remember, it doesn't matter until it's like turn 4, right? If we got other alternatives, since Dalcoven encampment doesn't, unless we need to worry about the tap land. But of course, you don't, theoretically, with our deck especially, we don't want to worry about tap land on turn 1 and 2 or 3, right? Like, no, thank you, tap land, if at all possible. Yo, speaking of tapping, watch him tap out, chat. Oh, that's a spicy card. They're doing some lore hold without many lore hold cards per se. Oh, that's a little sad for us, huh? Ooh, I got some dual land that activates when I have 2 or more lands. Love the idea. Haven't tried it yet. For sure, yeah. 'Cause, like, one of the coolest things about dual lands, right, is that you're able to, huh? That's a really troll ass card to play in a friendly game chat. I'll tell you what. Who fucking does that, man? Yeah, and so because one of the cool things about dual lands, right, is that they help you fix your mana. And so one of the most important turns, some of the most important turns to fix your mana on, right, are turn 1, 2, so you don't miss a land play. That can be one of the problems with that being a land that comes into play tapped on those turns, without any other benefit besides being two colored, right? Because there's other tap lands that you have, right? That will give you a scry, that can even give you a life, or ping your opponent, which can be helpful to trigger different abilities you might have on your cards. And so, in my new opinion, I would not say that those are the best to play with. While it's very good to be able to ramp and play your late game stuff, honestly, there's definitely better ways to do it if that makes sense. Like, I don't care about either of their creatures, chat. I'm sitting on this removal here going like, oh man, I should removal something, but it's like, I actually don't really care about any of their creatures, right? I'm sad, of course, we don't get to draw a card. Or even neater, right? You have those man lands. I don't know. I feel like that's a little patriarchal, maybe, right? But it's just funny to say still, manland, right? That those actually come into play tapped and whatnot. But then you get a creature out of them later, right? Which is pretty good. Group project. Tap 3 untapped creature you control. Fascinating. Requisition Raid, love that card. Double Strike or Lifelink? Do they give it Lifelink? Oh, Double Strike. Interesting. Okay, we have 2, 5, 6, 7 manas. Oh, wait, we have nothing to Leonardo's technique, man. God damn. We're so bad at this game. Oh, we meant to play a land, didn't we? Oops. This is fine. Oh, that's spicy. Okay. I always, whenever I see discard, I'm always like, have they considered Monument in that deck? Because Monument is a really strong card, chat. Okay, they can't give double strike again, right? They might be able to, huh? Oh, do they have removal? Because they don't have the mana to pop the, Oh, that's unfortunate, huh? It's kind of funny because they won't be able to get these, right? And I'm sure they were hoping to. Off the ghost vacuum, right? Yeah, I was hoping just had another blocker, really. Was not expecting the board wipe out of them. But it's understandable. They got a cutie spirit thing going on. What a card to draw, chat. What a card to draw. Did not see the board wipe coming, but I don't think they saw the Momo self-sack trigger. Oh man, I didn't see it either till I drew it right. But do be what it do be. And so I don't know. Yeah, this deck doesn't seem like it's the worst, right? There's even some other things we'd add, right? Like another Leonardo for sure. Um, Another Enduring Innocence potentially. I could see dropping these, right? If we were able to guarantee our Leonardo or Super Shredder going in, right? Because they do be kind of our win cons. And so I don't know if we buy another, because you know, this has never really gone off yet. Uh, it's a nice dream, right? When we got a grindy match, they killed all our stuff and got no rest, no raise the past down, right? Um, I don't know if I mean, if we get some actual cards, right, we will not need to do the silliness. Wait, but that's the thing, right? That's the thing. I don't know. Like, we're not really gonna be doing. We're not gonna be doing. We're not really gonna be spending rares on a old set, are we? There's a new set out, chat. Oh my god. There's definitely some fun repartee looking stuff in that one too, right? At least for the mana base that we have available. We got some Simic. I don't know what they're called in the new pairing. And that seems like fun, right? Like doing some Mikey +1/+1 counter shenanigans, especially with Mutagen Man, or Mutagen, and Mutagen Man, right? Because there's like a lot of, what awkward hand. Not having a 1-drop feels really bad in this deck. Because, you know, Mutagen tokens, just tokens, or counters, draw cards, counters. Speaking of counter spells, man, fuck this goddamn control player, man. Fucking shit, dude. Sorry. Hate to see it, right? We run that cutie out. Rip. I mean, really, we probably should have ran that cutie out, right? Either way, Leonardo's whatchamacallit gets other back, right? Which is cool. Our poor little, I mean, I don't know. I think it looks a little bit more like a mushroom head, which is a little awkward, right? They didn't counter. What? My prehistoric pet? I was curious about how the warp mechanic would work with Super Shredder for sure. And I think it goes pretty well. Are they really a lessons deck, man? No fucking way. We're not playing against that shit. Fuck off with that. No. Sorry, even on the ladder, you know, we just concede against that shit, man. Unless we've specifically got a deck that's tailored around going against, you know, bullshit leveraged advantage on, you know, discounted combo-rific bullshit, right? It's not gonna be a fun time. Yeah, I mean, prowess is really strong right now. And so that's you know, the blue-red style. Since mono-red is generally not the strongest by itself, just because there's a lot more. That was a horrible hand for us to keep. Rip. We're probably doomed. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Slightly punished. Because, yeah, you know, mono-red suffers from not having enough, Oh, a mill deck. That's cute. Yeah, and so, that definitely... Oh, the fuck? Oh, that's a very interesting card. I don't like that much. Huh. That's spicy for surely sure. How's that card even fucking legal, man? That's wild. Sorry. What the fuck even is that card, man? Oh, that's fascinating. They're just doing a bunch of unblockable shenanigans, huh? Interesting. Oh, that's rude. Hmm. I fought a red white yesterday. When you uh summon, you lose life. When they summon, you lose life. Oh dang. I didn't know that they had a spell that punished you for casting spells as well. That sounds very rude. It does suck a little bit to do it with the expensive one, right? Oh, that's rude. That's interesting, though, for surely sure. Oh, so they sneak and try to get Kitsune's technique in as well. I see. Hmm. Yay, land. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know about prehistoric pets. I'm pretty sure that they're kind of interchangeable with curious farm animals to an extent. Depending on the meta, like Storm Chaser's talents being there, I think it's actually got to be curious farm animals over prehistoric pet in this deck. As much as we like the idea of it being unblockable, the utility that we can get out of that, and then the ability, of course, to bring it back is a lot more valuable. Um, if there's more space for prehistoric pets, that would still be cool because we can balance with that as well, right? But like, as we did that one time, which worked out pretty well for a +1/+1. But I don't know, because the other problem we're stuck at 60 cards, and so yeah, if we're like, so Boros, I guess, is going to be pretty strong, right? The problem is that it requires you to have creatures in play that are specific to get your combo off, right? Because as you're mentioning, oh, sorry, it requires them to have this card into play, right? And the thing about doing it more with the prowess style or other type of just benefiting off of your spellcast, off your instants, off your sorceries, off your interaction cards, right? Or off your card advantage cards, purely, is going to be a little more advantageous over a long period of games, right? The more ability you have to manipulate your card advantage, the better things are going to be, regardless of how easy your win con is. as long as it's going to be approachable in the mana and the cards and turn and time allotted. And so that's definitely one reason why I see prowess or other large, cheap, approachable board game affecting stuff by like turn 4, turn 5 being what's in the meta right now, right? If you're not able to like affect a win by turn 3 or 4, then you're you're a slow deck, right? Which feels really bad to say, but like standards in a very I don't know, man. I started this shit during Final Fantasy, right? Like I've definitely seen like the which is odd because I've seen a huge amount of power creep, right? Just from like one set to another in less than a year. And there's supposed to be 7 of these, man. Like I don't know what that's gonna be all about, right? Like, well, I was happy to like focus a little bit on standard per se because I was more able to like uh have a limited card pool, so that way I would not have to wrap my mind around too many stuffs, right? Like how we're talking about, right? I am just now making this ninja deck, right? Strixhaven hits, and so I need to I don't know. I'm excited for the opportunity to keep my mind agile, right? But of course, being a free to play player, there's so many rares that I need to like actually explore and try to flesh out a deck with, right? Like, who knows? 2 or 3 prehistoric pets might be amazing. Just be unblockable, do some bouncy bounce, right? Especially with Shredder, especially with Momo, right? Like, I think we were able to bounce, a Momo, right, with our prehistoric pet to get a +1/+1 counter on Super Shredder, and then another +1/+1 counter on Super Shredder. So that way we could attack and they could not block it, right? And like, yeah, unless they traded 2 creatures, right? And that was because it's got menace, chat, and like that's really effective and impactful, right? And putting more of those things in the deck, right? Even just like bouncing with Super Shredder out, it's pretty good. Bounce, get your a beaver out, right? You bounce your Dream Beaver back while you got little cutie Enduring Innocence out, right? And so you play your beaver, you scry, then you Enduring Innocence draw a card, and it's just like, yeah, it's got some fun synergies to it, but it's still needing to try to do that by like turn 3, right? Want to do it by turn 2 if we can. But that's really kind of impossible. But again, that goes to the idea of like those comes into play tapped immediately on turn 1, 2. I love the artwork on those dual lands I've seen so far, but I feel like they're really only a limited playable thing, and that's and again, that's not going to be a first pick, right? That's going to be like, okay, I am now comfortably in my colors, like midway through pack 1, right? At the earliest, right? Because you never know if there's going to be like huge pack 2 pivot, right? And so even in limit, I would not be the most excited to get that as a pack 1 pick 1 rare, or as a pack 1 rare. And so yeah, the artwork is rad though. I love the artwork on that. They all look pretty cool. Like the lands artwork on the fancy ones have been pretty sweet, I think, coming around. We do need to figure out a draft here in a bit too on the Strix. Because there's a few cards I'm curious about. But there's more, I still need some Raph and Leos from this turtle set. I still need a Leonardo from this turtle set as well, right, to finish this deck out. I don't think it's more Splinter techniques per se, right? Like, 2 seems pretty good on that. I don't know if we look for, like, doing, like, what is our bomb though, right? Like, being able to Leonardo's technique back, some Starscape Cleric action, and like a Hinterland Sanctifier, right? That'd be a cutie little combo to get stuff kicked up. Yo, nice! That is a cute little bear too. I'm very curious about rocking that out. Just because, for utility, right? It's such an amazing card advantage ramp piece as far as it goes for what it does. My problem is, what are the chances that we have a 1-cost cutie pop up, right? We don't have to worry about canceling spells on our turn, but the other thing is, start to grow that cutie, right? Because I'm pretty sure we gotta play this cutie. No, we'll... If it play the Super Shredder, then attack in and drop the Leonardo. Oh my. It did not do any of that. That's really mean. We definitely play a planes. We were not expecting the direct damage. Oh, this is another power card that's going to be very popular in red. Or, you know, in red decks. Like, is it, um, I don't know if it's called Spell Quill? I don't think it is. Prismari, there we go. And then, also Jeskai, right? Which is even worse. Jeskai is such a cursed deck, chat. I'm a little sad, of course, we can't play it again and try to get another card draw off it, right? Because it's too expensive for that. They got another burn spell, though, I'm sure. But it's interesting seeing the, oh. Huh. They had 14 mana for that? Huh. Yeah, I guess we found out that keeping that hand was a little too slow, huh? Yeah, it's more the loot. It's more the loot. The loot's like such a stupid fucking card to have given anything that does blue and red together, chat. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's gonna be such a shitty play experience to go into that card. Uh, while you think, oh, 4 mana, that's kind of slow, right? Um, even in a deck where they're not focusing on ramping as much as that one did, right? That one was very much geared towards ramp, 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 get that little combo piece out, right? Which, you know, I respect. That was cute enough for what, you know, what it did, right? But just like, I mean, kind of, right? Uh, like thinking about how to stop some shit like that right now is what we have to what our mind has to start considering, right? Which is like, really? No way do we have to consider some ridiculousness like that, man. No way. But we do. That did, in fact, just happen. That feels bad, because we need to land, right? So that's going to come into play tapped, right? I guess we should have put that on the bottom too. My apologies, chat. Yeah, and so, like, without the loot, right? Because the loot is the thing that gave them the mana to do that. As we could see, the loot doubled all the mana that their lands produced, right? It also let them draw a card. And so that's one thing, right? A lot of, like, those non-interactive, control-y type win-con decks, right? Love to, like, play 26 land, if you will, so they do not miss a land drop and can ramp into what they want. One of the problems that they can find, though, right? One of the saving graces that we have as non-control players is that we're able to Are they really doing this in a non-ranked queue, man? Fucking whatever. Um, okay, we're not drawing any cards per se, right? 'Cause we don't do that for land, do we? We might. Since scrying really doesn't help if you shuffle your deck, right? And so yeah, you know what it does as well. After you pay the 4 mana to put it out, you can tap it to draw a card. I think it's only one card at least. If you've got they're a Sire deck, that's cute. If you got 7 or more cards in your hand, right? Which when you've got a bunch of lands, that's one thing. They would be flooded out and have a bunch of lands in their hand, right? And you're like, okay, cool. At least we got room, some time, some breathing space to do stuff with, right? But now, like, not so much, chat. Now, not so much, right? Dang, that's gonna be a little rough for us, huh? I do not know how we deal with that. Pay 7 life, huh? I guess that's how we deal with it, huh? Oh, it's Eldrazi, not an artifact. Oh my. It doesn't have trample at least, right? It's an Eldrazi, not an artifact. That's fascinating, chat. It's Eldrazi, not an artifact. I saw a Phyrexian Brawl deck. I was sickened to see them destroy the other player's land. That is very mean and very rude for surely sure. Life gain, interesting. I mean, they got the 7 off that stuff, right? So that's gonna be pretty huge. Seven lifelink. I do not know what we got into that, chat. And we're hoping to split up if we can, right? Look at them go, look at them go, look at them go. Oh, that's mean. I've definitely thought about it a bit, though. Trample. Like doing a, I don't know how to do it, though, outside of the colorless lands, right? That cost mana for them. Oh, that's not what we needed, man. We did so much cycling through our deck to try to get something better, didn't we? Rip. Doobie what a doobie. That vigilance is very rough on it as well. We're so fucked. Sorry. Yeah, in fact, what sort of card who followed up with? And greetings, welcome, Solomir. We're trying a kind of a Orzavi Ninja-y deck right now, given that a new set just released. Oh, that's rude, huh? Because, why wouldn't we build a ninja set right after the whatchamacallit thing gets in? Yo, thank you for the follow. That's not what we need. Yeah, I don't know. I do admire how fancy the copy pastas have gotten from the bots, you know? That's not what we needed either, man. Good golly. We're doomed. Doobie what a doobie. We tried, we tried. Rah, we attack. But it up. Magma Hellkite. Maelstrom Artisan. New card. Price of Freedom. Yo, Magma Hellkite is a stupid card. I guess I kind of blocked that one out. Because, man, no way to come in with a stun counter on it, bro. That is the stupidest, most toxic freaking text on a line of fucking dragon ever. I tell you what, like, with a stun counter? No way, man. I don't know. I understand that, you know, punishing people for playing rares can be fun. But damn, that just, man, that is not fun at all. And I don't know. Like, this deck is getting trounced right now. I do not know what we can do about it either to make it a little better, right? Because it needs to go quicker, per se. Or get the board wipes quicker. Like that deck just went so quick against us, right? Repartee, cast into sorcery spell at target. Oh yeah, that cutie. Lecturing, Scorn Mage. That's rather that cutie is an uncommon as well, because that makes it very approachable on a thingy of things. As far as all that goes. And then we sneak again. Nah, that's funny though, because you can chain the sneak for whatever reason, you know, reasons. So you can like life gain trigger, ETB. And the magmatic hellkite with Momo is silly. Aw, man. Comes out even quicker. Hate. Aw, man. Aw, man. Everyone, scrub that from your mind. Never think of that playing those together. That's just mean. That's just mean. We'll get this cutie down for now. And then you blink them. Go ninja go. Yeah. Because what's better than one toxic ETB, chat? Getting it to go off again. Getting to play it 12 different times. With only 4 copies in your deck. Wild that, right? Okay, so, like, it needs more answers for combo decks, I guess. Because, I don't know though. I mean, like, what, how, that Solomir, we just got completely decimated by some math magics. That loot card, right? Doubled all of these lands that they ramped into play. And on turn, like, 4, I think, maybe? I don't know. Like, we only had 3 lands down, I do believe. They, mathemagics us to death. On their, like, turn, I think it was their turn 4. The fuck even is this meta, man? No, it had to be turn, no, yeah, that loot card, man. Fuck that loot card. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, I knew it was gonna be busted looking at it, right? I don't know if I feel better or worse for not having tried to truly wrap my mind around what it was. What it was to be. We've only got the one prehistoric pet, and so we've only got the one in the deck. But I do wonder about it a little more. Oh, that's right, it was bad because we had to Splinter's technique for land. That's never gonna be a good time, right? Bristly Bill. Hate to see it. We got some Dream Beavers. I believe they can get me through the night. Which is cool. When they pop their lands for landfall, that'll be very good for us. Sack your fetch land. Sack your fetch land. Oh, that's not a fetch land, chat. Oh, that's not a fetch land either. F me. That's not removal. F me. Blocking with the 2/2 Shredder is not going to do too much for us, right? Now the question is, do we go for the split up or the Bitter Triumph, right? I think we go for the Bitter Triumph. Although, definitely do destroy land. But at least they are replaced with a basic. The Annihilator mechanic is crazy. Annihilator, is that the one where they can just, where you gotta destroy a bunch of stuff when it comes in? Oh man, yeah, we didn't get that in time. Oh well, Super Shredder tried, is what it is. What a fun deck to play in non-ranked, huh, chat? Hopefully they got like a green daily quest, right? That's our only thought when we see just pure cookie cutter landfall on this shit, right? Like until yeah, more removal. Although again, the against that Math Magic deck, right? Removing that cutie little bear would have had to be done on like our turn one, right? So that way they could not have gotten the trigger on that to ramp as they did. Cause I'm the sad part about that. I felt like we had a really good draw, chat. We just need to play more Bitter Triumphs, I guess. Right? Is that the moral of the story there? Gosh, it does look like we might have to Splinter's technique for land, huh? How do we feel about that being an efficient thing or not, right? I don't feel it's efficient, I mean, but like, is it an acceptable thing to do, right? Because there definitely seems like there's worse things that could be done along those lines, right? Oh, that's very rude. I guess we don't have to worry about fetching up a land, huh? Thank you, Oppo. We're just, curious about getting to that 3, right? Not necessarily about getting a land play. Oh, now we get that. That's cute. Wrong opponent, but is what it is. Okay, now the problem is, do we think they got a counterspell, chat? Those very look like counterspell colors, for surely sure. That's sad that we don't have the black mana we need for that, huh? Yeah, okay, whatever, bro. Oh, that's right. Did we put the Cavern of Souls in here? Sorry, I'm never gonna say I had fun playing a fucking control deck. Unless I was able to trounce them and get silly with my clickies. Because even then, it never feels. I mean, it does feel good, but then, like, man, I don't get matched in more of these, so no. Never a fun time. Control decks need to play other fucking control decks, I tell you what, chat. They just want to sit around, masturbate, tell each other no, like, cool. Y'all do that. To one another, please. And thank you. If that's your idea of having fun and playing Magic, then yeah, anywho. Wow, okay, yeah, Cavern of Souls would be an amazing card to Splinter's Technique for, huh, chat? Good golly gosh. Because, we often like to, I mean, if you look at it, right, like, I definitely recommend if your mana can fit it, drop a couple of Cavern of Souls in your deck, right? Because we've only got, like, 7 ninjas, maybe? 7 ninjas, right? But if you can hold it in your hand until you get that creature that you need to play and you don't want them to counter right, or you know that they've been sitting on a counter the entire game to get you, especially on that like match 2 or match or that game 2 or game 3, and you're like, Cavern of Souls, bam. And yeah, I don't know. It could be good. Although admittedly, doing it as a sideboard card, of course, is sketchy, but holding it in your hand until that moment you need it is very recommended, because we're talking about there's land destruction that you can rock out in this more balanced format than other ones for its standard, right? Right? I mean, I don't know. We need to get better at limited personally, so we can just like not tilt out too much. Be like, okay, well, the card pool is at least a little more balanced that way, right? Yeah, because that doesn't make. Oh, we're so bad at this game, chat. We don't even know what our fucking lands do right now. Wait, no, we wanted to hide the fact that we're doing. We're not really Orzhov. We're mono white, chat. Oh, they don't care. They're delirium. Oh, we can get that down now, though. That's cute. Sorry, just the aura of it, right? It's not really not the best per se, but it's funny. Funny, funny, funny. Yeah, the one problem with that prehistoric pet, though, right? It totally gets blocked by these little chump cuties, right? Like, surely they got a 1 power thing that they drop turn 1. Yo, we draw our Dalcove encampment on turn 4. Chef's kiss. So yeah, prehistoric pet's probably gonna be cut. I mean, even like a Cecil would be better, right? Like, 2-3 Death Toucher, man. No one wants to block that, right? And we're okay taking that 2 life hit, of course. Artifacts? Oh, that cutie. Dang. The, whatchamacallit on a stick, right? Authority consoles. But more. Not her little Momo. Wait, no, 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 no. We didn't mean to describe fire. We already had the. Ah, damn it. We actually probably should have. I don't know if we actually should put that on the bottom. But, you know, we already had the land, chat. We already had the land. We should have given the. Tapped on the right. Tapped on the right. We should have given the counter or something, gotten food token or something, right? Damn. But yeah, Momo goes incredibly hard in sneak attacks, if that was ever a question, right? Beaver does, of course, too. Making sure our payoffs are payoffy enough, though, right? It's definitely a spot that we are hoping to find a good place to be. Those words didn't make that much sense together, I don't think, but you know, we tried. It's a swamp. We're so fucking bad at this game. I'm sorry, Chad. Not a basic land. What do we have in here? What do we have in here? Momo. Momo's a cutie. Yeah, this Leo card seems kind of fun. I do think we might want to go up to 2 per se, right? If we could drop a prehistoric pet, go up another one of those for sure. Really though, we need to. I mean, I don't know, Chad. I'm pretty sure that for us being Orzhov coded, spending a rare card on another Leonardo cutting edge is not the worst idea, right? Because, you know, one of the decks that we were wanting to save up for is a Boros Kin Scare one, right? Until being able to utilize whatever we were just talking about, and that would be fun. We need 5 mana for that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I can't remember what we just talked about. I'm thinking they were good ideas though. I mean, one problem is we've only got one Leonardo's technique, right? Oh yeah, this cutie, this cutie, this cutie. Okay. I think we're gonna say yes to at least one more. It's a pretty good card for us. What do you think they have, chat? They don't board wipe, do they? Hmm. I totally rock Spell Pierce in our Simic deck. Oh wait, they were Delirium, weren't they? Hmm. Because yeah, the whole point is you want your things to be unblocked, right? Theoretically, though, they're going to be trading if they block your prehistoric pet. Because I mean, we'll have more than one toughness. It might have more than one toughness, right? The decks that will be blocking it. How do we feel about the matchups of them, right? It can sponge some removal for sure, but anything can sponge removal, right? And it doesn't have any good leave the battlefield removal effect like Momo does. That's the other thought, right? Like City Pigeon. What a horrible hand, chat. It was just this format is too slow for this hand, right? Theoretically curving. Oh, especially because we're on the draw. Damn. If I'd seen we were on the draw, we probably would have played that a little different, for surely sure. Just mulliganing so we could have had turn one play. I love these arts though, chat. Yo, nice. We're a big old fan of Orlean. I tell you what, we even got a song going for it, right? That's how big a fan we are of that cutie. Claws, touching claws, swinging out, touching you. Sweet Zoraline, ba ba ba. You make the good times, or you make the graveyards look so good. I mean, y'all that are in the Discord, I've seen that a bit. Sorry, we're not really on key for that right now. Do we draw a board wipe, chat? Okay, and we do need 3 split ups in here. 3 split ups needed, confirmed. Get it before they have life to pay for it, right? Or before they have a way to protect it, I should say. And they realized I was just doing it for the card, right? Yikes. Yikes. At least it's not a tap land, that's cool. Oh man. Yeah, okay. I'm, hands down, just third split up, right? We do have 22 land in this deck. Understandable that we get flooded out on the one we keep the 2 Dalcoven encampments, right? Fucking wow, man. That is crazy work on that. Crazy work on that. Comedy, right? As they say. That's cutie. I don't see us attacking successfully, but being able to tutor up any card's not too bad. The problem is, of course, we can't play it, right? Oh, the seam rip. Hmm. So do we seam rip the, or do we farm animal the seam rip or the convocation? I think we got to do the convocation. I don't know how much longer it'll matter though. That's interesting. They decided not to do anything, or not to attack with that cutie, huh? How many fucking lands have we seen, chat? Oh my god. Just crazy work on that, right? Yo, there we go. Thank you very much. Nah, I thought it might be good too. But we need to, because their Essence Chandler is going to be vigilant, so it's going to be untapped on their turn, right? Or on my turn, when I want to split up it, per se. Split up is a great card. I'm not quite sure about the Tarnusk. I hope that they have that new cutie in there. That, does the whatchamacallit, right? On the, on life gain, right? You put a +1/+1 counter on Delios. Oof, our poor cutie Halia. Now we get Resto Magic. Oh, I was hoping I get to trigger that, huh? Oops. That's unfortunate. I guess I wasn't able to trigger that, huh? We were gonna try getting a beaver back and get us a card up, but we did not have the opportunity to. I guess we couldn't respond to our own board wipe? Because, like, why didn't you just do that first, maybe? I don't understand that, chat. I thought we would be able to respond to that day. Ooh, that's a heck of a magic card. So they did it for the fell, I guess. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, we need 3 split ups in the deck, chat. I do really want to try building some decks with that card, that's for sure. And that'll do it on the life gain. Which is the thing, right? Again, the idea of there's now Strixhaven cards I'm very curious about, right? Like, I'm not sure about how that one went for them. Just because I feel like ramping into a planeswalker can often be good, just because unless you have got a good amount of control on board. Since they don't, they can impact the table, right? 4 mana for just taking a creature out. It's a little expensive, though, at a certain point. Of course, that's a very hard planeswalker to take down, which is definitely why we got the 3 bitter triumphs, but it is definitely up to a 3rd split up, chat. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, we don't feel that good about Prehistoric Pet. We do want to keep our 1-drops flush, though, I do believe. I don't know how I feel about having enough of that for card draw. I mean, really, I hate to say it, but Kinscare Sentry, as much as we keep trying to force this into decks, chat. It actually could be instead of those, right? Because we're not quite devoted to just life gain, right? Life gain's more just a pump Leo up. Which is odd, right? Because it should do more than that in a deck, I would think. Well, we draw cards off that, which is cool. Because, of course, doing Orzhov, we think Halia, right? But then the idea of investing tokens in a deck where you're sneaking, right, is very rough. Because you don't want to be bouncing all your, like we got 5 tokens on that cutie, right? 5 counters. How could we want to bounce that, chat? The idea of those 2 being good endgame pieces on the Splinters technique, very good idea. Like, we had thought that we only needed 2 split ups because we had the 2 techniques, right? If we go up to, I think we could humor 1 bitter triumph in the sideboard instead, even though we really would have wanted it against that planeswalker. And that's the thing, there's a lot more planeswalkers out there, right? Resto Magic is neat, but like a lot of our stuff is surprising them and getting things into play, right? So I don't know. I mean, protecting our counter and our tokens counter investment, very good. And we do want to think about another 1-drop, right? And so it might not be Amalia for now, as good as she is for, incidental life gains, dropping down with that cutie, doing stuff, getting haste with that cutie, right? Like, is it Amalia over Kinscare Century? We've got a pretty decent amount of card fixing thanks to Momo sneaking out. Okay, I think we are having enough fun playing this deck, chat. We will throw one rare at Leo. We do have enough for a playset of another rares, or 3 playsets, which is okay. Of course, you know they'll go at lands, right? Olin's right though. This will work in our Boros deck we have thinking about, right? Of course, the sad part, Lorehold, you know, doing from the discard pile opposed to. Although this cutie does well in Strix or in Silver Quill, I'm sure, right? Like, just a, you know, lifelinker, right? That you sneak in and suddenly bop bop. Can't ever go wrong. And there's some good lifelinkers in Silver Quill as well. Okay, chat, we'll convince ourselves. That does round it out to 40 as well. Or 60. Sorry, we can count. Now the question is, how do we feel still about these two, right? They're very Splinters techniqueable. We do only have the 2 Splinters technique. I don't think we want to get another one. Just because we don't want to clog our hand with it, right? Theoretically, we just want to kind of slam these 2 and do attackies, right? That's sad though. That is pretty much like these 2 are engines to beat them down, right? We have no other engine per se. And that's the thing, right? With it being as tight as it is, I don't really think we've got room for more engine outside of 2 cards. Is that, and I don't think it's going up to 4 of these because they're both legendary, right? As engine-y as they are, right? But does dropping those 2 for an Amalia and then dropping a land makes sense, chat? Or, you know, dropping those 2 for 2 Amalia, dropping a land and putting in another Curious Farm Animal, maybe. Is Graveyard Revival decks too slow for ladders? I was interested in building a deck like this, but in best of ones, you should be safe enough because there's not enough graveyard hate to reliably shut your deck down every time a deck is running it. Thankfully, Kavaro is not as strong as it once was. Sultai Reanimator shells, right? But the problem is that they do their Sultai comboing Kavaro stuff on turn 4, right? And so the only way that they could not be strong enough to keep up that bullshit is by other decks being stronger, quicker. And so, thanks to that, there's not nearly as much main deck graveyard hate. In best of 3, it'll get a little sketchier, of course, because everyone's got graveyard hate in their sideboard, chat. Just because Kavaro's out there lessens decks from if it still pop around, right? And other ones that value putting cards in their graveyard are popular now as well. And so, but if you know, if you can go quick enough around their graveyard hate, or play around their graveyard hate, by managing to control enough of the board so you don't have to expend all your resources, that way it gets removaled, can be a thing. The one problem is if going in the straight Orzhov thing and wanting that, it will definitely be, like if you're hoping to like maybe raise the past, for instance, right, to get a huge Starscape Cleric Hinterland Sanctifier type deal. It'll be a little sketchy. Because at that point it'll be a race to get your, you know, your game-ending combo to pop off against them getting their graveyard hate. And so yeah, there's definitely going to be a good amount of graveyard hate in best of 3. Best of 1, it's a little more viable. Or, you know, there's going to be less graveyard hate that you're going to be going against. And so, even if you're going against graveyard hate, though, as long as you're fast enough and low to the ground enough, right, you can hopefully get it done. One of the problems is that there's so many board wipes out there now, right, that I don't quite know about how those go together, right? We were playing a lot of Planeswalker control decks the other day, and that was very bad for stuff, right? Because they, of course, got, you know, removal, graveyard hate, just everything, and you can't interact with them, you know, because they got Planeswalkers, and all your removal is not good for Planeswalkers, really. So, It is an okay space due to the fact that there's not as much main deck graveyard hate. Um, and the one thing about a board wipe, right? You're like, oh well, thank you for putting my creatures in my graveyard for me anyway, right? I was gonna get to that, but I didn't even get a chance to do that yet. Thank you, right? Which can be fun for the Raise the Pass thing, but yeah. And so I would say that they're more viable now than they were during Kavaro in its heyday, at least against graveyard hate. If they're viable enough into the meta, that is definitely something I'm not comfortable saying yes or no to. If that makes sense. Uh, yeah, they're fun though. That is for sure. As long as you don't get upset by your graveyard getting shut down, I would say rock it out because there's lots of fun interactions and triggers and instants that a lot of those graveyard decks like to play. That I feel is a very good part of Magic. Okay, and so we're saying yes to one more Leo, right? Uh, we don't know about the Kinskar still. Like, I don't know if our Bat deck runs the Delio. We don't run Rave the Past. And so yeah, what type of graveyard shenanigans were you thinking of rocking out? I'm a big fan of Zorlene, of course. Which we gotta play some more of them, right? Uh, we did just buy the artwork on that, like, man, like Zorlene, right? Our hero. Goated. It's hard to decide though between Momo and Zorlene, right? Because they're both amazing cards. Um, but yeah, like oh yeah, like this deck, right? This was an old Sephiroth deck that we built that liked to try to do a Ray of the Past after filling the graveyard up with sacrificing things, and then oh, I guess it didn't. And then sacrifice them again. So you would Ray of the Past, get your Umbral Caller Zealot back, get that cutie back, and just sacrifice, 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 right? And so, oh yeah, the TLDR. Kavaro is kind of like the benchmark graveyard deck that people were concerned about in the meta. It is not as strong currently as other decks are, not as and so that has definitely reduced the amount of graveyard hate people are main decking compared to when it was. At least from my own deck building, I used to, I used to main deck a little more graveyard hate when it was just like Kavaro, 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 right? Uh, and then lessons, right? Because at that time there was a bunch of lessons and a bunch of Kavaro going around, right? To the extent that Una players, other classic graveyard manipulation ones, could not get their things off the ground. Now, uh, the sad part, of course, Kavaro decks aren't as strong as they were, so they're not as prevalent as they were, chat. Which is bad, because that means that the meta has gotten a lot stronger, and a lot quicker, and a lot more, you know, a little more limiting to play into, per se, just because of how quick it is. Although there's more variety of decks out there. And so, due to that fact, your graveyard will be safe. Conversely, since the meta is that much quicker now, I'm not quite sure how strong that deck will be overall into the meta, if that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. This was an old one that was right after Avatar came out. I don't know if there's more Avatar cards we would have liked to add per se. We just Curious Farm Animals. Oh my gosh, this card is amazing, especially if you want to be a sacrifice deck, right? Uh, Even just main decking it, because there are a lot of problematic artifacts and enchantments, especially in those top tier decks, right? Like we're talking about, like, prowess decks, loving their Storm Chasers talents, right? Um, Landfall, loving their Earthbender's Ascensions, well, yeah, Earthbender's Ascensions, loving their, some of them still on Sussy Tree. We're big fans of Sussy Tree, but, That might be more along the lines of us figuring out how to switch between a Rhythm Landfall and a Sussy Tree deck. Rhythm Landfall doesn't necessarily rely on the Earthbender's Ascension so much, though, which is why Mono Green Landfall is a little more popular along those lines without the Ascension, because you don't have as many pieces of vulnerability, right? You just got your creature you got to worry about, which you always got to worry about anyway when doing green stuff, right? So I don't know if that's why it is a little less popular or strong, but with the ideas of this, that, the other, right? You get to you get to play more graveyard shenanigans, but it can be kind of a weaker thing, right? Oh heck yeah, rave the past, and so um, in best of one, heck yeah, run that shit. Best of three, you've got to have a plan outside of graveyard stuff, because on that second game, they're going to, as soon as they see your Rave the Past, or the other cards that have your, graveyard doing stuff, which they will surmise per se, or even like, Rest in Peace, right? Rest in Peace being in every deck and every sideboard as we were making this deck is why we stopped playing this deck, right? Because Rest in Peace unfortunately shuts down all of your stuff. Curious Farm Animals can help that for a little cheaper than Cathar Commando does, and it being a 1-drop makes it actually main deckable, instead of being a sideboard piece as Cathar Commando often found itself in. Since you still want to drive your sacrifice engine, and you're getting creatures on the table, right? And so having a 1-drop to sacrifice is a lot more chill than having a 3-drop, right? A 2-drop. And yeah, heck yeah, Umbral Caller Zealot. And so this is not necessarily the best deck for emulating, but Orzhov is very good for it. The one sad part I see is that the Silver Quill stuff, right? The repartee stuff wants to be targeting things with your instants and sorceries, right? So all of this, like, this card doesn't work, but Corrupted Conviction does, right? And so if you're doing some repartee stuff, there's definitely some bits and bobs that could key off of some of the things in here. And so I don't know if there's good replacements for some of these dealios, right? But like the way that I generally consider it, right? You want your chumps, you want some payoffs, and then you want some engines, right? And it's neat because like Voice Victory in these decks, right, totally count as like a chump and protection card, if you will. I guess that's a chump with a good ability on it, right? And yeah, heck yeah, Vengeful Blood Witches. The one thing, again, Rave of the Past, a little more safer to do nowadays in a best of one format. Even in best of three formats, right? Because, again, there's not going to be as much, even sideboard graveyard hate as there was when Kabaro was just like everywhere, when Lessons was just like everywhere, right? The one thought is that mono black might be a safer place to do that if you're concerned about graveyard stuff. This is not necessarily the eventual Sephiroth deck we want to end on, but you get to you get room for a Caesarean Voidborn at that point, which I think is a pretty okay card. There's also the new card that came out, right? The Arnin, which is pretty neat. The one problem, of course, with Arnin is that it's got that 1/1 modifier on it, right? And so it's definitely like ideal for maybe mobilizing stuff, maybe other like 1/1 cuties, right? And so if looking at a deck like that, I'm not quite sure. Like the cool part about Arnin, right, is that they got two. They got a 2 on them. They drain for 2, which is huge because everything else is only 1, right? And it's not a once per turn, which we love to see. And so yeah, if going for this type of thing, right, with wanting to sacrifice stuff, bring it back. Sadly, I think they are a 3 mana, so you can't Rave the past them, right? Until I don't know, probably not that card. Oh, she's an uncommon. That's rad. So yeah, I'd definitely recommend try to play with her a little bit, right, and see if there's fun ways you can utilize that. Just because 2 is a good amount of stuff. 2 is a good amount of stuff, chat. But yeah, the main thing, of course, wanting your chump to sacrifice, ways to sacrifice them, and then your whatchamacallit to get the payoff, right? And just right here, we got like that's not necessarily a payoff, right? That's I don't know, not end game stuff, but definitely end game stuff, right? Like recovery, you know, a card to play from the behind state to bring you into a winning state, right? This is just not necessarily that per se, right? Just more establishing yourself. This is very much a kind of win con style, right? Your payoff, if you will. Here's kind of an establishing card, you know, it gives you weenies to sacrifice as well, though, right? Automatic sacrifice triggers, which will mobilize in any deck that's doing the doing Vengeful Blood Witch stuff, right? Because you got your cutie Vengeful Blood Witch rocking out, right? Every time a creature dies, you know, bam. And when you sacrifice, you're mobilized, right? That's totally that trigger. And so here's like an engine for it, right? Or payoff. And so when building a deck that's trying to do a fun little thing, definitely recommend trying to figure out how much payoff, how many bits and pieces you have to enable it, and then what the curve is on those. Because you want your enably pieces, right, to be early on or mid on so you can afford them. And then, yeah, and then of course this card, right? This is an amazing enabler, right? This is engine. And so I guess we want to distinct, right? That's got kind of engine built in, right? This has got engine built in. And so that's what we have. Here's a chumpy good piece. We can say engine. And this is an engine too, right? Or not engine, but sacrificey piece. And so like the one problem, of course, is that their payoffs are a little low on the thing, right? Payoffs, right? That's a payoff piece. Egads. And so what this deck tried to do is just blitz them, right? Hit them hard, and get them down by sacrificing things. One thing, of course, your creature aren't going to have the most power per se. Cerebondum is going to be amazing, these things, but can definitely not need to be there, being rare-like. If you're going to be doing something along those lines, I definitely recommend getting at least 2 Sephiroth if you're, you know, doing some Vengeful Blood Witch stuff, right? Because this card is just like, it gives you an emblem, right, that does the Blood Witch thing. If you can trigger it 5 times in one turn, right? And it gives you a self-trigger, which is pretty chill. And then, of course, this cutie, right? Because otherwise, Vengeful Blood Witch, right, might not trigger unless, and so forcing it to trigger by your own machinations, and then getting some payoff for it, right, can be really good. Yo, lack of power, yeah. Because, like, one of the benefits, right, you get this non-interactive damage source, so that way your opponent can't really stop it, right? What are they going to do, kill your creatures? Oh, thank you. You saved me a step, right? And so, it's, you know, by game design, it's got to be a little less powerful, which is why the idea of Arnon, bringing that up to a 2 is pretty cool, right? Like, and so, theoretically in this deck, like, we would take that out, and it's got room for Arnon, right? The one problem, of course, Umbral Collar Zealot being a 3-2, Forsaken Miner being a 2-2. One of the things that Bloodghast is one of the best, like, 1 toughness, 1 power critters to drop, right? Except it costs 2 mana, and so it can be a little rough. But, you know, Arnon getting only that trigger off 1 toughness, 1 power makes me almost think that it'd just be a lot of the little chompy chomps that make another little 1-1 chompy chomp, right? Not in beginner ranked anymore. Sephiroth Masker Worm. High cost seems less appealing. Oh, I'm not sure about. Oh, is Masker Worm the thingy? Well, I mean Sephiroth is, you know, like 3 mana for It is a little hard. It is a little hard because you got to attack to trigger the sacrifice thing, right? And you've got no evasion, like rip. And so it's really more yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, Sephiroth can be not the best card. Uh, at least to quickly get the things done you need. The fact that it lets you grind off, that you can get one and flip one, and that it's another payoff, right, at the same mana cost as Vengeful Blood Witch, is really the reason why he's always going to be included in any, or not same mana cost, but just a little more than Vengeful Blood Witch, right? Because you get to draw a card off each time, and even if you're like, that card could be very important. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm not so sure about commander stuff. Sorry. And so yeah, this is the standard Sephiroth 3 mana cost cutie. Um, I should learn more about commander if I'm talking about magic, huh? And so yeah, the like this one, right? Yeah, you pay 2 and a black for a 3/3. When they enter or attack, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. And then of course it's got the Vengeful Blood Witch of drain for 1 when one of your creature or when another creature dies, right? Which is even cooler because like it does it on your Oppo's creatures, right? And then yeah, if you do it only 4 times, I don't even know my card's chat. I'm sorry about that. If you do it 4 times, you get to flip that cutie, right? And then you got that like epic back stuff, which is pretty rad. Oh, not a commander. Legendary creature, human avatar soldier, 4/4, vigilant. When Sephiroth enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 until end of turn. For 4, blue and a black. I don't know like what I like UB. I know that U stands for blue, but I don't know if I'm saying uncommon or blue or some such there. Yeah, we're so bad at this. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Sephiroth. Oh, that's a cutie. Dang though. Like that's very expensive, yeah. And only being a -2/-2 is very rough on that, right? And so unless you got good ways to like maybe subtract more power and toughness from your opponent's creatures, I can definitely see why you might want to stray away from that one. Because -2/-2 is not going to take out too many things, right? And so hopefully if you're paying 6 mana for something, right? You want a good ETB on that cutie. Yeah, I can see why you would not want to really rock that one out. Or maybe that's just a power creep thing, chat, right? Oh my gosh. Even during, having started this really deeply during Final Fantasy, we have seen a huge power creep in standard chat. It is ridiculous. Like, even, thinking just outside of the different set mechanics they introduced and try to balance mana cost wise for synergies. Like not talking about Ancestral Recall on a Lesson Dealio, right? But like straight up what you get for 3 mana on a creature. Like literally on the card, it's just like, it's this and then more. Like, whoa, okay. That's cool, I guess. And not jumping up to like a rarity in value, right? Like, this uncommon, this common is now this creature, but it does a little more. For the same, like, rarity slot, right? Fucking wild times, man. How many more sets this year? I don't know. We've done 3 so far, right? So there's 4 more coming out? Something. I was thinking about combo into a worm and another -2/-2 creatures. Nice, nice. I have 3 different ones. That was my end game plan. Oh heck yeah. Especially if I don't know. The problem is if you've got your opponent needs to have a lot of creatures to make that trigger on Sephiroth in any type of significant manner, right? I could see in Commander maybe it popping off like that. In Standard though, I'd see maybe it getting like maybe 4 +1/+1s on it, right? And so because you don't necessarily want your opponent to have a bunch of creatures that can hit, right? If so, then they have probably crushed you because that many little 2 toughness critters will generally have ways to get at your life total. I think, and so yeah. And then even on top of that, though, if you're wanting to rock that out, like what type of minus ones do you have, right? Because like there's a lot of good dragons, and Trakir Dragonstorm's going to be legal for a minute, right? There's that one, you pay 2 black and X and give creatures minus X as an omen, and then it comes in as a fly critter if you need, right? Um, and so yeah, going on that vein, right? Because there's some good rares you can get that will be legal and good into the future to supplement that minus minus. Um, there's that new board wipe, right? From Black, that's pretty good like that. Gives minus two, and you can choose, right, to do it before or after you gain life, because it's not like your opponent's gonna be like, oh, in response to that, I make you gain some life, so instead you wipe your creature instead, right? Well, of course, maybe I'm the only one that plays board wipes main deck in my creature decks. Huh. Yeah, I think I'm maybe one of the only people I see play board wipes in my creature decks. Oh man. What does that mean, chat? At least main deck style, right? Until yeah, I would probably do Leonardo's technique instead of this in this deck. Well, of course, this is when they die, right? And that's the problem. There's no when it leaves battle. But like, rocking it out on like you got Super Shredder now, right? Which is rad because he likes to embrace all of the sacrifice shenanigans, right? That you could benefit from for the little life thingies. But you get board presence with it. You get a +1/+1 on him, right? And so while you don't get much in the way of life gain, and while he's only 2 mana, so take it outable by like a lot of the removal. I find that he's a little more effective than Sephiroth in most game states, right? Long, grindy ones definitely like the Sephiroth thing to do stuff. Wow, we were very desperate for finding ways to draw cards, weren't we, chat? Non-token creature on that's very squirrely, right? I'm not sure about Lively Dirge either. We're not quite committed to this deck, right? If there was 3 to 4 mana, it would have been cool. Yeah, or if it had even, well, no, that wouldn't work well. And I guess that's why they watered it down a little bit. Cause like, oh, well, an effect like this would be to all creatures, right? If it just benefited greatly from it. And so they were a little overcautious with that Sephiroth, it seemed. Unlike Vivi. Man, unlike Vivi. Yet Vivi being limited to only their turn was something, right, chat? Was something that High Noon could do stuff about, which was cool. I don't, that's my problem. I don't feel like High Noon does anything into new Izzet decks, right? Which makes me sad. Cause they just play all the stuff on your turn, right? And then they bounce. They bounce your High Noon. for 1 mana, and do all the bullshit they need to do, and then you're like, oh well, okay, I play High Noon again, I guess, and part of that bullshit is I'm drawing another bounce card, chat. And so yeah, that's my problem, right? High Noon used to be my answer to Is It, right? But lessons showed me how wrong I was, and trying to rely on that to slow people down to play some fair magic with me, chat. Play some fair magic. God damn. Okay, that's okay though. We are saying no to prehistoric pet, as much of a cutie as that is. We did bump up the Leonardo, of course. Okay, cool. I was just seeing what we peek-a-root in there, right? Because I do think that there's okay, we're trying it with only 9 1-drops. I see. I do want to get 10 1-drops in there. I don't know what the probability is of that drawing into an opening hand. I think it's gotta be better than 9. Man. But it's got like theoretically, these are good against folks that we are concerned about artifacts enchantments of, and they're good against people that are blitzing us who can block and gain 3 life, right? But like, I kind of want to get another more impactful thing that, can't be blocked per se. Which would be like a Cecil at that point, right? Yo, I mean that's even cooler because we don't even take the damage when we sneak it away, right? Dang. Curious farm animals has come in clutch though, chat. Which is why it makes me sad to take it out right now, right? And I think it might be a bit of a mistake. But we have so much extra life total usually, right? Up at the beginning of the game, having that cutie to block with, doing like death touchy stuff, right? How can you go wrong? We need to get in on some drafties, chat. Oh my gosh. Spending a bunch of our magic capacity for such a silly deck is not really what we need to do just yet, huh? I guess we should have led with the swamp, yeah? God damn, cough, cough, cough. Damn. Poor Manus. Nobody expects the Leonardo. Speaking of Sephiroth decks, by the way. How's that for timing, chat? Oh, they're looking like they're mono black flavor right now. Seeing what they're doing, yeah? Oh man, that's rude. Yeah, we're pretty stymied right now. I wish we could figure out a little more card draw. It does make me wonder. I think there's a cutie little kitty, right? That does the a card draw on ETB. which we would not be the most opposed to rock out. Gotta choke off their card advantage, right? That's a funny card. Yeah, I don't know either, Oppo. Just, we got a Dalcove encampment. A doobie what a doobie. Oh, they almost gave me 11 there, right? Which would have let me do a thingy with the Magicka, right? Because Cecil would have got me down to 10 at that point, and I would have been able to flip him. And they're like, oh god, no, not that. They know, chat, they know. Fair enough, Oppo, good job, good job. I would have totally forgotten about that shit myself, you know? I'd be like, oh fuck, I just blocked that thing. Like, oh wait, oh damn. I mean, theoretically, right? I'd say there may be a 75% chance we would have gotten it. If that makes sense. We've got to get our board back a bit. We can worry about putting Shutter down, get some counters on that cutie later. Nice, that is a great card. I love that card, chat. Big ol' fan, big ol' fan. Sadly, we do not do the damage now. And we were blocked as well, so we can't pull that off, which is sad. We were, of course, hoping to get the other Cecil back by flipping, but... Doobie, what a doobie. Yeah, and they're going Timeline Color, which is a pretty good recursion card. Especially at an uncommon slot. Because it's very approachable at that point. Yeah, we take first strike against them. Sadly, we don't have a convenient +1/+1 for that cutie just yet. It's sad we've not had the mana to get that cutie out yet either, huh? Corrupted Conviction. Heck of a card. Definitely recommend playing some of them. Yeah, Cecil provides so much goodness. Cecil and Adept Water Shaper is something I've not tried yet, but I'm sure would go pretty hard. Oh, thank goodness they don't have a sacrifice outlet. This might go a little poorly for us, though. Thankfully, we've got a lot of lifelink. Oh, spicy times, huh? Yeah, there's never a bad place for Cecil in any deck, where you would want to play him, I believe. He just brings so much value for only one black mana, you know? It's pretty remarkable. I think they got me here, though. Okay, not quite. They too were counting. Har har har. We didn't have to grab the split up. Heck yeah, man. We got to play against the Sephiroth deck. Love to see it. That was really interesting timing on that, though, chat. Almost like, phone listening to my conversation and popping something up in front of me immediately, right? Like style of like not just popping off like that, right? Right into a Sephiroth deck. Oh my gosh. Funny times. Okay, I mean, I don't know. Um, what do you think so far of what you've seen of this deck? Just, I mean, because they're not the most. I mean, there's some fun cards out for them now, right? But like, they're still not the most popular, right? Yeah, bro. Well, I mean, because like the phone actually does it that right, which is really fucking scary. Social media, like social media, which are really algorithm programmed capitalism, type media. But it do be what it do be. Um, I mean, I think that this deck's close to being able to do something in standard, yeah. And we still got this like jank silliness going on to maybe tutor up to if we want, right? That's wild because we just did that with and yeah, it's interesting. There's this regular that marathon that pops in talking about how you just there's these all these cool ways to trigger a super shredder with cards right now that are good for that, right? And I'm like, man, we're not. But it's not just a super shredder deck, right? That's not just what we're about. But damn, chat. Damn, if this card does not do like all the work, or like that card does all the work, right? I don't even know how we got them down to what life we got them to make them concede. How do we do that? What happened there, chat? What just happened? Um, and it's weird because I'm still torn between Halia and Enduring Innocence. Just because, we sneak something in and then play something again, right? And then a Halia. And so for like, that's just that's just life right there. Theoretically. But we saw, right, that we were unable to really to get that trigger on her that much, right? With what we had going on, with not enough ETB life gain. And so I do believe that if we really want to continue with Halia, as much as we think Leonardo could do it, we need another source of life gain. Preferably, through like a case of the uneaten feast effect. Not being a creature, not being able to interact with it. It would be like it would be one enchant in our deck though. And so that would give them something to interact with enchantment hate that they otherwise would not have. Hmm. Super Shredder flavor text is less scary because of a certain hamster. I have molded myself into perfection, Hamato. Look upon me and no fear. Dang. Yeah, I only remember Super Shredder being in Secret of the Ooze, I think. I'm actually not too familiar with many of the comics, outside of a Eastman and Laird one I had. But I'm believing, of course, that Splinter is Hamato. Oh, yeah, not quite Hamtaro. Because not really Japanese, right? This isn't really Japanese. Oh, that would be on point for some fanboy stuff. Okay, and so like I need to figure out the I mean we gotta send it a couple more times, that's right. See what's up. Like I don't know if we need more recursion or not. Or what do we think about trying it on the I feel like it's been about as successful as some of our other decks in the current meta. So I wouldn't feel the worst about trying it in the standard ladder. It just, we do get a little upset playing on that thing, thinking about how many hours we take to climb. Of course, we've been playing 2.5 hours now, not worried about climbing, right? And so, I don't know, would we worry about climbing, about going down? I don't think that we should that much, right? It do be what it do be. It was not the best hand to keep, of course, because, maybe we gotta look at rebalancing our land a little bit. We don't have that many black cards, which is why we've got, like, four more plains than swamps, right? But if some of those plains could go for some dual lands, that could be a dealio, right? That could be helpful. Yo, that's fucked. So we could stop things like this, right? Golly. Oh, that's unfortunate. Um, yeah, that's. I don't. I'm sorry. I apologize, chat. I might kind of concede here. This another one of these decks, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well. Wow. Wild time. Imagine if we jumped on the ladder right then, chat, and had that draw right then, chat. How freaking tilted would we have been? Imagine. And then we drop a couple multiverses in. Um, I'm all paranoid now after we were just talking about all that landfall stuff, right? Especially with the abandoned air temples. How, I mean, we don't have the mana for abandoned air temple, chat. We wanna work that into a deck, but like, standard is just so freaking fast that you can't take a moment to spend, your whatever we need to on that, right? You don't got the time. You don't have time to invest. It just is not there. 23 lands. Yeah, that's okay for 23 land curve. We do like to get 4 per se, so we can double cast if we can there. But our average being 2.2. That's pretty good. Um, we got. I mean, we got. Yeah. I mean, like the problem is, of course, when green does the land fetchy for 2 mana, right? They are able to put it into play, opposed to us having to take it into hand. And so, if we are using that for land fetching most of the, any amount of time, right? At what point do we decide it would be better as a 24th land, right? If nothing else, then look at something else to substitute in, right? Because that's a tutor, and so we would not do that. But if we keep using it as that, right, that would seem to indicate that we might need to mulligan more, I guess, or just, fucking say goddamn shuffler more, which I don't think we really can. We curve that thing out pretty regular, right? So I don't know, but yeah, can see Hamtaro as a secret lair, perfect for Bloom Burrows. Yeah, I mean they've already got Furby, right? Like, if you've got a Furby secret lair, I think anything goes at that point, right? Uh, I mean the Jim Henson thing, right? Like, where's the Sesame Street one? Um, Egad. I guess I'd be doing HBO stuff though at that point. Huh. I can't remember what just being angry about. Sorry. Oh, about abandoned air temple not doing quite as much as we'd like it to. And so, okay, that's been cut. We haven't seen any of our Cavern of Souls, but we also haven't not gone into any control decks, so that's pretty chill. I will happily take that. If we can say, like, this is now our ward and our talisman to say, no, thank you, control decks, please go away, we will happily play 2 of those in any and every deck, chat. Tell you what. Oh, we fucking cursed it, didn't we? Oh man. That's okay, these things happen. Okay, and so really, I think the only thing is, do we, like, we haven't really drawn the Starscape Cleric, we haven't really drawn the Bloodthirsty Conqueror, we're thinking that we need a little, oh, that's what we're on, I'm so sorry, chat, on Halia and life gaining, right? We don't quite have enough reliable life gain to trigger, because we want, the whole point of playing Halia is that whenever she's down, or whenever you're player, you gain that card, chat, right? Otherwise, you're paying 3 mana for this, you don't want to pay 3 mana for that, right? You want to pay 3 mana to get that card every turn. And so we got to figure out, how do we work more life gain in? Is it a case of the Uneaten Feast? I wish we had a few more ninja, because then we would feel a little more comfortable rocking out the quintessential katana, because that'd be rad, right? We do have 7 ninja, which is not the worst, right? We can tutor for ninja per se, but like, no, 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 no. Sorry. We had to tell ourselves that multiple times to make sure that we did not keep considering it. Quintessential katana is not the worst, right? But like, it's an equipment, chat, and we don't have the mana really to spare for that right? Which is the main problem we're coming up against right now. Just being a little like, oh man, I wish I had a little more mana. That'd be cool. 23 not enough? Rip. Yo, oh man, okay, and so the main reason why I recommend getting these artworks, look at that. Paying one uncommon card to get that art, like, good golly, chat. I don't think you can go wrong, right? That's pretty good stuff. Momo. Okay, I don't know where. Oh, life gain. Like, I mean, okay, so we're kind of stuck on life gain dealios, right? I don't think we're playing that. Oh, alignment, look at that card. Like, bam. Requisition rate, a great card as well, right? Okay, I finally figured out. It's Minotaurs going that way with helmets on. It took me a minute. I thought it was like, you know, at first you look at it, you think it's like some chain type thing, right? Or maybe just like wallpaper pattern, right? But I mean, then you're like, okay, wait, no, that could be hammers and helmets somehow, right? Some type of armory thing, right? But yeah, I guess it's Minotaurs. Chat. The prize resto magic are pretty good. Seam rips are good, just, you know. Have you considered Seam Rip yet? By the way, there's this card called Seam Rip in the meta. Have you had a chance to check that card out? Sorry. Get ooh. We got bitter triumphs though. I mean, look at that artwork, man. Golly, for an uncommon wild card, like, love to see it. And that's the one thing that's kind of the other bit of motivation that's got me on the idea of getting that Bloodthirsty Conqueror artwork, right? Just being like, you know, lovely art. Kinskar, man. Cutie does a lot of work if we can have the critters out. Only having Leo be the one that gains the life gain off the first strike is not the best. I think it might be trying to find a spot for Halia. Amalia. Because it's not our cutie essence channeler. Even though we could put starting towns in, right? And then we got all the shock lands, so that could be a thing along those lines. But of course, with our Dalkovan encampment, you know, we really like the shock lands. And so yeah, it would not be starting town, so not so much the essence channeler. And so at that point, like, you know, we're not gonna do a Johnny, right? That's boring. Boring. Oh wait, oh Leo though, that's right. Leo gets our channeler back. It's only got that one toughness on it, chat. Opposed to those other two options that got a 2/2 stat line. That Leo's all like, dang. That's a little much. It's a little much, y'all. Maybe we just get another Leo for the deck, chat. Cause you know we don't have Raise of the Past, right? In this deck. We got Leonardo shenanigans, so we got one of each, right? So yeah, 2 mana to get back a thingy's rad, and then, you know, trigger another ETB just because we can. That 1 mana is pretty good. Or a LTB, right? We did try with Aven Interrupter for a little bit, chat, because, I mean, theoretically, how amazing is it, right? You get to Aven Interrupt, counter their stuff, then bring it back to your hand and play it again, right? But you're like, oh my gosh, but you had to pay 3 mana for that, and there's no time for that. No time for that right now. Wish there was. Same with like the Cosmo Grand Zenith, you know, that was an idea, but like... One issue is with us flipping things back, right? Like, we like to throw down some Mobilize just to get some free sneak stuff, per se, right? Because it's like, well... We get that sneak trigger, right? We were thinking Delny for a bit. If we did Delny, I think it would be instead of those two to just try to get more triggers on things, which could be an option. Because yeah, we've been seeing a lot more winning stuff, right, from this, that, whatnot. And getting an additional +1/+1 is not the worst, right? At that point, keeping one Starscape Cleric in, though, could be the thing too, right? Just... Oh wait, no, we're thinking about getting more life gain triggers, if we want, right? Dang, chat, we're going way off the deep end, which we do not need to be good doing right now, right? Um, could we need more life gain triggers? This is some removal stuff, right? Love to see it. And so yeah, otherwise we're cutting Halia, right? If we're cutting Halia, it'd have to be putting in at least one more Enduring Innocence. That of course means that we'd have to spend a wild card on another Enduring Innocence, which is not the worst idea. We did think about doing Earth Kingdom Jailer for a bit, right? Just because exiling stuff off Kinscare is pretty neat, but 3 mana is pretty steep for that. And we're paying 3 mana for something. We need a little more advantage than that, right? Which was weird because we found that Adept Water Shaper protecting all our stuff. Yo, this is what I mean though, right? Like, this makes me want to make a rabbit deck, chat. Like that artwork is just like, golly, that's pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. I very much appreciate that. And so, but we do not have the card to make a rabbit deck. We've been wanting a paw patch cutie for a minute, but still have not gone for one. Theoretically, right, that could work, but like, because you get a sneak for one, and so you get some fun little trigger bouncy bounce, but like, yeah, that's not. This dude's not really winning you much, right? Especially in a 3-drop slot, theoretically. Koya, not quite there. And so yeah, I think oh man, I'm very curious about Silver Quill and doing some artifact weapony stuff, right? Or more there's actually a decent amount of equipment enjoyer I've seen of some 3 and 4 cost equipment that come into play and auto attach, which I think is pretty neat. Because that's one thing I was curious about when looking at some equipment stuff earlier today. Because, not having to pay the equip cost is going to be huge on them, right? And not just ones to protect your critters, right? Which is great. Because, being able to protect your critters for 1 cost, for, 1 white mana bomb flash style is never bad. Because, your critter's got the equipment on it, right? Or you're paying mana to do stuff to your critter. And you must save that critter if you can. Yo, Sephiroth. Again, that cutie says die though, right? If only more of the card said leave the battlefield, right? That'd be grad. I don't quite know. Again, we saw one that said that, but we weren't really like that excited about including it in the deck. So I don't, yeah. That's why we'll pass on that for now. Yo, artwork on Conqueror. Is that the problem? We just need to get the artwork on the Conqueror, chat? Oh no, we're thinking about cutting the Conqueror, right? To get some more life gain. Massacre Worm, let's go. Oh man, what about doing like a Uncle Iroh Stiltskin deck, right? Doing your whatchamacallit, Gambit deck, right? But with some giving them some chump 1/1 tokens, right? Give them some chump 0/1 tokens. And then, just like killing off all the tokens that you just gave them and got benefit from. And making them wahahaha. That is 6 mana deep. But you could do that, chat. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be funny. The problem right now, too, is that we're looking through old cards, because I don't have any new cards, right? Gotta resist the urge for Zoraline. God damn, that cutie does so much work. But it's like, this kind of almost tries to take that cutie's place, right? The problem, of course, that I can't get back enchantments. It's limited to 1 toughness, 1 thing, right? Like, cause, oh my gosh, chat, attacking in with a Zoraline, then using its ability to pull back your Sheltered by Ghost. Diabolical. This cutie, of course, says specifically dies or put into exile, not returned to hand. Rip. We're not quite in the counters and mutagen sauce with this deck. Oh, wah, wah, wah. Wait, no, Amalia is more payoff for life gain than life gain stuff. We don't, as much as we would like Amalia for fixing some mana, theoretically, we can't quite go there. Our manland is way too much mana, sadly. Oh, it can of course be a funny non-interactive trigger for, well, I mean, I guess you could attack with it, right? But it doesn't need to hit anything to trigger the Bloodthirsty Conqueror combo, of course. Okay, yeah. And so, I do believe this is looking like we just gotta cut the Halia. As much as we appreciate the Leo stuff. But like, case the Uneaten Feast. that seems like it should go pretty hard, right? Fart chat, what do? We are now caused ourselves more struggle, more questions, and more issues than we had. Is it drop Kinskare? I don't know, man. I love this Kinskare cutie. We bought 4 of them. I really want them to work somehow, somewhere. And getting free creature plays as we're bouncing creatures back, right? Seems very important. And greetings, Super R. Not the combo deck necessarily. The ninja deck. We'll just, the problem is, right, if we're grinding out a game, it's a little hard for us to finish out, right, with the two cost that we have on a lot of these things, I feel. Because, like, even late game, right, most decks are now playing things that will removal your two mana cost critter, right? Or your critter anyway, until by late game, your, critter that you've had for a little bit, right, will get bopped. And so yeah, it does try to, just in case, right, we have this in the back pocket, so that way we can still win the game, right? Because like, getting board wiped is very bad. Because these are a little slow as fun as they are, right? These are a lot more for a spot revival, if you will. Even though a Rave of the Past, by the time you want it to go off, right, will only hit like maybe 2 or 3 creatures. Since you don't have time really, without doing Surveil or filling your graveyard up with creatures another way, to really get that to be more impactful than that. And so that's why theoretically we're not convinced about this Leo, which is why we're thinking of getting another one, because 2 of them will make it, easier for us to to weigh the value of, right? And it's a mythic card, so that's not too bad. Path to Exile. Yo, Erode, yeah. I saw that go really hard. I was concerned, of course, about giving opponent that extra mana, right? The fact that it gets planeswalkers too, right, is like really impactful. I just, I don't know. We got Bitter Triumph, right? And I'm a big old fan of Bitter Triumph, yeah. Sorry, I was looking for Path to Exile for a sec. But it's 1 mana to kill a super big threat. Yeah, for sure, which is really handy. Like, seeing it fit into, like a repartee deck, right? Where you want a bunch of mana to be casting your stuff to target your creatures and whatnot as well, right? It made a lot of power, right? And so it would be like, instead of Bitter Triumph, right? And so, that's my one concern. While I like that it's 1 mana, it gives your opponent, another land, man. That's never good. That's never good. That's never good in this format, right? Like, you never want to give your opponent ramp, right? Like, oh my god. They already want to do their stuff by turn 3, right? And you just help them do it by turn 3 by giving them land, right? And so I'm still not quite convinced about it being better than Bitter Triumph per se, right? Yeah, for sure. Isn't it really expensive to get it prepared, though? Oh, interesting. Ah, that's a horrible card. Why would I want to put that in my sideboard? Like I could, wow, that card is really bad. Am I missing something? Like it's only got the ETB. I want to bounce it, try to get any value out of it, right? But there's so many better cards to bounce. That card is really bad. No way am I paying 4 mana. But I'm paying 4 mana to exile something then? And give them a bunch of life? Like, no way, man. No way can you, like, be recommending that card. It's not even like a surprise at 4 mana, right? It's like, oh, I played my Emeritus. Don't worry, there's no instant speed exile card you gotta be concerned about. Nope. And so yeah, wow, that card's so bad. Like where do you what am I missing? I'm probably missing something, right? Where is it a good card compared to any other 4 cost? Uh any other 4 cost card? Any other 3 cost card? Really, I think it needs a little more. It needs either a little more life gain or a little more 1/1 to go in and be unblockable, or just less kin scare. Yeah, like if there's good card draw options, if there are good like cheap card draw droppy drops, I could definitely see some. I mean, I do like the 1 mana of that. I just, I mean, people hate how Get Lost, right? Gives people a map token and play Aang's Iceberg instead, right? This is so much worse than a map token, isn't it? Like, this is so much worse than a map token, yeah? And people love Aang's Iceberg over Get Lost. I think that I definitely love Bitter Triumph over Erode. No way, man. That +1/+1 token ain't. I mean, you know, in a situation where your deck benefits from sacrificing the map token, it can be good. But you still gotta pay mana for that privilege, right? Opposed to just getting a basic land out of your deck and ramping up more, right? That's pretty, not and, it's or, right? Not and, it's or. Very specifically or. And not even ramp, right? It just draws you a land to your hand, yeah? That's not ramp. That's not ramp, man. Come on now. This is ramp. It puts that into the battlefield, man, right? That is ramp. That token, that, fixes their draw a little bit, right? Or give them a +1/+1, which is like, not that much, right? Let's give them a flat out land. That's so bad. That is so bad. But if we go quick enough, it doesn't matter, right? Because they can only, 2 mana versus 3 mana is not going to be that much different, right? They're still going to probably only get 1 cast off that, yeah? Or if they get 2, then that one cast would have, like, been detrimental to our plan at that point anyway. Just because the board state would have been, like 1 or 2 creatures for us, and so... That's one reason why I can see that being a little better. Just because the mana efficiency for our end, not necessarily the, map token being equivalent to a land. Because I do not think it is anywhere near equivalent to putting a basic land into play. Like, oh my god, man. That is just like... Unless maybe you got a Wan Shi Tong out. Oh, if you had a Wan Shi Tong and rock that out, that'd be funny. But at that point, that'd be a little silly, right? Bog, water, Lumaret. I don't know. It puts it in your hand. Cause it's an explore effect, right? Is it an explore effect? I think it's an explore effect. Oh, we don't have any Spyglass Sirens, oh my gosh. That's the first one I think of from that token, of course. We don't have any Spyglass Sirens. Yeah. Explore, reveal a top card of your library, put that card in your hand if it's a land. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Then put that card back, or put it into your graveyard. And so, like, the thing about, like, the map token, right, is that it's an artifact, it gives them something to do stuff with, or it can, give them a land in their hand if they need it, right? But, like, it costs mana, you gotta tap it, right? And so it's not really, like, it's expensive, right? And Get Lost just gives the, gives 2 of those, which 2 is definitely worse than 1, right? But still, that means they need 2 mana to spend on that. And so it just maybe gets them back in the game, right? Because if they're having to spend 2 mana on map tokens, they're not in good shape, chat. They're not in good shape. And so, it's not, I'm not saying it's, I'm not saying that map tokens aren't beneficial, especially in sacrifice decks, right? And especially in decks that reward you for sacrificing permanents, But to say that it's like, its ramp is very disingenuous. It is slightly, top deck fixing. But, like, not really. For us, when we draw 8 land off Amalia, it kind of seems that way, right? But then my thought is like, if we didn't have Amalia, would we be getting 8 lands in a row like that? Because I don't know, I don't know. That's one thing that makes me like a shuffler truther sometimes, right? Like, no way do we pull like 5 lands in a row with Amalia in like a 20 land deck, right? Sure, there's got to be some algorithm saying like, okay, we can't give this dude some, gas, right? Maybe not though. Okay, we're not on the Amalia train. Oh my gosh, I keep wanting to go back to that just because the land fixing she does is great. Because I mean that's the thing. I appreciate and respect the land fixing that exploring can do, right? I love the fact that it can pump her up, right? Like we're big fans of explore on this channel and as Magic players, but like it's not, we know how bad it is, how unreliable it is to like help you out. We counter as kind of like half a land sometimes. I know we do try to counter as half a land with, two of her helping fix things a little bit along those lines. Just because we use her to specifically discard off the top of our deck to get to the lands we need because of how we have built the deck. And so we know that we have used Explore in the manner of being able to shave it to get the land draw in a 20 land deck, for instance, with her and Gorehound, for instance, right? And so in that regard, Explorer can definitely be a, mechanic you can lean into, even outside of just having it be a obsessive pursuit sacrificey shell, right? But like, yeah. I'm very concerned about Erode, right? Giving them a land, and especially I am not gonna spend any rare cards on that card. I appreciate it though for sure. In a 3-turn, 4-turn meta, getting that out for 1 mana will be game changing. Can be game changing. Is it gonna be any better for me than a Seam Rip and Bitter Triumph though, right? I don't know. I think that's kind of up in the air at that point. Because Seam Rip is an amazing card, chat. If I'm worried about 1 mana removal, right? Seam Rip will normally take care of the stuff that I would want to hit with that early, that I'd want to hit for 1 mana. And so it's like, I don't know. I can definitely understand and appreciate. I definitely appreciate the idea of it being 1 mana, but like, I don't see it really stacking up that well against Bitter Triumph, since, paying 3 life is a lot better than giving an opponent a basic land, right? Even if it's just 1 more mana. If you're mono white and don't have access to Bitter Triumph, I'd say it's a toss-up between that and Get Lost. I mean, we're just talking about, right? Get Lost map tokens not being nearly as powerful as getting a basic land in play, right? Not nearly as punishing all around, right? Potentially, there's a potential for it to maybe pop off more later in the game when they have more mana to manipulate around it, right? But yeah, and so like in a mono white deck, I could definitely see it getting more traction. But with us being able to play Bitter Triumph, right? Like, I do not see it in this deck specifically, if that makes sense. Because I definitely recommend, chat, that you prepare for Planeswalkers. If y'all haven't already, right? If y'all don't know. Like, oh my gosh. Delian Fell is going to be around, and at least for the next couple of weeks, going to be pretty prevalent in Arena. And of course, with another black board wipe in, that's pretty solid, right? There's going to be more black flavored Ugin style stuff, right? Yeah, the Hamato Yoshi. I wish we could fathom playing more ninjas, chat. Even with whatchamacallit, cutie, right? I don't see us quite getting there. The Leo and whatchamacallit. Oh man. The mystical archive. I'm still pretty tickled pink that we can get them for uncommon wildcards, chat. Those things look pretty nice, pretty nice. Okay, we're not gonna survive them. I don't think we've got. I mean, like, I don't know what type of silver quill type stuff we would really add to this, right? Because again, sneak is not a instant or sorcery, right? Which is the immediate thing I think of. Like, okay, we're targeting our creatures for sure, but you know, sneak is not an instant or sorcery, right? Because yeah, like we're thinking about moving some seam rips in, right? Deepy, 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 deep, 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 deep. Hopefully not having to go there, right? I don't think it's Delny as much as we would like to. Now the idea is, like, the problem is, we need more card draw. I can see not doing so much life gain stuff. And, you know, just having Leo be a. I mean, like, Leo making himself bigger every time you attack for 1 white mana, right? Like, yo, let's go, right? 1 white, we sneak it in, bop, bop, bop. We get to trigger our Dream Beaver again, of course, right? Bop, 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 or, you know, do some of that cutie. Okay. And so the problem is, right? Splinter's technique kind of is card advantage, right? It's just expensive because, you know, we like, you need to play the critter again, need to pay the 2 mana for this, and then you got the card that you're like, well, I don't have the mana to play this now, right? Or if you do have the mana to play it now, you're like, oh well, here's my Leonardo. I've only got 2 mana left. Rip. Splinter's techniquing for a split up, on the other hand, that feels pretty good, chat. And so, I mean, we could drop the Cleric, we could drop the Conqueror, and go up another Enduring Innocence, right? That would be another rare card, which is unfortunate, but it really goes hard, especially with like Mobilize, right? And Kinskar, you know, like, good golly, these taste so good together. As does Sneak, right? Sneak, Mobilize, drawing the card on the attack. It's either that or we don't have enough recursion or enough sacrifice triggers to really do a corrupting conviction. What other card draw things do y'all like? There's of course Bob. There's not that many in white, right? Bob. Bibbidi bob bob, bibbidi bob bob. There's kind of card draw and being able to play your critters from the graveyard with that, but you know, that do be limited to an extent. Yeah. That stuff pop. Like there's kitties, right? I think that the one kitty I'm thinking of is 2 mana though. There's no like 1 mana kitty that lets you draw a card when it hits play, right? Which is going to be the problem. 1 mana draw card stuff, you know, that's blue. That's blue spells, man. That's what blue does. We can't have life gain and creatures and cheap card draw too, right? Oh, get lost. What a card. Heir apparent. Giada. God damn, that's such a broken card, chat. Big fan of Giada, that's for sure. Kinskar, man. I love that cutie. We're kind of making it work. 2 mana, that's rough. Oh, yeah, we're in the 2 mana realm of things. Repel Calamity. With power or toughness for a creator. That's not the worst. The fact that a limited creature, though, man. I don't know if we're at the place where like we are, we're a well placed, sheltered by ghosts would be of more benefit than prohibit us from doing some sneaky stuff, if you will. Adept Water Shaper. I wonder about Aerith. We've been curious about doing a, doing the more legendary life gain shell, because it's so much more there now, right? With this cutie rocking it out, that cutie rocking it out, just like life gain, doing some Amalia in there, making it with some green and do some of that legendary stuff in there, drawing some cards off legendaries, protecting your legendaries, just legendary, 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 legendary. Playing some Konas for the, because why not? Wait, she's not legendary, never mind. But like this cutie, right? What does it even do? Whenever white creature you control attacks, gain a life. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's okay-ish. Maybe not the most excited to play that in a dual color deck, right? 3 pips is a little rough to go towards. 2 pips can be rough sometimes, right? We were thinking about Suki, but man, so expensive. 3 mana with no real good thing and only once per turn? Please. Ooh, Avatar. Ooh. No, we got too many counters as kind of our thingy that we like to do on our creatures to give the threat, do the win. And so that's the thing we're trying to figure out now, right? Like, how much pressure do we need? How many counters do we need to press a win through things that people have? Because through that, we'll get an understanding of what we need to balance out to maybe move it to the ladder at some point. Kind of want to throw some Elspeth in, right? Like, if people are doing Planeswalker stuff, man. Giving all our stuff flying is not the worst, right? I do declare. Oh. Huh. I think we might have found what we want to Hamato for. Or Splinter's technique for, huh? That fits a lot more along the lines instead of just like ram-shotting WinCon in, right? Yeah. As much as I love Bloodthirsty Conqueror WinCon chat. I'm pretty sure that Elspeth does a lot better there. Maybe not a lot better, but like fits a lot better in the grand scheme of things. The 5 mana is going to be rough though. I don't want to go up to 24 lands, that's for sure. And I don't think we'll need to even with her in there. Okay, now the kin scares. How do we still feel about those cuties, right? We could drop a Seam Rip. 2 Seam Rips, 2 Bitter Triumph. I don't think it's... It might be 3 Seam Rips and 2 Split Ups. No, people get out of control, chat. And sadly, we do not quite go quick enough to just be able to counter take them out with like one little bit of hiccup along the way. Cause yeah, green, man. Green makes so much mana. Prowess, they make so many critters, god damn. And so, I mean, there's another idea, right, of going some Cosmo Grand Zenith flavor and splash, but I don't think we will. Okay, and so do we finally pick up that 3rd Enduring Innocence, chat? We've been trying to coast on Halias for a while now, but, again, without putting more life gain in there, I don't think we can, right? Which at that point would be like taking out... Well, I mean, these cuties, they got lifelink, right? But the problem is when they die. When they die, it's just sad, right? And so theoretically, we could put, you know, if we went down that way, took those out, 3 Holias and then another life gain piece could go in. We could drop one of those down and get 2 more life gain pieces in, right? Drop one of those down, get 3 more life gain pieces in. At that point, though, 2 Voice of Victories is not really anything, right, chat? And so, okay, I think we keep it like this. We can go up a third something else, or go up another something else in lieu of doing that right now. Again, I don't think it's going to be corrupted conviction, right? But we could try Bronco again. And then whenever Bronco hits right, we'll think about how we feel about it being a enduring innocence. The one problem is we don't have a good way to really saddle it, which is unfortunate. Dang, are we? Yeah, okay. The talk of excerpt of that erode definitely has me wanting to do some seam rip now, yeah. It's a little sad, of course, that it's not an instant speed. Erode being an instant speed is very huge, very good. Oh yeah, if only this thing, right? Of course it's a sacrifice though, you know? That'd be pretty broken if it just was left the battlefield. And now we're getting a little too expensive and stuff we'd want to add, right? Cutie. Umbra Collar Zealot, not the worst. Vengeful Blood Witch, not the worst. We'll just go Caustic Bronco, though, like worth thinking. They're doing some Medibats, right? Some Deep Cavern. Har har har. Okay, so we're trying some Elspeth now instead. That feels like it fits a lot better, chat. There's the other idea of doing some Turtles in Time. Not Turtles in Time. That one that brings in, cards from your sideboard or your deck. We go tutoring for one of those, right? Would be really fun. I don't know what, how many good, like, end game creatures we could really hope to find with that. I really think this is close to a spot of goodness, though. Or viability, we should say. Aw, man. Are they really playing a fucking Kavaro deck in this goddamn format? Little bro. It's gotta happen, though, eventually, right? And again, like we're saying, right? Kavaro's kind of, not the highest of tier, right? Anymore, anyway. It's pretty quick. That's every turn, right? That's wild that we are getting this kind of mana effed. Is it, though? Or is it classic, chat? Surely we get us some black manas. That hurts. Yeah, we gotta try tapping that, right? Taking that away. Because every turn they get to do that. Well, they probably got the Kavaro in hand already, right? Oh, it does machines. Ooh. Still a bit of triumph. 2 artifact cards from your graveyard to your hand. That's interesting. Huh. Interesting. Herald of the Dawn. What an interesting magic card. Oh, do you think they have a board wipe chat? That'd be unfortunate. They've only got 3 mana up. That's cool. The Triumph. Oh. And us no mana up. Rip. But we did want to set up an attack to be able to get some card draw off the Enduring Innocence for funsies. What a cutie, chat. I do believe we hold mana for our, whatchamacallit, for funsies, right? What's an Aetherize, right? Yanks. Land onto the battlefield tapped. If only we had oh, nice. And it was tapped though, sad day. Do you think they're gonna mill us, chat? We hope it's just a mill. It'd be funny if they were waiting on the Aetherize. Interesting. So do you think they were maybe trying to get a Krang? Oh, it's to the hand. Huh. Okay, maybe... Okay, now maybe we're the asshole in this friendly queue. Maybe we have been, anyway, doing the kind of white life gain stuff, right? Yikes. Northern Air Temple. We've got 3 minutes till the next ad, huh? Interesting. What time do it be? We wanted to get done some drafties. We might take this opportunity at the ad break, though, to put that bit of sausage, that next thing of sausage on. That is a really bad hand. Of course, we started the game, so it'll take a minute to get out of this one. Blood Crypt. Alractosy. Some more sacrificing stuff. Fascinating. We want the card off that. We, we won't be able to play it with Kinskar, right? We could have played Kinskar though, and then play that next turn as a whatchamacallit, right? Which would have been very good for us. We don't need to worry so much about drawing a card though. We got plenty of things to play. Just because we don't feel good about playing them doesn't mean that we don't have things to play, right? Just that we're running out of creatures with that, right? The little cutie horse animations are great. Market Bank Walker. Oh, what does that do? The Sig Ceremony. Wow. Huff 2 colorless left to cast. Interesting. What do you think they're trying to draw to, chat? Do you think they've got a way to give them haste? They do be going off. Okay. But don't they get to trigger it twice? Oh, only once still. Are they gonna get mana for stuff eventually? Do you think they go into a, innocence? How curious are we about this, chat? Okay, that did give them haste. So it did have a way to give them haste, I see. Definitely not enough removal, huh? I guess we need to take that Spinner of Souls out. That was a cute combo, though. We should have planned our deck planning with the commercial break, that's for sure. Breakerino, breakaroo. Tap land, sad day. We got the proper mana color we need, though, that's cool. That's a little expensive right now. But yeah, last game, the, whatchamacallit would have been a lot better for us, that's for sure. Huh. Yay for getting land. Yay for being ninja. Oh my. Whenever this creature or another Kithkin you control enters, target creature control it's +1/+1. And trample until end of turn. That's spicy. Trample too, eh? Oh golly. It's a cutie, but we don't quite need that, right? Yeah, Alcoven encampment without Halia and other life gain triggers becomes a little less valuable. We appreciate Mobilize for ninja-ing off of, for sneaking with, but without ETB life gain is definitely a little weaker than we would wish it to be. Like right now, getting some ETB stuff would be pretty chill. That is not what we needed. Rip. Our poor Leonardo. We miscounted our mana. That's unfortunate. For some reason, we thought we could sneak Leo in. We would have done that definitely instead of Dalcoven, but that's okay. Yeah. We needed to count our mana better, that's okay. And so far, I mean, we haven't drawn the whatchamacallit, which was one of the questions that we had for surely sure. That's fancy art for an uncommon, egads. That's really cool. Oh, an eclipsed card even. We don't have any card draw, do we? Luckily, that doesn't have trample yet. Oh wait, they're gonna make that unblockable. Are they able to pump it with this thing? They're not. Unless they have another Kithkin to play, huh? But they don't have the mana to upgrade it and play that Kithkin either. I guess we could have played that cutie first that one time, huh? So that way we could have been a little bigger. That was salad. Oh, they had it in hand. Golly gosh. But they can't upgrade, which is cool. Hmm. Yeah, because we can't count on Dream Beavers to give us enough life gain to get to what we need, right? Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna go put some food on real quick. Even though we did miss a commercial break, I apologize for that. Oh, egad. DS Jingo. This is a ninja deck. DOS Jingo, sorry. Um, I started building a few days ago. It, uh, it tries to just do some sneaking things in, getting some benefits, sneaking Leo in, getting synergy of things leaving battle with some mobilize for Super Shredder. Um, Having things be unblockable, go running in, cheating some creatures back into play that we draw off cheating creatures of cards going into battle, right? Because Kinscare can cheat some stuff into play. Uh, and so yeah, and then we get stuff back if we need, board wipe when we need to, and it has just really become kind of like these two as being win cons for the deck. We can poke a lot with these, right? But this cutie having menace, and then this just being a menace by themselves as they get snuck in and get huge. We're then able again to manipulate the top of our deck to get what we need, or sneak and get something we need. I've just added Elspeth in recently to be something to Splinter's technique for if we need to be. Yeah. I really wanted to figure out something with ninjutsu and super shredder, or not ninja, but sneaking and super shredder, right? Because like um, the fact that this is like one of the few cards that benefits, right, from the leaving the battlefield, not just dying or exiling, right? And that's like very exciting as an Orzhov player. Yeah, we've not spent any wild cards on this. Wait, we did spend a wild card. We dropped one on Leonardo, just because we figure if doing anything remotely life gainy or anything remotely creature oriented with Orzhov, right? This dude's gonna go kind of hard. While it very much benefits from, a Momo or a Beaver going down, the fact that it's a 2-2 grows bigger on the lifelink and can sneak, right? That's very handy. Okay, maybe it's only useful in decks that are going to utilize one drops with evasion. Because there's better 2-drops you can get out there, right? But the fact that if you have some good ETB life gain trigger, like a Hinterlands, a Channeler, or Halia, it could work out. Not including the Ninja Den land that makes ninjas unblockable? Oh, I'm not. Sadly, we don't really have that many ninjas per se. As much as we would have liked to have them in, right? Even this dude's just kind of in there more for flavor than like a Ray of the Past, right? Leonardo, or maybe another Leonardo's technique. Cause I could actually see another Leonardo's technique going very hard in that spot, right? And so yeah, the thing is that these are like the only ninjas we have, though, right? As much as we wanted to be a ninja deck, they're just the value out of the other one was so hard to really justify, right? Like, I guess we picked a rare and 2 mythics as being the ones that could possibly be of a level to put in a standard deck and hope to compete against some things, right? One issue, of course, is I want to get this Caustic Bronco to be another Enduring Innocence at some point. I just haven't quite gotten that going yet. And yeah, the one issue about the Den, right, is just it costs so much mana to pull it off, right? That, like, I really need to be more concerned about playing more creatures if I can, right? So you gotta pay 3 mana for that, and then tap a land, making it 4 mana, and it's just like, aw man, I don't got the capacity for that in this deck, right? Especially because we're already running at like a 23 right now. Just because Splinter's technique is expensive to then play a card after that, right? That you actually did tutor, which is a thing. Because you hopefully want to tutor that card, right? Or play that card. And not just be like, yep, I attacked with my little chump. Your turn. I've attacked with my chump. Got my thing. And now it's my thing. Oh, because you don't even attack with your chump, right? Your chump's back in your hand. And you're just like, oh, yep. That was my turn. And so, it's a little awkward in that way, but yeah, with that being there, right? Paying 3 mana, that's just a little much. There is another deck along those lines, though, of just making unblockable and stacking them with equipment I've been thinking about, right? Like, get as much equipment as enters the battlefield and attaches on, entering the battlefield, right? And then using, like, your April O'Neil or your little prehistoric pet, right? The problem, of course, that prehistoric pet, if you start pumping it, it'll get blocked, right? Because, like, it doesn't get blocked by a creature with, power less than, right? But, like, if you're trying to do a win con, do, like, bop, 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 ley line axe, trample, blah-de-blah with it, right? It'll not, it'll suddenly become blockable, chat. Defeating its whole purpose, right? April O'Neil, on the other hand, could be a thing, right? Because, like, if you got trample on her, right? Grew her huge, yeah? That'd be pretty neat, pretty neat. I was experimenting with Ninja Blades deck, but not enough rares for it. Goes well with that Shark Shredder for big damage. Oh, interesting. What does Ninja Blades do? Is it a TMNT card? Yeah, but then like the unfortunate part with that, right? If you're putting a bunch of, like stuff on your cutie, right? Its power is soon going to be um, blockable by anything they have, right? Defeating the purpose of trying to boat it up, I feel. In the realm of non-bow. Okay, yeah, the FF1. I like that it's got job select on it. Otherwise, 3 mana to play it and 2 mana to equip is always like, oh man. That's a really good ability though. And for 3 mana, getting some card draws, great, great. Damage to a player though. It really should be when it attacks. Come on now. Yeah, I think unless you had a good way to like give your creature some way evasion or even death touch, right, to make them block and trade a creature out or give you a card, would kind of be needed to drop a rare on this. So I would not recommend spending rares on this, no. Just because it gets great value if you can get in with your job select thing. But of course, it's not going to be hasted, so it's going to be on turn 4, theoretically, right? Uh, and so, yeah. But then, okay, so maybe you move it around, right? But then you got to pay 2 mana on your turn 4, right? As opposed to getting to create some board presence, right? Or take away some of their board presence. And then you're hoping that your 1 or 2 cost creature you got on turn 1 or 2 that you transferred this to can now swing and hit the opponent to get that card draw effect, right? At that point, I think it's a little like, dang. That's a little too impractical to be spending that mana on it in standard right now at a place to make it want to be, yeah, to be rare cardable. I got 4, of course, because we drafted a lot of Final Fantasy back in the day. It was a very exciting time to get in. But like, there weren't that many good ones that attached on ETB, which is why we kind of stopped looking at it. But the idea that we could Zach Fair some stuff, Cloud, of course, right? This sort of Carto person that's very, very great frequent here, of course. Uh, has a Cloud Midgar item deck that made me think about some, right? Um, the fact though that of course you need another expensive piece to try to get the equipment to attach for free, right? Gets it to be a bit of a problem, I find. There's also the idea that Boros does it so happily, right? As opposed to more of the sneaky stuff in black going kind of. Well, I mean, I guess Red's got some sneak in it, right? I don't feel like it's really as well. We don't even have any. Oh, I feel it's not as useful as Splinter's technique. The fact that this is like a 2 mana tutor, right? That's really good stuff. Of course, we still need to figure out what we're tutoring for it, but yeah, dang. Turns out getting any card out of your deck feels pretty good, chat. Although again, we've been spending on mana sometimes, which feels pretty bad, chat. Gotta be doing something wrong with that, right? Um, but yeah, there's like The thing that got me thinking about that, right, is the fact that quintessential katana, right, is gonna be integral into your if you're doing like a ninja equipment deck, right? We're spelling attaches wrong, aren't we? Is there a T in there? Huh. Okay, and that's the thing though, right? We don't want it to be creating creatures per se for it to attach to, yeah? Yeah, for surely sure. Oh, meh. Oh, huh. What an interesting card to think about, huh, chat? Cryptic Coat for 2 and a blue equipment artifact. When this equipment enters, cloak the top card of your library. Then attach this equipment to it. Cloak. To cloak a card, put it onto the battlefield, face down to the 2/2 creature with Ward 2. Turn it face up at any time for its mana cost, if it's a creature card. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. 1 and a blue, return this equipment to its owner's hand. That would definitely be taking it into the Azorius flavor of things, right? The fact that it costs 3 mana is a little much. The fact that it's a creature could be a little limiting if you're focusing on equipment and artifacts, I think, as well, yeah? So maybe not quite as good as immediately thought. I, I don't think we can ever play this card because that art is just atrocious, chat. I am so sorry. I can't even with that, right? Like it is on that level of grotesque, right? Where you're just like you can't look away because you're like, oh my gosh, what is this, right? Uh, but yeah, sorry. If you're gonna play equipment, then go Donatello. Fair enough, fair enough. Get some the whatchamacallit to it, right? So I guess yeah, doing the Azorius flavor of things, not a bad way to go. There are not really good ones in black per se, right? The only one I can think of really off the bat is the maybe Dark Knight's one, right? Where you lose 3 life to equip it or something. Cause like one of the main things is right. One of the problems I feel equipment has is you got to spend mana to play it, then you got to spend mana to equip it, and you got to have to spend mana to have a creature to have it on, right? Which is a lot of mana you're going to be down. So trying to cheat as many of those things, as many of those steps as you can, is really good, right? Like cheating in cheaper creatures that benefit off that, cheating in equip cost, or cheating in artifacts, right? Because otherwise, you don't have the mana to do everything that you want to do, right? Um, and so yeah, I'll have to check out Donatello a little bit, see what that's about. Uh, gift a tapped fish, huh? Oh, that's really bad. Oh man, I'm all like, oh, it's got a downside of the. Oh, oh, uh, dang. Yo, Boros goes strong and hard into that for sure. Just because they got the cheap creatures and they often have synergies that rocket out. Okay, I thought that we had more to pick from that. Yeah, for surely sure. Well, and red have good attackers in general, right? Oh, this one, of course, right? Wait, no, not that one. Where's the hexproof one? Oh, that's a blue one, isn't it? Oh, dang. Cause yeah, getting some type of hexproof, I think, is very good if you can. Um, some type of protection. It doesn't need to necessarily be equipment, of course, but like if you're filling your deck with something to do something, you want it to be something that your deck does. I.e., if you're putting equipment in your deck, you want your equipment to be able to cover the bases that you want your non-creature cards, non-land cards to do, right? Um, Draw a card for each modified creature you control. Dang, that do be a little expensive. Or mana. Dang. Of course, if you're doing Azoria stuff, you'd be flip, flap, flapping, and flying overhead, right? Which is pretty good. Rap. Yo, yeah. This was a game winner, chat, in limited Avatar stuff, if y'all remember. Uh, you got your little cutie flyer, you got your little cutie unblockable, and you're just like, oh, nah, double strike. Surprise. GG's. Um, the problem is, it's 3 mana, right? And unless you had a way to make it like 1 mana, right? If you had a good way to reduce artifact, non-creature spell, equip spells by colorless of up to 2, that'd be really good. Which would again be along the waves of cheating the mana cost of them into play. Um, Otherwise, paying 3 mana for that, right, will be very prohibitive to make it do things. What does this thing do? Oh. Oh, that's not too bad. It is 4 mana for that privilege, though, huh? Oh, that's really desperate. Um, that's really desperate, huh? Dang. That feels like it's almost close. Wait, those aren't Melstrader's resolves. Hmm. As opposed to that, right? I could almost see that making it in. Of course, that's green, so never mind. But you know, it's got removal on it, right? It equips on play. So you got your ETB and you got your cheating it on, right? It only it's trample +1/+1. Getting trampled your creature is pretty good stuff. To a pirate, yar. Love to see that. From your graveyard. We're not doing mayhem stuff here. Manifesting dread again. If it's a creature card, dang. They're all set creature cards, huh? Yeah. I mean, just having removal, right? Is so useful, right? Yeah? Does it do more than removal? Oh no, just removal and trample. Oh, that's pretty epic. Going deep into the turtle. As many turtles as possible. Wahahaha. Your feckin' green shell will be pretty huge too if you got 8 lands in play, right? That'll be like a 6/8 or a 7/9 at that point. Ba ba ba. Doing some work. Magitech Scythe. That really needs flash on it. That's a funny board wipe type thing. But like, yeah, I don't know. No, we can't. We can't. That'd be funny, but no. +2/+1 won't do much, right? You need to put it on a death toucher to really like do anything with that, yeah? Dang. A lot of manifesting dread, that's for sure. Five mana. It do be colorless though. But yeah, I don't know. When you have the turtle that uses toughness, or get Dorn, which almost doubles their power from their toughness. Oh heck yeah. Just put it on a death toucher. Yeah, for sure, for sure. But then you're like, oh man. You know, finding a death touch creature to fit into a deck trying to do equipment stuff could be a little rough, right? If there was something that was fun and maybe gave like modified creatures death touch, that had a good like draw a card when you played equipment or something, that'd be pretty epic. I wonder if there's a point where giving equipment decks too much makes them just OP, since they're able to recycle that power theoretically, right? Yeah, I mean, we probably wouldn't do it in green, even though green does give us access to mana and ramping, which can be helpful. Especially since mana is going to be an issue with it, right? As we mentioned, because you know, you need mana for your creatures, you need mana to play your equipment, and then you need mana to equip it, right? The only kind of other card I can think of, right, is the Weapon Vendor from Final Fantasy that lets us equip it for 1 mana, which is pretty chill. And gives a card, which is cool, but like, that dude's like 4 CMC, right? And so that's not so approachable, I feel. Especially for like a 1/3, right? Or 1/4. Like, you know, like, not, you know, easily disposable, but very uncommon coded for 4 mana. And so, like you'd mentioned though, there's some good ways to tutor, right? To dig for equipment. Or even just artifacts in general, right? Especially out of the Final Fantasy stuff, which we appreciate. I don't know how many other good tutory things there are that aren't necessarily like a benefit your opponent as well for artifacts and whatnot in White outside of Final Fantasy though. That do be for sure. But like there's that yeah, Ash, right? She does a lot of work. There's this cutie, right, that does stuff. Uh like the Boros idea of doing it, right? Yo, it totally is. Like yeah, Ash, Princess of Dalmasca, right? That's right though, she's got to attack to do that. She costs 3 mana. Oh gosh, that hurts, that hurts. Cause you know you're attacking on turn 4 with her, right? Because you're white. You don't have turn 2 ramp. Or you don't have yeah. You don't have turn 1 ramp to get her on turn 2, right? That's so unfortunate. And then she dies. Because she only got 2 toughness. You're like, sad day. Yeah, that dude's pretty okay, I think. I mean the fact that he's 6 mana, right? That that's definitely cheating some equip cost in play. But like, dude, 6 mana, right? I think we're thinking about samurai dude, yeah. Um, 2 mana. Oh, I guess we got four of them too, huh? Yeah, damn. That's really good. Indeed, it does. It's sad, of course, he's only legendary. It's sad, of course, that there's only one of these effects right now, but like, that's huge. Um, because you still need to fit other stuff in the deck, right? And so if you got one thing that helps get creatures in cheaply, one thing that helps get artifacts in cheaply or digs them out, and the one thing that helps equip them cheaply, you hit kind of that trifecta of like get like two of the three online, right? And your deck hopefully does stuff, right? Oh yeah, heck yeah. Especially, I mean, you don't need to be in he can do it that turn he comes into play, right? He doesn't, even if he's got summoning sickness, it's just, oh wait, never mind. We didn't read that first line. When they attack, never mind. Sorry about that. We're very bad at this game. But you give him some lava spur boots or some silliness, right? Something with haste, right? Yeah, dang. Okay, wow. That is quite the exciting bull, one might say, right? Hmm. Hmm. Getting into play is a little rough. Um, yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? How would you not, right? Yeah, I mean, right? If we're again, that's two of the criteria, right? Cheating artifacts into play and cheating equip, right? Two of the three. If we get two of those three down, it'll be good for us, yeah? Huh. Yeah, I think Genji might be a little too expensive. It gives you a second attack phase, though, right? And so I think we'll definitely need to figure out on 'cause 5 mana is a lot, right? Like that would definitely be in a pile of. Cause we want Buster Sword too, right? How do you not play Buster Sword, right? Yeah, thinking about that part too, right? No, no, can't go that deep. That's kind of funny to think of, right? I mean, way too many limited drafts. I'd never not want to play that, right? Like, oh my god, man. How that's such a good freaking card, you know? Just giving people flying. Love to see it. Of course, some Zac Fairs, right? Uh, Probably Resto Magics. Um, Definitely don't know about that cutie. Celestial armor for indestructible and hexproof. Yeah, man. I was looking at that before. It's just like, it's a little much. It's a little much. It does come into play. It doesn't have flash on it though, right? Or does it have flash? Yeah, it gives the card, which is a really happy part. I don't know if there's mana for the Blacksmith Town still though, right? Celestial armor. Cause yeah, it's sad that it's the blue one that does it, right? Protects your creature. Oh, is it white? Oh, it is white. Fascinating. Yeah, but standard doesn't really make it in, does he? Does he? I mean, like, okay, yeah, because we need creatures, right? At this point. Oh my gosh, I did have the thought about the Wonderweave Aerialist, right? Like I've not seen many of this cutie in equipment decks, but I think it go pretty hard in equipment decks too, right? Yeah, I was definitely thinking about yeah, the katana and white mage's staff per se, but I'm not quite sure we're gonna go that deep in the lifelink like you're saying, because like this seems pretty solid, right? Like that is a good body to put some equipment on. Like if it worked for enchantment decks, right? I don't quite know though. Not that as funny as it would be. It does, but still, it's like that is a little too expensive, I fear, for not enough impact, right? Just because of the fond memories we have from Limited does not mean that it makes it over. Especially because, like giving Leyline Axe to just something already with flying, right? And we really need creatures at this point, I think. We've only got 10 creatures. And they're all legendary. If we had a good way to like make creature tokens that we could just disposably put stuff on, that'd be pretty cool. I'm sorry, Albert, not quite yet. There's definitely the idea we had. I mean, the whole idea that began this, right? Ninjas equipping things as they go about doing ninja things. And being unblockable as they go in with their mighty, mighty equipment. And be like, wah, I am unblockable. Here's my mighty equipment. I mean, yeah. I remember having that discussion. Chat. I was here for that. Oh, man. But I mean, there's not really much more we add to this deck outside of those two, really, right? And again, April O'Neil's kind of like, me, 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 me. The idea of doing legendary stuff, too, is another angle, though, right? Like focusing more on Aerith, Zack Fair type stuff, Zora, um, some Case of the Uneaten Feast, right? You could totally get a lifelink uh, deck going with some Sariyama to just give all your stuff protection, right? And be like, yep, we're all indestructible now. GG's. Which could be funny, right? Oh, Halia, such a good card. If we were putting more artifacts routinely into play, or again had some more ways to get stuff into play, that'd be cool. I mean, what do we? Cause I'm almost tempted, right, to rock out Voice of Victory, just so that there's less ways for them to screw with our equips and our critters when we try to go at them with them. Like, no, thank you. Yo, or like this cutie in the legendary deck as well, right? Golly. Like, who doesn't like drawing cards, chat? I like drawing cards. And she's an. Oh, okay, she was rare, never mind. Okay, I think we're just about the end of stuff that we would conveniently put in, right? We're really looking for, we need to get some creatures. Dragoon Spear is decent too, because it gets you that 1-1, job. Jobby job job. Jibbita job job. Blazing Bomb. No. Yo. I love the idea of this cutie, right? How much do we want our creatures to be blocked, right? Hard to go wrong with one drop mana dork. Super hard. Well, we're not really doing her for the spider thing, right? Drawing some cards off, that's not the worst. 2 mana does make that a little much, huh? Understandable you can't put it into play, or reduce the cost of it, right? And yeah, we really don't go above 2 for this, huh? How does that work with equipping? Like, is equip an ability? Is attaching the artifact when it comes into play a spell? Interesting. There's also the idea of firebending for flash equipment, right? Hmm. I mean, this is not the best idea per se, just an idea. That's way too expensive. Just menace. Oh, Sabotender. Such a goat. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'll make a little pile of like cheapies to put stuff on, and then we can decide which is the best. Because there's still the idea, of course, of putting in some more equippy things, right? I would really love to try to find some room for Firion, but we do not have the, we don't really have enough of the, I really think that it pops off with the job ones, right? 'Cause I don't think we've got any. Oh, hmm, interesting. We don't have, you know, a small amount of the things that cost it by 2. Yeah, I mean, getting to duplicate, getting a free thing, and then reducing it equip cost by 2 is rad. But I think really kind of only at that point, right, where we get the free equip, if you will. Um, Equipped creatures we control have haste. That's rad. That adds a lot of value. Especially if we put this cutie in, I would love to get some more equip 2 cost things, right? Aw, man, is Gilgamesh not a trap? Or such a bad card. Don't play this card. Burn it. If you ever see this card, burn it, chat. Just burn it. Burn it and never play it. Stupid card. Goddamn. Hmm. Like, we tried him a lot. It was ridiculous how many times this dude was a pack one, pick one for us when we were drafting, chat. Which is why maybe we're a little like, F this card, chat. F this card. It was, like he really just ended up being a 6/6 for 6 mana, and like, it was a little hard to get him out, right? But definitely, like, with this, can, like, homage, you know, how can we build a deck with this many Final Fantasy and this many equip cards, right, and not play this cutie? At least one of them, right? Are there... What happened if we do, like, equip 2? That won't do... Oh. Anything, Russ, will it? Ah. Yikes. The circle is now complete, chat. Goddamn. No way of that, like, equip 2. Oh. My gosh, that would pop off with Furion. Doing some of the little job selects, right? Just suddenly drawn, and we'll draw a card. Make an extra critter. Going with critter, Furion. Draw a card off that. It's kind of slow, kind of bad. We probably would not do that. 3 mana is so expensive for that, chat. We would love to play like 3 and have one on the sideboard, right? But it's 3 mana. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that was such a solid card. Hmm. I was kind of thinking that putting a Lionheart here in here unironically, right, to get some direct damage removal stuff would not be the worst, but that'd be really funny too, copying that with Furion, yeah. No, that's not good. We shouldn't look at these. They're not in our color. First strike. That feels really awkward for a ramp piece, yeah? Feels close. The fact you gotta equip it for 2 and have a creature out makes it, like, really clunky. I'd want to have a little more artifact, or, treasure synergies for that, I think. Nah. Oh man, that's got way too many words on it. You can undisguise it as an instant though, right? At any time. Oh, it only does it on face up though, not on play. That really needs to be an ETB thing, man. Or I guess it couldn't be. Well, no, it would be if you disguised it, right? Because it would not have entered battle yet, right? Because we don't know what it is, I think. I don't fucking know. Disguise, fucking. Not I don't even know what it's called, right? The Oculus thing where you manifest dread, right? Disguise and manifest dread, right? I'm pretty sure that the ETBs on the card that you do that with don't take effect, and they do take effect when you flip them. Could be because it wouldn't be any good if you ETB'd them, right? That'd be cheating. That'd be super cheating. And so yeah, they surely can't do the ETB on playing disguised or face down. Cool. Okay. Hard one Jite. Double strike. Double strike is very mean. Double strike is very mean. That's a little much, even though it's got the equip 2 cost. That's rough. We don't really spam too many artifacts. Okay, so that's gonna be 1. Possibly 3. We'll say that 3 is a comfortable number, if a little high to think of at a time that it matters. So we'll have 3 artifacts in play, including this one though. So that'll have a +3/+0 for 2 mana and a red equip. If we were worried about a mana sink or had better ramping, we probably would go for that. Freya's not really good enough to cover that 5 cost, that's for sure. If, there are other ways to make abilities on stuff cheaper, right? Outside of just equip ability, right? Yeah, okay, equip ability. This says equip ability. That says when ability target is cool. Dang. If only they that equipped to a creature when it came into play, right? The fact that it does its own thing though is pretty cool, right? It was only like a 3/3 dealio real quick. Samurai for Gilgamesh, which is cool, but like not quite there. Oh, it's double strike only till end of turn. Dang. Otherwise that would go pretty hard with Furion. If only, chat. If only. Okay, I think that's pretty much all we got on this. Oh? Yeah, and it comes with double strike. It's only a 1/1. Oh god. Oh god. God. Oh god. Because God's gonna die all the time, chat. Dear God. 2 cost. 1/1. Oh man. Oh god damn. That poor little cutie. Is a spider hero. Well, hot dog. Sign me up. I don't think we've got enough room to go into life gain. That'd be funny though. And haste. How much do we like haste? We like haste a lot. How much will we benefit from this giving haste? Okay, well, we'll go with 2. We'll go with 2. I can't look at that dude, right, and be like, man. Even though we're at, like, Lasai, right? We got 4 of them. Might as well. Ooh, equip detective. One mana haste equip, huh? I think that we're still better with that because it's got the ward 1. Tapping target permanent though, that's cute. Any permanent chat, not just a critter. Huh. Cute. That do be an actual rampy piece. How's that different from the red one? That seems expensive. Oh, that's cute. We don't really have good things to sacrifice to that, though. Vigilance and reach. Huh. I think I would sideboard that card just because. I mean, theoretically, any deck that's winning by flyers, we should hopefully be able to crush before they get us. I don't know, though. That seems a little... Probably would put a couple of them sideboard just because. Just because we're bad at the game. Bad. Double strike. Equipment vehicle. Man. I appreciate probably the role it had in that set, right? But like, wow, that's... I don't know how I feel about that card, chat. uh... we wanted to work with this card so hard, chat. But like, it's only the first time, you know? It cost 4 mana to get into play, and it's just like, and you need a creature that you want to put it on. It's just like, aw, man. Aw, man. You wanted to work, but... Okay, cool. We're gonna check that one red card out real quick that does the diamond pickaxe. It equips for 2. Wait, the other one equipped for 2, right? Equipped for 1 but costs 2. It's gotta deal combat damage though. This one curves better per se. Yeah, okay, so some silly bit like this, right? Rest of Magic's probably not too much. We just do 4... Man, that's the thing though, right? We don't want to do 4 Zac players, do we? We don't want to do 4 legendaries, do we? Yeah, I think we need to take a little break before we dig too deep in this. I'm not quite sure if we'll dig too deep in this. We still need to get our tokens out so we can get some gems ground for the Mastery Pass as well, chat. I do think, though, we'll come back to this, try to get it down to 60, and then see what type of little bits and bobs we can do along the way. I should make some more coffee or do some other stuff. Maybe check out some food and grubbings real quick. Ideas, suggestions, whatnot, very good, very welcome and recommended. We'll save and exit. We'll say okay. Just so we can see it all split up with the mana manas, right? in the curve of things. What a wacky curve we got going on, chat. Probably not resto magic, right? We'll put the chump critters that do nothing but chump to the side. You know, the ones that don't work specifically with our whatchamacallits, right? Probably not Brunhild. Legitimately probably one of those at the end of the day. Because, you know, it's kind of like a leyline axe dealio, right? Definitely at least 24 lands, right? Because we want to hit all lands up to turn 4 minimally, if not turn 6. So we can drop 4 cards, right? $41. Or we can add 3 cards. To bring, or 5 cards to bring it up to 46, right? So yeah, there's 5 cards we can add to this at the moment. Not including those, right? There might be other critters, of course, that we can consider along the way. We'll be back though, chat. We're gonna be running back and forth, topping some water off in our one dealio. We probably didn't need to make more coffee, but here we are. We got more job stuff we need to do after the stream, anyways. That's the main reason why. Or, you know, more more goddamn cover letters, right, man? Hmm. And so right now we are also limited at the fact that we don't have much focus on what we're doing these other artifacts, right? These are like interaction pieces, which is cool. I do want more one drops, huh, Chad? Theoretically. So how do we feel about putting like a little flyer one drop in? I think one of my problems I'm looking at right now too is that we don't get the most power off our equipment just yet. Like, we'll be swinging in for about, you know, 4 damage per character. Hmm. The one idea we always thought she might be good, right? Hmm. Of course, not because we have spiders or anything. Oh, there's also that one spider, though, that we're thinking about, right? Unironically. Into your hand. Comes with flying, though, chat. But, you know, that's not power creep, right? Could cost 4 mana, blah, blah, blah. Burst Clouds, too. It's just funny, because, like, that card reading, like, it's got a lot better stuff going on for it, right? We don't really have much in the ETBs on that. There was, of course, a mention of some Donatello shenanigans. Just straight up Donnie. Doing some of that artifact stuff real quick. We probably need to do it on the, whatchamacallit. Gadget Master. Oh. Wait, oh, but that cutie's in blue. Oh, but that cutie's in blue. That was when we were thinking about Azorius flavors. Okay, never mind. Cause that'd be funny, right? Being like, yep, boop. We've got another, you know, whatchamacallit. Could he does it for really cheap, right? Just deals combat damage with a sneak, huh? Wild. Copying, you know, our Buster Sword, right? Krang. Hmm. Affinity for artifacts, huh? Uh, we don't have that many colorless pips on things, which is unfortunate, right? On our creatures, anyway. We got like 2. I don't think it's that. That's close to almost being there, but Not quite. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, yeah. So theoretically, we're looking at something kind of like that, right? Um, this will leave us with. I mean, the problem, of course, they're legendary, right? But I feel like that should actually be enough creatures now, right? I think maybe we can try humoring a couple Ember Hearts just because, right? We're not gonna. Just because Quintessential Katana started us down this road does not mean we need to still go with that, right, chat? Rip. Okay, we need to add one more card now, right? And be good on that. I don't know if it's four of those, right? Because again, what are we really ramping into, you know? We're not really playing this card, are we, chat? Oh, maybe it is another Gilgamesh. Just try to cheat some of these cuties into play, right? The problem, of course, is that it's whenever they. Oh, wait, oh? We get to choose the order of the triggers, chat. We get to choose the order of the triggers, don't we? Fascinating. What does Ashling do again? Oh, they cost 2 mana, huh? Oh, we don't have the blue mana to flip them either, do we? Oh, it's only 2 mana. Okay, that's not. I mean, that's good ramping, you know. Don't get me wrong. If we're able to play that and ramp with that, we'd be happy. The fact that we can't is like why we're saying it's not good ramping right now. Hmm. Trying to figure out more ward, of course, right? While we're doing attaching stuff is never bad, but I don't think there's room for that cutie, right? As much as we'd like it to be. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I mean, this, you know, like, bam, this be the deck, right? I guess we leaned more into the red than the white. And I guess there's just gonna be like cards we don't have so far, right? Because that's the other thing is other cards we don't have, right? That we did not include per se, because we did not have the thing clicked over to try to have it be known to us which ones they would be. And so I don't know how I feel about that, chat. I'm sure there's cards we're missing. What's wild is how many of these cuties we have because of all our EOE drafting. It was random how many, well, I mean, we pulled two in a couple different drafts. Alas. You don't want to play it slow dual land, chat. Yo, this is something that we want, you know, at least two of, right? That's cute. Hmm. We need to go pour the water on the thing. Oh my gosh. That delicious aroma of coffee. Okay, cool. Wait, why does it say we're at 70? Oh, 24, okay. So we need to cut 10 cards? No way. Oh, and do we think about multiversals or starting towns? I think we could humor starting towns just because we have so many, whatchamacallit, right? So many colorless cards, or so many colorless costs in the deck. That is not going to be too bad to, you know, won't be too painful to rock the night, I don't think. Fabled Passage, let's go! Multiversals. The other thought, right? Okay, okay. 25 creatures. I mean, you know, that's a good number. 21 equips. So we gotta cut down on the equips a bit, right? Maybe it's just these, right? The only thing they do for us, kind of, is ramp, but they're expensive to get there, right? And so, as much as we appreciate the idea of them helping us get some treasure tokens to do things, since we're not really going for a critical mass of artifacts, not sacrificing artifacts, that seems like the easiest cut, right? We have no removal in the deck, right? Do we care about removal? Why does it have to cost 3 mana, chat? That's just so much, you know? Like, when am I ever gonna have 3 mana up in this deck? Except right after my untap step. Except right after my untap step, right? I really feel like Resto Magic would probably be better just because. As much as I hate to say it. Because it's not, you know, thematic, chat. It doesn't have that flavor, right? Of course, doing, the Bull and Leyline Axe. Pretty good stuff. That'd be rad if we got more power from somehow. Do we think we need the card advantage, chat? I mean, there's no way we don't play Sarayama in this deck, right? Only we had some mm, some good artifacty stuff, right? Hmm. So close to doing some Halia stuff, but just don't have the room. Okay, yeah. So we added more cards, not took some out, but that's okay. I really feel like we like those better than Celestial Armor right now. This is going to be so helpful for other things, right? Almost to the point where he can cycle himself, meaning that 4 wouldn't be the worst idea, right? Of course, we want to cut cards, right? Hmm. I feel like we got too many 2 drops right now, right? Double strike though. Oh my gosh. Double strike is rad. I think it's gotta be Glider Staff, chat. Which is sad because how well it fits with that. It being like our only real piece of interaction, right? It might have to be that actually, huh? Rip. There's no way we can take Buster Sword out with Cloud. Come on now. If only we had a good way to cheat these into play. If Gilgamesh does. I don't think we worry about this. I think we like haste a lot more, right? That's unfortunate, chat. I really feel like there's got to be room for this in here, right? But probably not. Just because we're already down to 3 of those, and that doesn't feel right. It would be another double white pip, but we got a lot of legendary creatures in here now, chat. How do we not play that cutie, right? What do you think, chat? I'm a little concerned about getting the mana to that cutie to be able to afford these things, right? We are trying the 24 lands out, though, for that. Got a little bit of card draw. A little bit of card draw. Of course, I got to deal combat damage to a player. We don't have any protection or mitigation, which is unfortunate. They'll probably need to find a home in here. Which again will probably mean that we cut some of these fun ones, right? I just want, these two us being able to order that trigger, right? That seems really cool, but like, this is an A tier card, chat, right? It says so right there in the title. It is an A tier. Like pre-win card, right? This is an A tier pre-win card. How do we take it out, Oh man. Okay, yeah. I think something like that, right? Theoretically, we would probably want to. I mean, we got Zach Ferris. What do I mean? What do we mean? We got no protection chat. We got Zach freaking Fair in here. That's like the ultimate, penultimate protection that we could want, right? Yeah, chat. We'll come up with some better name later, I'm sure, but FF for life. There was a blacksmith town that we were looking at for a sec, wasn't there? Was that Bloomborough? Oh my. Is there a space? Not collected. There we go. That's spicy. Hmm. Okay, so that's a couple more things to ponder on that, huh? Golly gosh. If only it gave us a critter, right? Because I don't think, and that's got to come into for one of these things, right? How much do we feel we need lava spur? Those things seem really good. Hasting, warding. Do we cut the A tier and pre-win for that? I don't know, chat. Yeah, okay, so I think that's roughly what we would do for a Boros item deck. Really try to get some Leyline Axe, some that cutie. Looking to see if we had a way to get Blacksmith Talent in here would be good, just because that's got some great stuff in it. The one problem is it's another mana expense. That's not a creature, not an equipment. It does attach equipment though at one point, and give people double strike, which is rad. You gotta pay like 4 mana to get that free equip at a certain point. You need to pay 3 mana to upgrade it. Because the problem is, you want to use that 3 mana to play a spell, to play the equipment, but like, mm, but then you can't equip it because you paid to play the spell. Is there enough time to get that to be impactful enough? Code like an investment, right? It is free. It is free. What would he cut for that though? Like I really believe we need Gyat if we're going with all of these legendaries, right? We don't really need 2 Gilgamesh for it, do we? I mean, that'd just be making room for a blacksmith or maybe some more protection spells, right? You got Zac Fair though. Board wipes are gonna be rough. Board wipes are gonna be very rough for us. Maybe that means another Sariyama, yeah? I think it's gotta kind of be something like that, right? We would kind of be okay for another lava spur, but it's very underwhelming, yeah? This is. It feels like we don't have that many artifacts in here now, huh? That many equipments for an equipment deck, right? How many equipment should an equipment deck have, chat? We've got 9. We got one way to tutor for them. Got some card draw. Got some manipulation. Got some manipulation. Yeah, okay, I think that yeah. We look at that. We say that might be a thing, right? If we had more benefit directly from that plus one, from the ETB on the art on the blacksmith's talent, it would be a thing. Plus one is just not that impressive. Even if that's the thing. Even if we could get it for free, right? Having 4 mana to do that thing seems very awkward for us. That would very much be like a late game piece, right? We'd want to turn that on, turn 3 or 4 maybe. After we get a card out, after we get a creature out, after we get an equipment out. I like how they made it 1 red mana to make it be able to fit into a mana curve for doing equipment stuff. But the problem, of course, is that the ETB is just that unimpressive for the 1 red mana, because it's only 1 red mana and it's got all the other fun stuff on it. A lot of the other talents don't have the most impressive ETBs either, though, right? Or level ones, I should say, sorry. They're enough, though, because they're, more than 1 mana. I mean, it could be. The problem is, like, if there was something that we could benefit directly from the modification, directly from the equipment, directly from the artifact, I'd feel a lot better about it. It's got a lot of good payoff, though. Like a late game, double striking your equipped critter is going to be very important for us, right? Because, we need to end the game. We need to finish it. We need to close it out, right? Intriguing. I think we'll keep that for now as it is, though. We're not quite sure about the. We'll put it in the sideboard, of course. I think we did. Did we? We did not. We did not. That way, we keep an idea of the card we're curious about to include one of you as an enchantment. Lovely, lovely. Okay, there are other cards that we're thinking of including, right? That we did not. Oh, Aether Spark, chat. That do be an equipment, right? Oh, I don't think it comes into play on people though, which is unfortunate, right? That's one thing we were hopeful about. If we could, when we could, how we could. Artifact not owned. I think that's a mythic, right? Ooh, Millennium Calendar. Bwop bwop bwop. Torpor Orb, chat. Torpor Orb. That's not the best for us. Of course, that one thing goes off artifacts, not, critters, which is cool. If only we had a good way to do stuff with that, right? All cost 4, chat. That's unfortunate. It does have some good card draw stuff, though, huh? That'd almost be putting in some, like, X damage spell we would want, right? Something to X mana that we do not have. Blood token. Clue token. Or a food. Oh! Oh, that's really cool. Or. Put it on the battlefield. It does say artifact tokens, huh? It does cost 5 mana to get into play. And then you need to pay 3 mana. Dang. That's a really cute card, chat. We need to figure out how to ramp artifacts. Oh, really? Interesting, chat. Interesting. That first line, we love reading that first line on any card, right? 6 mana is a lot, though. Oh. Ah, 6 mana though again. Hmm. Although of course copying equipment doesn't do much. Except good ETBs, right? ETB funds. Oh, we've only got one planetarium. We would love to do a planetarium deck, of course. That's really bad. 6 mana later, right? That's a funny card. Krang. Yeah, okay, so no Aether Spark, sadly. We like card draw, but we'd probably want to do another Buster Sword before an Aether Spark. Even though, like, Aether Spark's really neat with their counters. We have no good mana sink at the end. I mean, getting a Gilgamesh out, that'd be cool, but, like, not necessarily what we're going for. Theoretically, I'd probably drop another Gilgamesh. Go for something lower, maybe. Maybe not. Like, if there's some more legendary equipment or artifacts, that'd be really fun with it, right? But yeah, okay, okay. We'll put a Dunzo on that one. What was this one doing? Oh, that's right. We were working on a. I don't know what this was about. It was a commander for something, right? Curious. That's cool. Okay. Dang, it's 10:20. Dang, it got to be 10:20 already, chat. That deck building took a little bit. How do we feel about jumping into some mere drafties? We were wanting to draft some gold into gems so we could get some Bloodthirsty Conqueror art. One of my problems, of course, I feel like folks have such a better grasp of limited and the set than I do. But we got 2 tokens, right? We might not do the play part, depending on how tired our brain is after this. We will pull up Draft Sim, though, I think, just because. I don't know what all the cards do, chat. Like, by any stretch, right? And so, it'll definitely help me when I'm feeling overwhelmed between some things to go with this one or the other, right? Um, Theoretically, right? Break. Because one thing is, it's stressful for me to draft against other people, chat. I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with all these other cards, man. Repartee aggro. Prismari opus spellcasting. Ah, chat. I don't feel good about reading that. I understand Silver Quill, so they probably write stuff, inklings and whatnot, but like, dang. Not a cutting critique, chat. Oh god, no. I am so cut. by that critique. For like dropping a whale on someone, right? Like these folks drop a whale on people, man. Cutting critique, you get. Oh yo, Peter Van Sol. Greetings, greetings, and good morning. How do you do? How do you do? About to get ready to witness some train wrecking, I fear, in this that they call draft. Cause I have no idea about the set I was just commenting upon. We did just get done though with a wacky standard deck, right? Um, how do you do today? Or how do you do this morning, I should say? Someone had mentioned, of course. I mean, we got some Final Fantasy fans in here, which I'm a Final Fantasy fan myself, right? And so there's definitely been talks about Cloudy Cloud Cloud. Ready for some shenanigans? Oh heck yeah! Shenanigans are, are meant to be had, are meant to be enjoyed, are meant to be shared. Uh, and so, yeah, I think that's really good. I think that's a good thing to do in the morning, as opposed to being ill prepared for shenanigans. That might be the wrong side of the bed at that point. And it can happen too, right? So completely understandable if that's the case. If you want to, if you don't want to deal with people's shenanigans too, right? Like, yeah, definitely a state of mind that we've been in. But getting ready for shenanigans first thing in the morning, that is a good first step, I do believe. Brushing teeth, making coffee, preparing for shenanigans, huzzah, huzzah. This deck kind of prepared for shenanigans. Viewer, a Das Jingo, had mentioned that this bull is an amazing card for doing equipment stuff with. As much as I always think about Cloud, right? And the idea, though, right? Immediately when he was like, no, no, this card that makes your equipping free. No, no, this card here. They were very patient with me, which I'm grateful for, because I had no idea what they're talking about, because we're pretty bad at this game. But yeah, this thing, right, makes equipping things for free. And so, of course, I thought, well, the first thing we should include with that, right, is a leyline axe. So, we get to put it on the battlefield for free, then equip it for free, which is fun, right? And of course, we just started filling in the other stuff along the way. I think the only thing I kind of really have done with this compared to other things is I don't know if other people have already, like, tried to fully embrace the legendary thing, right? All our little cuties in here are legendary. And that's pretty much, the only special thing we got going on. But I think it could do stuff. I don't think it's really, top tier by any means. There's also some other, like, generically standard cards we would put in here, right? Like Split Up, for instance, more removal. Maybe even, again, the Resto magics, as soon as we would try finding room for them. We're hoping Suriyama, of course, can help us some. The ward from Lava Spur Boots help a bit, but we've only got 2 of those now, right? And, this is just kind of the first pass. That did take some hours to get to, but almost there for it. Claire Obscura, Expedition 33, celebrates his first anniversary. Oh man, that's been a year already? Yeah, its first anniversary. And because of that, I'll be doing a whole week, sorry. I don't know why we were going to say a wide week of challenges. A whole week of challenge runs. Gonna be some fun streams. Oh heck yeah. I'd been putting off a lot of Claire Obscura watching. I definitely had that in the done the classic lurky thing with it. Cause it's a pretty game. And I like pretty games. And so, one of those I'd considered like jumping in on, not getting too many spoilers from, but we've not jumped in on it yet, chat. I do not know what the likelihood is of that. And so we'll definitely check out the stream. I'm not sure how to pay attention will be though, just in case we, don't want to spoil too much, depending on things. Well, we're not the best at the Souls. I mean, we haven't really tried many Souls games. I just got art and storyline. It sounds. So have you had a chance to rock that out? Play it. Have you had a playthrough of it already? If you're going to be jumping on some challenges and speedruns, I would assume so. But you all seem like a person that would just be down to like, okay, well, here's a more complicated and involved way to approach a game. So let's buckle in for that. Oh, I've not done anything in Strixhaven with it. This is again, this is just kind of like a funny thing to have made. Making a Final Fantasy deck if we get into Strixhaven, right? Yikes. That's the other thing that we've been working on right now too, right? Like we finally got the ninja deck into a place. I think it's okay. Um, my one problem is that a lot of the some of the early Strixhaven matches we played, right, were very much into like Golgari or some type of black planeswalker deal, right? That just had like, 8 main deck board wipes and a bunch of, and some planeswalkers not interact with a bunch more removal, right? And we only kind of play creature decks around these parts, right? Uh, so yeah, that was some of my early experiences with Strixhaven and just the platinum ladder right now, right? Like we still need to do more climbing, chat. It's so bad. We've got what, like 4 days, 6 days. We're still in platinum here. Hate to see it, but I'm not quite sure how excited we are. Cause like the one day we played recently, it was just like I can't remember what it was. It was not that fun though. Because like the one thing is we our quote unquote climbing deck, right? That is supposed to help us climb. It gets shat upon in the meta, if you will. Because it's a Badger Mole Cub rhythm deck, right? Like it tries to get Crater Hoof out on turn 3 or 4, through rhythms and Badger Mole Cub and Leyline Weaver, but again with people playing like 8 board wipes, right? Only real way to get around that I feel is like another control deck with a bunch of board wipes and no critters, right? And so yeah, but for what it's worth, I do think that this is a pretty strong deck again, right? Because we do try to get that Crater Hoof slammed in on turn 3 or 4, right? And then you just untap your Leyline Weaver, you have a Batch Mole Cub up, and then between those 3 and the other dorks you have in play, you're good to go, right? You also, I mean, I'm a big fan of Spell Pierce. I know that Bant and even Selesnya are pretty strong because they can Gear Hulk and get you your Seam Rips, and Seam Rips are amazing in the current meta. But I really like Rizzler. Quantum Riz, the Riddler, the Detect Intrusions, they go hard. We only have 2 of those. We might consider getting a third one of them if we did, right? Right now we're kind of subbing in some Esper Origins along the way for, being extra stuff. Spell Pierce, huge. Definitely recommend Spell Pierces. Leatherhead's huge. Definitely recommend Leatherheads. I always think in releases. So you build a lot of set-focused decks. Very nice. Are 5 copies of Crater Hoof enough to be consistent? No, you don't need 5 copies, right? I mean, I guess I see what you did there. Ha ha ha. The thing is that you can harmonize that. So really, you've got like 9 copies of Crater Hoof in your deck, right? 9 copies of Crater Hoof. 13. Wait. 4, 8. Yeah. Okay. 12 copies. Sorry, math is hard. 12 copies of Badgermole Cub, 12 copies of Leyline Weaver, if you will. And so yeah, it's very the Ouroboros in there just for distraction, right? Like, oh, look at me, I'm an Ouroboros. Because really, I mean, turn 3, turn 4, Crater Hoof, you just like go, right? If you gotta wait on getting your Ouroboros to grow, you're probably going to lose. Yeah, yeah. Harmonizing off that is so good, right? Because if you Rizzler, etc., etc., etc. Um, and yeah, so this is theoretically right my climbing deck, but yeah, just met a bunch of like board wipes, bunch of black and black adjacent planeswalker board wipe control decks, and that's very bad for Battle Cup. We could try jumping back on the ladder with that a bit. I don't know how much I've shown this off, of course, right? This is theoretically our, this be our, one of our pride and joys, if you will, right? Right after Avatar came out, focused on the Avatar stuff, right? Doing the Momo, Avatar's Wrath, Even Interrupter, So we could drop our Bloodthirsty Conqueror combo with a High Noon in play, right? High Noon Starscapes. The problem is that High Noon, like, is it now does not care about High Noon. Cauldron, BB Cauldron cared about High Noon. Prowess doesn't care. Lessons, they don't care. Elementals care a little more, but not really, right? Because now they're all rocking into the Flood Moths, right? So they just bounce it. The thing is, High Noon now gets bounced for 1 mana by your opponent, right? They do all their stuff, and so, you can play it again if you want, but you're spending 2 mana to play it again. They already did everything they needed to. And so that's why, like, I really wish I felt better about this deck doing things, but, like, right now I feel like one of its main, defenses for control being High Noon not being as effective as it was just a bit ago has, like, rip. How does Standard feel to play at the moment? It has been quite a while since I played some games, and people complained a lot about the Badgermole Cup. Yeah, Standard feels a little wacky at the moment. It's interesting, right? Because Badgermole Cup, as you mentioned, right, is there. And so, having to draw back a little bit, sorry. I think that before Badgermole Cup hit, for instance, right, we had Cavero and Kona doing Omniscience as a turn 4 clock on the game, right? Like, if you did not answer by turn 3 or turn 4 to either Cavero, graveyard stuff, Kona doing Omniscience stuff, then you could be doomed, right? Because they would get their engine off. And, like, they would need, their 2 meringues in hand as Kona, right? And so that one Omni's not necessarily it. Opposed to one Bringer of Death if you're a creature deck, right? Or Bringer of the Last Gift. But regardless, you had kind of that turn 3, turn 4 clock, right? Delirium brought it to an extent, but they needed a really good draw to be able to pull out that turn 3 win. But they literally could kill you turn 3, right? There were some other decks that could do it turn 3 as well. Like, the red hasty prowess, semi prowess thing, right? And so, yeah, with that in mind, Cavaro has now fallen off because it's not quite as strong or consistent as other things out there. And again, this had the turn 4 clock on it, right? This had Formidable Speaker added. And so now we don't even see Bringer of Death per se. And so we are seeing, kind of elemental cheating and Kaito with Cavaro stuff, right? More than Bringer of the Last Gift, which is surprising, because that's such a good thing, right? Board wipe, that brings all your stuff back after you've flooded all your stuff in a graveyard, so... With that as a baseline, without Cavaro having fallen off a bit, right? Standard is an interesting spot. I have not jumped in too much against loot decks per se, but watching loot decks pop off makes me very concerned because of the fact that, like, one of the things, right? A lot of control decks got to run 26 lands in them to make sure they can hit their stuff, right? And so they're often stuck on lands, got a full hand of lands, can't play all the stuff. Loot rewards them for having a handful of lands by giving them another card. Then they get to accelerate all their stuff. We got turn 3 milled by a Math Magic deck because they had loot out. They were able to play the Cutie Bear, ramp, and then Math Magic me on like turn 4, right? And yeah, make me draw 64 cards or something, right? On turn 4, chat. Standard is an interesting spot. It is in a spot where you need removal, where you need wipes. Then you still need Graveyard Hate for when Cavaro pops up, when Lessons pop up. I'm not quite that familiar with all the archetypes that have come out of Strixhaven yet, but there's definitely some Golgari funness that will be effective, right? Delian Fell does a lot of work for relatively cheap, relatively low effort. So they did not even need bannings. Power creep just became too strong. I fear that, like... Again, though, BV High Noon is kind of like an outlier, right? Very anecdotal in that regard, but Even looking at some cards that came out, from Final Fantasy up to this point, looking at uncommons and commons, we can totally see that they're the same exact common, same exact uncommon, but it just has another line of text on it. Like what? And so yeah, the power creep is ridiculous. I don't know how to get it back either, right? Like Jeskai and is it Prismari whatever did not need loot chat. Uh yeah, again we got turn 4 math magic to milled, right? Like that was cool ish, right? Didn't feel good, but it was cool to see. That makes sense. Played a little bit of the midweek jumpstart. All the cards so flooded with text, true. Yo, yeah, I mean, I don't feel like it's quite as bad as it was with the Spider-Man. I don't know. It might be though. I might just have gotten used to it by now, right? After Spider-Man, Laura, man, okay, yeah. Lauren had a lot of text on it too, right? I guess all these cards, all these sets are just like text, text, text. Even Avatar cards, they were a bit of wall of text action going on. And so yeah, I my pool is a little limited, so we just do a lot of standard around these parts. Um, I mm, mm, I'm almost tempted to try jumping this ninja deck onto best of one to see how it does there, right? My problem is I don't think it'll do that well. Um, we did pick up another Leonardo for it though, cause yay, turtle power. But that's the thing, right? We just built this turtle ninja deck. And Strixhaven is out, man. Oh my gosh, what are we even doing with ourselves? We also want to do some Boros fun, right? With some Raph and Leo. Because those brothers are pretty powerful. Not the best start, but it is a start. One theory is we like to try surveilling a lot in this deck, right? Surveil or scry, etc., etc. Or scrying a lot, I guess. I'm trying to evaluate how to best collect the cards, and I might fall back to bot draft just because there are so many broken mythical archive cards in Strix. There do be a lot of mythical archives rocking on for sure, which I do like personally just because I think they're pretty. And so, how do you like? Which ones do you feel are the most game breaking for limited right now? Oh dang! Did we get a real force of will, or is it a prepared card? Oh, it's gotta be prepared, yeah. Oh, that's mean of them. We did not. Oh fuck! We fucked that up. We're so bad at this game. I'm so sorry, chat. How are we gonna scry right before we do that, man? I'm so sorry, chat. We're still learning how to play this game. We're pretty new. um, that was very poorly done. I do apologize about that. Yeah, and it's rad too because with the artworks, right? You can pick them up, right? Remember, I had a pin post the other day. You can pick up the rares now of the Mystical Archive for their uncommon wild card cost, getting you either gems or a different rare wild card in that Mystical Archive slot, which can be very powerful. If that's a thing that you're interested in at all. I don't know what to get against them, chat. I'm so confused. Yo, greetings, greetings. How do you do, Lightning? Number 149 on the archive sheet. Number 19, sorry. Oh, dang. Oh, ouch. Huh. So they're just a pile of removal? What's even going on, chat? I'm so confused. Have we seen anything interesting happen? I don't think we have. By the way, do you know what is going on with Bambit and Ninescar? Do not see them on stream for quite a while now. I do not. I don't know if anything is going on specifically with them, or if they might just be taking a break from it all. That do definitely be a thing that can happen. Oh, that was the wrong card. I thought we had a Leonardo's technique. I'm so sorry, chat. Just wondering, I'm twisting one of the taking the dog for a walk that I can relax. Nice. Just lurking here in the meantime. For support. Thank you so much for that. Support is sweet. Lurking is very kind for that. And I thank you very much. And I hope that you and your puppy have a great walk together. You may copy it. Oh my. Spells gain wither. Okay, that's cute. That was a lot of words on that card. Those are neat words too. I like those words. We definitely played the wrong card there, and that's okay. These things happen. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry you're having to see this deck in this moment because we are not doing it justice. Not that there's much justice to it, right? It's kind of a bad deck, but like I don't know what we did wrong. A lot of things. Is chainsaw? Yo, that's a very type name. Interesting. Do they like to chew on wood at all? Num 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 num. Oh, what? How do we just die there, chat? Oh, we got double damaged, right? Wait, no. Okay, yeah. Deal double that damage instead. Weird. I mean, I don't think we had any way to win that, right? Which is the thing. This deck's not ready, chat. This deck is not ready, right? Um, we did play the wrong thing there, but that wouldn't matter too much. And so yeah, like we're saying before, right? You got to go quick in the standard meta. And so there's definitely new Strixhaven archetypes that can go quick. And so I think that there's gonna still be, you know, There's still definite things to enjoy about standard, right? But it's got to be understood that there's a rough time of things. Huh. Ripping things to shreds. Quick and dirty is definitely the most fun way to play on Arena. Another one, EGAT. Yeah, to that end, I mean, like, we've got a Bats deck that does okay. Just because it, can blitz, aggroes a bit, and then, can Bloodthirsty Conqueror when it needs. And so that's kind of my secondary one. As much as we appreciate the High Noon Starscapes, we, realize that High Noon is no longer as good into the meta as it once was. Which feels really bad. Like, I don't know how something like that could happen, right? I don't think that seems right. Okay, so what are they doing? They're doing discard, discard, discard. They might make us discard a card, right? Which would be unfortunate. Um, our mana's so bad this round. They're just gonna be discarding all our stuff while we're stuck here, not being able to play anything, man. Cause we fuck. We should not have led with the Cavern of Souls. Doobie what a doobie. That doobie is swamp now, which is rad. Wow, we don't have the mana for anything, man. We're sorry. God damn it. They only had one card too. We could have totally won that. I was just so frustrated from the punting, and the fact that it's not a ranked game means that we just like bop it up, baby. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so nervous playing in front of people. It's startling and surprising to me. We're not quite ready for it mentally yet. Thank you for bearing with me. Not just that we're bad and we punted, right? I promise that we have gotten to Mythic before, chat. We were doing it routinely too, man. We need to get back in that swing of things, right? Kind of fell out of the desire to grind like that. But we could get back to it, right? The one thing is, I want one more deck that we can throw in the rotation, right? Um, since it's since we got like Orzhov E stuff, right? We're almost ready for another sacrifice deck to put in there, I think. Just because thankfully there's not quite as much graveyard hate going around. But of course that's really rough in a BO3 setting, for instance. Yep, requited hex. Always and forever, chat. So why wouldn't they? Slow rolling cavern against anything. Not blue seems better. It's fine, we were chill. As long as you have fun, we have fun. Excellent, yeah. Yeah, it was more, it was, I think it was like the, wait, no, that's the thing, we had the multiversal passage in Hannah too at the time, right? But even still, at that point, we would not have had the mana color we needed. Um, Oh, I guess we would have said the thing gotten barred instead, right? Which could have been a thing. Interesting. I would have taken that, I guess, unless they have an artifact or enchantment they don't want us to hit with that. Just because, as you may know, that, this is cheaper. Probably make that a black for now. I was curious if we wanted to make it a plains or not, though. Because plains is a good land. Or put in play untapped so we could better triumph, I guess, huh? Who knows, chat? One day we'll figure out how to play this game. And how about yourself? What have you been playing in the magic stuff so far? You'd mentioned, of course, oh, that's mean. Rocking out some draft or some of the jump in. And that, yeah, I personally I thought the jump in was pretty good. I had some fun with lore holding in that. Although it went pretty quick. I mean, just because I stopped right after winning and I went 0 and 3. Or I went 3 and 0. Sorry, 0 and 3 would be stopping for another reason, huh? But no, we got our stuff. That was cool. Oh, we got some shiny card. Oh, that's right. We got the Ketchmos. We got like epic borderless Ketchmos art, right? Which is very exciting because we've been very curious about doing some Ketchmos things, chat. And it's pretty cool looking art. You're like, whoa, whoa. Okay, this is problematic, right? Because we want to probably play this thing, so don't make us discard it, right? Why are we going? There's so many discard decks we played into, chat. It's very awkward. Very awkward. I really wish we could figure out a little more life gain on ETBs, right? As opposed to just super shredder things. We love super shredder, don't get me wrong. Whenever Alcatraz attacks, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. Oh, that's rude. Whenever opponent discards a land, create a 1/1 bat creature token flying. Okay, 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 okay. These things do be what they do be. We will have to happily drop. Oh, I thought they would have to block the shredder, yeah? Fascinating. How many swamps do you play in this list? Oh, it's got one swamp in it, I think. And then like 12 dual lands. And then 4 planes? Or multiversals. I don't think it has starting towns. Oh, that's not what we needed. Obviously we have too many lands for the correct answer there, right? Oh, man. Okay, how did they make us discard the land there? Whenever attacks. Okay, yeah. That's unfortunate. We would rather them get a 1/1 counter than a or token than a card, sorry. Counter. Delcoven might be a little slow if it comes into play tapped a lot. Yeah, I generally don't think about it until land 4 or turn 4 for me, right? It's very much like a um I'm pretty sure we need the blocker. They can get their card. They can't because we don't have mana. We're bad at this game. I'm sorry, chat. Do they remember the menace? Do they have the lethal? Dang, yeah, we don't get up there, do we? Oh well. That's so ridiculous, man. We're so close. You know, that was a lot of discard. That was annoying as a discard do be, but um, yeah, like right now we are looking at the yeah, it's totally at the 22 23 right now. Just because we want to double spell if we can, right? We want to be sure we hit at least 3 lands. So we can like do a 2 and a 1 cost, right? Um there's also Elspeth, of course, right? Which if we draw her, we would like to play her. She was just recently added, and so, the thing is, we've only need one per se, right? Because we can Splinter's Technique for stuff in this deck. And so if you got other ideas, for sure, about what we can Splinter's Technique for to hopefully win a game, right? As you saw, we Splinter's Technique for this cutie, which feels bad, man. Feels bad. But this thing costs 2 mana. Taking a turn to tutor for a card and not get anything on the board feels even worse, right? Um, and so we used to be tutoring for some cuties, but yeah. Well, and the thing is, we try to use it to combo with Momo, right, and Dream Beavers, just because the advantage it can leverage off this cutie at least is good, right? Could we get another scry trigger? We get another that, but I could definitely see cutting them. It hurts a little bit at that point, right? Because this is a ninja deck, right? that runs 6 ninja. Oh wait, no, 7. We got 7 ninja. We got 7 in here. Nice, nice. Just because you know, we pulled one in a draft, and so we had to might as well throw in this deck, right? It's just one of them. Yeah, Beavers and Momo with sneaking. Amazing. They are what help this deck, do what it needs to do, right? Oh man, I mean, yeah, this card feels awkward so many times though, right? And so I need to like, I don't know. I'm That's why we've only got 2 of them in here, right? Like, not that many, right? Uh yeah. Yeah. And I mean that's the thing with Cecil too, right? Like, theoretically they don't want to block him. And if they, you know, do right on, we get to death touch something for 1 black mana. Love to see it, right? So, Leo generally mitigates enough life gain for us to do stuff with. One thing we could go down on maybe is Resto Magics too. Just because, I mean, one thing about this Leo, right, is pretty neat. During your turn, you may cast creature spells with power or toughness 1 or less from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter on it. Also, this Caustic Bronco is supposed to be an enduring innocence when we get there, right? The thing is, it's really fun to draw a card on the attack, that we can kin scare in, or that's got sneak on it, right? Draw a card, then sneak it in, like, ha. Yeah, cheap removal. Like right now, we've got a third split up per se for removal, right? Um, it's not that much, which is unfortunate. Uh, the one hope, right? We can Splinter's Technique for our split up if we can get to it in time. Um, I wish Shredder's thing was a little better. Yeah, did we see much of a board presence last time? I mean, because I don't really go wide per se, except with Voice of Victory. Like we, can count on having two, maybe three creatures out, right? To be attacking with at once. Would you do another Seam Rip first, or another Bitter Triumph? Do you think, or Recording Hex? Right, that's a pretty classic instant speed style. But I figure, we do not, we're not gonna have mana up, right? On turn one, if we can help it, to need to instant speed Recording Hex, yeah. So we can do like a one mana, enchantment or slower speed one, right? Like, yeah, definitely some ETB triggers to be more explosive is definitely a good idea, especially with Kin Scare, right? Yeah. Bigger threats and planeswalkers, right? Because there's so many planeswalkers in there. I, mm. At that point, I wonder about taking Elspeth out first instead of a Splinter's Technique. Yeah, the problem is that we've only got we don't have enough wild cards for that. I mean, like how Caustic Bronco costs too. The one problem is that Caustic Bronco dies, right? Like they just die, right? And during Innocence dies, but they come back, which is cool. One thing is, I mean, I really want Kinscare to work in here, right? I really want Kinscare to work in every deck chat, like a free critter. You give a free hasted critter, right? Because it's tapped and attacking when you play it. How rad is that? Elspeth is either a nice 2 of as curve topper for tokens or a solid answer to super heavy control matchups. Yo, welcome back, Lightning. Yeah, my problem is I only have one of her per se, right? But then the idea at that point, right, that we get to that we can tutor for her, right? When we need to, how we need to. Like what the hell? Dalcode encampment and a caustic bronco? Yeah, I don't know, Oppo. Don't ask me. Don't ask me, bro. Oh, that's a mean card. Rude. Chat. We don't. It's a cutie. It's such a cutie. We need to get that cutie back, right? If it is worth them sheltering by ghost, it is worth us seam ripping. Wait, why can't I saddle you? Why can't I saddle it, chat? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I don't know how to play this game, I guess. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, if you want to save your wildcards, maybe just play some 4 of commons and uncommons as fillers for busted rares. Oof, that's rude. That's not good for a flat volume front, huh? That's so funny. That is really funny to watch, though. I do declare. Ninja, just because. Um, I might be streaming Magic this weekend too. We'll be doing some budget brewing for the free-to-play players, I guess. Strixhaven might open more lanes for that kind of gameplay. Yeah, it could. We can hope it will. I do fear, of course, that and so I mean, there's definitely going to be the point of question of where you want your deck to come in at. Right now, there's definitely heavy hitters in the meta. Heavy hitters that are really going to be hard to unseat without good value from your cards. I feel anyway. Um, Oof, that's sad. Oh, do they have another removal for Super Shredder? Why would they go for Cecil and not R? Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Surely they've got something else for it, right? Like a unrequited hex or some such. Oh, they got their emblem. Fancy, fancy. Huh. Oh my gosh. I've not really used Elspeth before, chat. She's gonna die, which is sad. But we got to do it. That was fun. There's a classic old Disney flick from the 70s, I think, called Charlie and the Lonesome Cougar. In that movie, one of the characters is a Jack Russell named Chainsaw. I named my dog after the one from the movie, and then he just lived up to his name as he grew up. Oh, GG's. Oh, nice. Background. I thought immediately of Chainsaw Man. BRB. I I don't know much about that anime. I should watch it sometimes. Funny thing, I did order a stuffed plushie, Puchita character, toy from that show, for my dog, because I thought it looked so cool when I found it online. That is definitely a fitting plush for a dog named Chainsaw. And it is, it is a bitter-sweet story as far as that goes. Dang, yeah, we just got, Okay, and so I don't know if it was Elspeth there or not, right? Um, Like if we had a splinters technique, I would love to get a or like a split up. Oh, chat. Maybe we no, we've got three split ups already. We don't need a fourth one. That's for surely sure. We have no one drops again. That always feels so bad. We do always like saying hello after we play something, so that way they know that we're not trying to say hello, you know? Or like get going, right? Because sometimes people misconstrue are trying to be overly polite. Maybe not overly polite, right? But like overly emotive. Yeah, I mean, I hope I did not spoil much, but you know, it's a dog with a chainsaw on its head, right? There's gonna be some stuff going on, for surely sure. Okay, I don't know what that card does. Oh, that's fancy. 3 treasure tokens. That's cool. Um, oh, we just look like a generic little weenie deck, don't we, chat? Like, really, bro? You got a Voice of Victory, Enduring Innocence, and a Cavern of Souls with a bunch of dual lands? What is this? What is this? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look that impressive, I guess, but doobie what a doobie. Yo, y'all summoned it forth. I don't know how. I'm upset with y'all. Real quick, I gotta put that out there. I don't know how you did it, but I'm upset that you did do it. That's sad, of course, we did not get to draw a card. What a non-bow, chat. What a non-bow. Oh my gosh. How'd they chainsaw us right after that discussion, chat? Again, there was a kooky thing, right? We were talking about a Sephiroth deck with someone in chat, and right while we were talking about it, I queued into a Sephiroth deck. Like one of those, phone listing to social media type populating ad deal, right? But it's arena. It's arena chat. And I don't have my phone microphone open like that, theoretically, right? Like they're supposed to not be tracking data like that, if that makes sense. That's mean. My poor little critters. Rip. Little cutie. They be mana screwed though, don't they? Pretty hard there. Yeah, that is such not the creature we want to be sneaking with, right? It do be what it do be, though. Alas. We probably shouldn't be, but it's a non-ranked thing right now. We're testing out to see how things flow. Like, is it actually worth doing that? I don't think it is, but we'll pretend. We'll pretend. I just If we didn't have the same exact creatures in our hand, we might have done that a different way. But like, we thought it'd be a little funnier like this too, right? They gotta kill him 3 times, chat. This Leonardo is like resilient and tenacious. Two is not enough. Yeah, right now they're all like stymied. They're like, oh my gosh, we've got mana screwed, and that's the second Leonardo. No way. Like, yeah, way, bro. No. Sad day, bro. Why wouldn't we, right? One reason because we want a super shredder, probably. Especially against them. But again, one of those instances of we send it, right? Because they got a freaking like treasure. They got a freaking treasure token out, man. How do we not play Super Shredder into that, right? Damn, we're so bad at this game. Oh, how squelchy. Much hexing. Oh, that's spicy. We will happily make them spend a card to take that cutie out. Oh, no problem, no problem. Take care, take care. Welcome back, of course. Thank you for stopping in. I'm glad that you and Chainsaw had a good, man. Kidding, kidding, kidding. But take care, and I hope that you enjoyed the company, for surely sure. And have a good rest of your day, evening, or morning. Ah, gave a trample. Fair enough, fair enough. That does make it a little more reasonable to spend a card on that. Oh, that's spicy. Yeah, they haven't seen the second Leonardo yet either. How funny would that be, chat? Oh no, okay, this is the first Super Shredder they have seen. What do you think they do, chat? We also should not have done that. We really should have probably Splinter's technique if we were that, wanting to do stuff, right? Wow, there was way too much animation going on. I did not see what happened there. That's so unfortunate. Man. Ah, the sigh. Doobie what a doobie, right? Which is tragic. It do be tragic, chat. They're like, oh, there's all your creatures you want to sneak. Yeah. The enduring innocence isn't in here for being the sneaky creature. To be the snucker. Ah, welcome back, welcome back. Look at that cutie. That's very thick. Okay, with some ward pay 2 life. Uh, Spicy times. The excitement of a Razorkin Needlehead and a bunch of removal. A funny discussion, of course, about Chainsaw Man that you had started off. So maybe not miss that, but what you did miss on that is the chainsaw that opponent then proceeded to play. Because why not, right? Okay, so we've got 3 mana up. Uh, Damn. I realized we could have swung with the Super Shredder, then tutored for that, right? And that would have totally worked. Yeah, I don't know what we do here. I don't can I don't think they get them trample again, which is cool. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I love that. It just killed our voice victory right off the bat. Like 3 toughness, 3 damage. Love to see it. The I am pretty tempted to switch back to whatchamacallit for a sec though. You know, on the putting the second splinters technique back in, just because of some I really appreciate how it can tutor. Yeah, gotta wait it out, right? Could we get to swing with our super shutter now? Since it has menace, of course. Not the cutie we needed. Throw it down though, just cause, right? What else are we doing? Yo, that's a cutie. That's spicy. The thing about technique is that you do not want to give up that much tempo against decks that win against you in the late game. Yeah, I mean, with the scry, right? That we could presumably we want to Splinter's technique off our two scry card manipulators, right? Where we get to do stuff, right? Where we get to scry one, of course, or scry two if we can. If we had a better way against those late game decks. Which again, that's one reason why we're rocking the Bloodthirsty Conqueror for a bit. I think I might feel more comfortable going back to that instead of Elspeth, as much as we appreciate Elspeth. Um, like, we never seem like I never seem to have a bevy of critters out, if that makes sense. Um, I never seem to have enough critters to really go as wide as I would like, right? Which is what I feel Elspeth is really good with, like you were mentioning, right? Those tokens. Get those tokens going on her, man, and then you're good to go, yeah? Yeah. And you ride that, right? The fact that we've got a couple ways to get back the Starscape Cleric too, right? With like the Leonardo and the Leonardo's technique. Make me feel like the one is okay. Because like if, they are trying to grind us out a late game, right? We'll just try to get a quick, whichever side of the combo we've not drawn yet through a Splinter's technique to get it, I think. Um, it's odd, right? Because like the only threats we have are I mean, this Leonardo's not really a threat, right? That gets his stuff back. The problem is he's very expensive, cost 4, and you still gotta pay for the critters, right? And so like our only threats per se are like Super Shredder and Leo. And yeah, we often Splinter's technique up a Leo, if you will. Because, you can Splinter's technique into Leo, and then Leo, right? You can sneak and then sneak again, which is tricky, just because that's two creatures you have to have out, and a 3 mana up, and blah 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 blah. But theoretically, at that point of the game, but then the problem is you're only getting in for 1 damage, right? And you're like, oh. And so the other side is that the threats in this deck need a little bit of time to cook, right? Just let them cook, good to go, right? But that's a little hard in standard. And so we're, as you can see, we got some counters on Shredder pretty quick with what we have going on. And so, and Leonardo, kind of Leonardo things, we got lifelink, we got life gain on that, right? He's got lifelink, and so we figured that there's, which is unfortunate, right? Because there was not enough lifelink to proc Halia, reliably enough. We didn't have enough weenies. We didn't have enough ETB life gains, which was unfortunate. But yeah, we have definitely Splinter's technique for some Leonardo sometimes. Um, this is unfortunate though, because with these two, right, we're a little hard pressed about what we would take out. We get to think about 22 lands, but the fact that we really want to get a three cast going. Yeah, okay, yeah. Dang, that's a lot of hmm. One thing we did spend a lot of our rares on early was Orzhov mana base. Uh, because we were playing Orzhov colors and we wanted to climb past like gold, right? And to do that, we really felt like we needed the dual land and the speed of that compared to the tap lands you get, which is unfortunate, but mana is important, yeah? And so, like, being able to plan our threats and answers around that, right? We have Splinter's technique for Bitter Triumph ones. Um, and that's the thing, right? With two of these in here now, I feel a little more empowered to maybe go down to, like, two of one of these, right? Yeah, for sure. Well, and even just be able to compete, right? Unless you're in a mono land like situation, then your opponent will be able to pull out more tricks than you can, right? Um, and then yeah, if we want to build any other Orzhov decks, right? Which is a little limited, and so I would not recommend folks to start with Orzhov. But I don't know, right? Like that mana base that you do get into, right, does lock you into certain deck feels, right? I do definitely think though, if it got more variety to an extent, right? As much as I hate to say it, if people are just getting in the game. The one problem with it is the card management can be a little tricky, understanding how to juggle mana, instant, and card advantage. And so that's definitely a reason why it's not necessarily a beginner-friendly color pair. But there's definitely the most variety I feel you get out of those. Golgari might be, in my experience since Final Fantasy, I gotta say, right? Caveats, caveats, caveats. Um, and so yeah, thinking about land based, thinking about the feel of the game that you want to play, right? What you like to do with your decks going to be very important as well. And definitely not the new lands, right? How do you feel about the comes in tapped unless you have two other lands, dual lands? I already just kind of said how I feel about it, right? But I don't want to, you know, I want to hear other folks' unbiased thing, right? Oh my gosh, this be the other cutie deck we were thinking about a bit, right? Doing some kin scare and lightning stuff, right? The problem is we've only got one of that cutie. But like as we can see, first striking off of stuff is really good, right? And like kin scare, right, puts that cutie in, and we first strike off that, which is nice. For sure. A lot of control decks are pretty chill with doing tap lands. And so, the idea, right, is we cheat in lightning, and then all the other creatures, right, get to do their do double damage, right? Because lightning hit on that first strike off that kin scare on turn 2, right? Or probably turn 3, right? Because you need, well, except we got a Stadium Headliner, right? Stadium Headliner turn 1, kin scare turn 2, attack turn 3, throw down a lightning, right? That's only 5 damage off that originally, right? And then that's only like, 2, 4 more, right? But still, that's fun stuff, isn't it? Like you get to kin scare lightning and then double all your critter damage, chat. Double all your critter damage. And then you've got your 3 mana up, right? Because she comes in for free off that. To then do more direct damage to them. And poof. GG's, right? I mean, you can't do 11 damage per se on turn 3 of direct damage, right? But like, you got 3 mana of stuff you can play with, right? And so I think this deck would be really fun. My problem is that I need a little more need more rare cards, chat. We're so low on rare cards for this deck, right? I can't believe they've got such a good Verge, chat. Heck yeah, that is looking on the bright side. The other thing is, I'm not quite sure how this would do, right? Yeah, well, it's cool, right? Because we still get to spend uncommon wild cards to get the art style, right? Which why, again, definitely recommend going through and getting all the uncommon art styles for the Strixhaven arts, yeah? Cause they look, they're pretty good stuff. Big old fan of that. But yeah, stadium headliners, right? That is like such a baseline needed for kin scares, right? Even more than the lightning of Army of One shenanigans, right? Even more than the Leo silliness shenanigans, right? Maybe not more than these two per se. Well, not more than War Leader's Call, I think, right? War Leader's Call seems pretty significant. There's also the idea, of course, that doing something like this does a little better with the pingy pingy ping ping ping. Happy they did that change. On the art. Yeah, that is so really cool. And with Strixhaven, I've noticed when I rip those boosters, there's always that mystical archives card in there, right? And so if you go through and craft all of those, then you start filling your vault up, right? Because if you always get that uncommon, then you'll always get at least 0.3% in your vault, which is pretty cool. As long, as the free-to-play thing, right? So you can get those more wild cards along the way. Because being able to turn, your uncommon wild card, right, into vault progress seems pretty good stuff. But yeah, and so, it'd be like 8 right here, right? Definitely need those. But, I mean, at least two lightnings, right? Oh, I guess we do have two lightnings. Nice. Okay, we could go with two lightnings. Love to see it, love to see it. Um, might want to go for a third just because, right? Theoretically, there's not as much on this as we would proc, right? Like, our one first thing is like, oh my gosh, get multiple creatures into play for free with the Kin Scare. But realistically, we need so many cards in hand to support that, right? The idea of this deck was totally built in that. Revisiting it now after playing with Kin Scare, I do think it's like that. Though I do think that this cutie would still go strong, for surely sure. That makes me so sad. I was excited about some Raph and Leo action, that's for sure. It'd be neat if we were able to do a little more with the counters per se, right? If we're cutting down on the actual number of triggers that we need, right? It might be cutting that as much as we appreciate it helping the Kin Scare out. More War Leader's Call, right, would obviously be a thing. We can keep one of those for now, though, in lieu of that, right? These, though, right? That's like all our wild cards, right? And that's not even all the War Leader's Calls we need. Because I mean, why don't you go 4 of those when you're doing Mobilize, yeah? Just because we're not doing Oher. Just because we're not doing Raph, right? I think that we would say no to the Adept Water Shaper for now. Which is sad, right? We picked up some of those, which is unfortunate, because we're kind of straying away from those at the moment. Oh, gosh. That's so epic. That's so startling, too. Good to go. Oh my gosh, though. I'm sorry about scaring myself. Thank you so much for the raid. That is so huge. Egad. Much love. Grixis Leader. We have not interacted much, for surely sure. But we have definitely seen each other around in the way of things. And welcome to this way of things, as we say hello and greetings. And wondering how things went with you, and how the stream was on your side of the Twitch. We'll work on this. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the follow as well. We have to give that follow back, of course, as soon as we figure out how to do more of this Twitchy Twitch. Twitchy to Twitch, Twitch, Twitch. Gotta do the shout out at, at all my glorious chatters that, are now here from your raid. Egad, thank you yet again, of course, for the follow and the goodness like that. And a private pillage follow. Yo. Greetings. I don't know. How do you like to be addressed? I've got to ask. Because, like, private seems a little impersonal, right? Pillage, though, that seems like a little, assuming, I do believe, right? I had a great time. Good stream moment. I had a lot of raids and made a 13-hour stream. Yo, that is huge. That sounds like a blast. Able to go 13 hours and have this much energy still too? Like, egads. I'm sad to have missed it. I'll definitely have to peek and peep in on some of that here, after this is done. A new Dyna deck for Brawl. To challenge Peter with. Nice. Stick a stick. And so, like, 13 hours sounds like you had ample opportunity to get up to some shenanigans, some hijinks, and maybe some good old-fashioned gaming. And some, magic for surely sure. Was it just magic you got up to? And if so, what flavor, if you've got a moment? If you need a raid and run as well, that is completely understandable after a 13-hour stream. Yo. I know after, like, 1 hour sometimes, I need to take a moment to myself and be all like, I need some coffee. Lots of standard. Tested some new brews from Jim Davis and other viewers and friends' brews. Rad. I've been definitely doing some brewing here. What type of brews were your favorite? Because I'm assuming they were from Strixhaven, which is something that we have not done, sadly. We're very slow and lagging and behind on things. Because with 13 hours of experimentation and dabbling, like, egads, that had to be some good, some good exploring of cards, of sets, of mechanics and interactions. We we've been wondering about doing some lightning army of one and kin scare stuff personally, because rocking out is we get to cheat lightning army of in one, and tapped and attacking with this ability. So then she first strikes, and then every other creature, right, gets to get their damage doubled on that turn that she is cheated in by Kinscare. So we don't even need to haste her to be surprise lightning. And then double all the damage. Wah! But I don't know about that so much. Now I have another incentive to stream Magic again. Oh heck yeah. Witherbloom is strong on Strixhaven. Yo, Witherbloom is annoying in standard if nothing else too, right? Like, we're getting so much, or we were playing so much board wipe planeswalker control out of Golgari, right? Or Witherbloom, sorry. And oh man, that was frustrating. Community brewing is so much fun. Oh heck yeah. Well, fun for you, Peter, because you always beat me. Ooh. I will hang out still a bit, and I will make myself a snack and chill. I played Witherbloom, new cards of course, and Mono B Bloodletter, upgraded combo too. Oh, an upgraded Bloodletter. That's very fancy. The, Cause there's a new, like, half damage card, I believe, or half of life, although it is a round down, I think. Is that a card you were rocking out as new Bloodletter tech, or was there more stuff around that? That was exciting. I don't have any Bloodletters myself, but have definitely wondered about some of it for a Leo, Dark Leo and Shredder, because we have been working on a Orzhov Ninja deck, right as Strixhaven starts, which do be what it do be. Some midweek jumpstart, yo, opened up a nasty green-black list there. I play way too fair decks, cannot beat you in anything than Brawl. Yeah, there was the, I did like the Lorehold deck that we got to Midweek Magic. I should have tried playing a little more of it, but like, after 3 games of crushing the opponents I did, I'm not sure how much more we could have learned from that per se. Of course, we've still yet to spend these tokens, and we do want to jump in on some Strixhaven so we can earn the gems to get the Mastery Path and do what need be done. And welcome, of course, welcome as always, Marathon. Greetings and salutations. Tried Pox of Plague. It was okay. Not broken, but interesting. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. It's gotta be a very interesting board state, I would think, to want to play that in. Uh, and to get as much benefit as opposed to other ways to get that half-life effect for surely sure. Pox of Plague. I made a black-green cauldron infestation blighted nightmare deck in alchemy. Even has champion of the weird in without goblins, but kills everything and then reanimates. Ah, killing everything and reanimating. That's a classic technique, right? Carried Cavarro through many, 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 many top 8s. Oh, hello. Yay. Love seeing that. Love seeing Dream Beavers too, right? Blah, blah, blah. Dream Beaver. I believe. Oh, man. Okay, so do you think they're Jeskai control? They did not play anything turn 1. I feel like that makes him a control deck more than anything. The fact that it's basic planes, though, makes me think that maybe we should have kept that. Pox Plague. Oh, sorry. No worries, no worries. Pox of Plague gives it a kind of a interesting tone for surely sure. Like, you know, a spell, enchantment, or type of curse. Pox of Plague upon you. Oh, it doesn't fly yet. Love to see it. Of course, we have nothing to sneak in, unfortunately. And I bet our Super Shredder is about to get burnt to a crisp, as they say. Yeah, but Kavaro just wins. Yeah, Kavaro just wins. Which is, again, you know, discussing earlier, right? Like, how do you balance and make standard back to a thing again, right? Like, you still got Kavaro, you still got Omniscience with Kona, right? If you, you know, hit Badgermole Cub, if you hit whatnot, you know, hit Badgermole Cub, hit Storm Chaser's Talent. If you hit Loot, chat, I'm not looking forward to, like, playing into Loot decks, I tell you what. I do appreciate their TMNT deck as well, though. That's for surely sure. Maybe not as much Ninja as, you know, would be really, yeah, you know, as would be good, as they should have. Maybe not as many Ninja as they should have, we should say. But they got some Ninja, I guess. That do be a thing. We picked the wrong one. I'm so sorry, chat. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. We pretend like we know how to play. Christmas! Yo! Greetings! Though it do be some very, I don't know what color combo that is. I would say Grixis just because, Grixis leader and whatnot, but I don't know, chat. We're pretty bad at this game. Pretty new anyway. Like, we don't have any land right now. The fact that we sometimes have to, we have Splinter's technique for a land feels pretty bad. Usually speak French. I might mess my English a bit. Oh, no worries. You're, doing amazing, I want to say, compared to anything I could do in a second language aside from English, like egads. I did ace my Spanish 101 and 102. But heck, I don't even remember what, like, you know. I mean, okay, I remember there being reflexive things at the end, which was fun, right? Which is absolutely no relevance to this, but, using, like, Ito, right? I don't even think it was Ito, actually, now that I think about it. I think Ito is more like a diminutive type thing to add to something. Curious. Well, it is Grixis with a green dinosaur. You may call it Glint Eye. Oh, interesting. Very solid English writing for a French native. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I'm always amazed at how lacking the US education system is in that regard. With, you know, how much it tries to talk about, well, how much it, like, sells itself, right? One of the last exports the US actually has, right? I want to say is post-secondary education. I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, Splinter's technique is so expensive for us in the standard that we have nowadays, right? Like, how do you afford the card that you tutor for on that 2 mana? But like, how do you not Splinter's technique, man? You get to Dream Beavers and proc your Super Shredder on that cuteness, right? Oh heck yeah. Oh my gosh. And remember, chat, get your uncommons on your mystical archive sheets if you can. Because you can spend your uncommon cards to get rare cards that will then get you gems or maybe another rare card instead. There's also uncommon ones you can get that just get you rad art, chat. Look how amazing this Bitter Triumph looks, right? So definitely go and craft in collection to get the artworks. we just have to once, right? We just have to once, just because. Because how do you not like splinter's technique when you got it right? Again though, right? Like what? What is this, man? I guess they were trying to do a Boros go wide with stuff, which is cool. Alliance going wide, you know, plus ones plus ones. The thing is that that's not so much. I mean, cause like when I think Boros right now, right, I kind of think lore hold style focus, right? Since the Boros focus in Lorwyn was more off and just kind of giants and good stuff piled together. Um, yeah, I'm so curious about that because like Lorehold now, right, is about playing things from your graveyard, yeah, or getting value out of putting stuff in your graveyard, which is interesting thinking about how that combos with some repartee type stuff, right, or even Orzhov animated stuff. But I don't quite know how those all come together. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I mean, sometimes you need a good cackle in there, right? Yeah. Sadly, the apartment walls are kind of thin, and it's a little late at night. Otherwise, we'd try going for a good old deep moi, haha, right? Because getting good moi in there can really like get that, you know, kicked off as you want. Get that vibe, if you will. Oh man, that Momo playful pet aura. They don't even know, chat. They don't even know. Like, it's so playful. Such pet. What do I do? Fear me. And my. Or they forgot that they had priority. That's probably more likely. That's unfortunate. They get to be on the play with what's going on, though, right? Because they have a good bit of control atop of us right now that we will not be able to wrest back from them comfortably. Oh my gosh. Yo, yo, this is wild. So huge. Such a pleasure. Back to back, no way. To what do we owe this? GM Skylar with a party of 21 and a big heart to you as well. Like EGAT. Thank you so much. GM Skylar, EGAT. We got a Cosmic Bronco right now. Saddle it up, right? Like, maybe not quite. If it was, if we had another wild card we felt comfortable committing to this deck, that would totally be a, um, that would totally be, Enduring Innocence for the moment. No way, what are they doing with that chat? Being rude is what they're doing. EGAT, how are you doing? How was the stream? EGAT, what were you up to? I would love to hear all about it. Or, of course, if you need to raid and run, would totally understand that as well. For raiding and running is something people need to do. Once they, you know, raid and like you just did here. Huzzah. Huzzah. I whale skinned. Oh, what? I have like 5 decks fully skinned out. Yo, the skinny skin. Oh, heck yeah. I, uh, I am not quite so flush, unfortunately, but I do love the Bitter Triumph stuff that we have going on for that. That makes me very happy to have. Or not Bitter Triumph, but the Mystical Archive. They look so pretty. We did spend, though, on some Zoraline good good. Because Zoraline is so good good, how do you not, right? And so, what's been your favorite skin so far that you get to rock out? Although I guess as a whale in that regard, it might be a little hard to pick out. Yo, another Bitter Triumph. That's wild. We just got a Zorleen one a bit ago, cause man, Zorleen is my goat, right? I've got a song for her even that we're working on. Snap bought the loot skin in the store. Oh, fancy, fancy. Cooked new deck. Finally made it good. Yo, finally made it good. That's so nice. That's so nice. Unholy Annex skin. That do be a classy one for surely sure. We'll just continue to get value off of this for now. Until we need to worry about getting another critter in play, right? Oh, we're taking a lot of damage, chat. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Reading cards explains cards and saves you from cards that you're dooming yourself with. That's for surely sure. Momo Black deck is so beautifully skinned. Oh, love to hear that. Big old fan of the Momo. What is with all this discard stuff, man? Hmm. I tell you what, there's nothing like someone that tells you that spams your go after making you discard how many cards, right? Like, little bro, do you not understand that, like, it's very hard for me to, like, have cards right now because you made me discard so many of them. Yet still, dude's like, man, sorry. But, like, really, little bro? Like, you're the one that has brought it to this freaking point. I'm sorry that I, was able to draw some cards, try to keep up on some stuff, right? But, like, damn. Damn, little bro. Anyway, how do you all do, chat? Momo deck. And so how does the Momo black deck rock out for you? I'm a huge old fan of the Momo, that's for surely sure. We love to see that. Hmm. Oh, mono black. I'm so sorry. We might be a little Momo coded around here for sure, right? Um, and so, that's rad though. So mono black, huh? Is that a standard style then? Or are there other formats you'd like to rock out mainly? I can't remember what you said already. I'm so sorry. I'm so excited right now. There's two back-to-back raids. My brain is so, like, overwhelmed. Did we remember to do the shout-out? Although I'm pretty sure it's going to just be shouting out to the same folk. You all seem to know each other. But it's only proper chat. Let's get the etiquette down. We'll figure out how to be polite one day. Ba-da-dum-dum. Ba-da-dum-dum-dum-dum. Only play standard. Oh, heck yeah. Um, and so, like this was the one standard deck that we had rocked out for a bit with the oh, for sure. Um, we can we'll try. I don't know what flavor. The one deck we had that we're pretty happy with, that we're proud of that we created, right? Was wait. We did a lot of climbing with bats. Haha. Check that out, chat. We're so good at this game. Go user interface. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta probably try out the bats one for now, just because. Orzhov Batty Bats is definitely what we climbed a mythic with, starting as free to play little magic players back in Final Fantasy chat. It was a lot of dressing people. It was a lot of surprising them with Zorline shenanigans. It was a lot of dressing people. Some deep Kevin Bats, some dress, you know. You know how it goes. Batty Bat Orzovian things. Oh, Regis, yeah, for sure, for sure. Our space bar does not seem to be working. That's unfortunate, chat. I'm also curious about getting the whatchamacallit out of the way. Oh, did they draw removal? Ah, of course they did. God damn it. Oh man. What's the chances they get the deep cavern bat, not Zorline, right? Fuck. Yeah, as high as I thought they would be. Rip. That's a lot of unholy annex, chat. If we get mana deep cavern bat, we will. If not, we would much prefer that +1/+1, right? We do have the Tauntaun Berry with us. Oh, that's rude. Bibbity bounce bounce, bibbity bounce bounce. Again, like 1 in 10 times, you actually get some counters doing stuff from your Essence Channeler. Every other time, right, you're just like, oh man. One channeler at a time. Tick, tick, tick. Bibbida Batman. They do flap and flutter a bit. Oh man. Stipend by my own petard. Oh, that's a cutie. Huh. Huh. I see. All of these are pretty bad, huh? We'd like them to do the exile thing now, though, I think. I can't believe they're both exiled. So rude. Oh, what does that do? Huh. Spicy card. The new Black Demons rocking it out. Oh man, don't tell me you got a board wipe, bro. Please don't tell me you got a board wipe. Oh no, is it the deadly cover up? Deceit. Oh, that's spicy. Some hot revenant action. Chandler's pretty good stuff. Oh, that's a mean thing to say. Prowess? What? No. I do not. I um I I actually had a rabid wombat deck for the longest time. One problem with it, all my stuff got stolen one day that I had in my like little deck box because I played a lot more Legends of the Five Rings back in the day. Even played a lot more Pokemon, played a lot more Star Trek, tried to play a lot more Rage, played a lot more Shadow Fist. Losing my Shadow Fist cards actually hurt a lot. And so yeah, what paper cards I did have at one point, right, are no longer with us. I've been tempted though, of course, to check out some other bits and bobs on things, right? Like some pre-releases. Like I'm very excited that if you sign up for a pre-release, right, you get to have fun with all your whatchamacallits. Yeah, the thing I wonder, right, is Amalia about to die? Or we should just swung. I'm sorry about that. GG's indeed. Yeah, um it kind of does that, right? Uh it does only rock the two Amalias, right? Um but yeah, the Chandlers do so much work, right? Oh, for surely sure, for surely sure. I've got the oh, okay, okay, okay. You were serious about that. Theoretically, we can gain enough life to get cushion, so that way it's not quite as bad for us against prowess. And then we go in with that, right? The fact that we've drawn these pretty reliably is pretty rad. Oh, what does that cutie do? Oh, the lightning bolt. I see. Spicy times. Slow them down a little bit, right? The thing is, we kind of want them to drop their, few amount of creatures early, right? They're gonna wait on the bounce up. That was opportune for us for surely sure. Hopefully, get a land, yeah. That's not a land. Hopefully, get a land, yeah? We gotta send it. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I was pretty sure we should have waited. I don't know, though. We'll figure it out, chat. Oh, they know our secret tech. It's no longer secret tech, chat. Everyone's playing this freaking resto magic now, aren't they? God damn it. Alas. Yeah. It's a lot more. Everyone else started playing, whatchamacallit, right? Resto magic as well. We keep putting in our land improperly, but that's okay. Nobody expects to split up. Oh man. Oh, rip. My cutie. Thankfully, that doesn't give trample, right? Just haste. Oh, that's spicy. GGGG's as well. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good deck, right? I just, I don't know. Things got rough, right? Um, there's so many board wipes out there, right? Like, we just keep going into so much control that has black flavors and like uh, eight board wipes and whatnot, right? Oh, for sure. I've got some, I've got other decks too. I don't know. This is theoretically my climbing deck. Uh, but we'll try some ninjas out. Yeah, no one expects the main deck split ups. They're really effective, I tell you what, chat. And like, they're really hard to plan around unless you try to counter them, right? And that's cool. I mean, counter spells happen, but hopefully that's enough tempo for me to be able to go poke, poke, poke with all my cuties, yeah? So's the theory, chat. So's the theory. Unfortunately, this is a very bad hand for us. A meme deck? You got Storm Chaser talent? Come on, bro. There's nothing memey about that. God damn it. That's not a meme card. Good golly. That's a mean card, chat. That's a mean card. Azorius style. Oh, the Verdok core. Are they doing some otter? Ridiculous nonsense? Har har har. Damn, that thing's already a 3/3 man. What a card. Fart. Okay, so do we pick up the otter or do we pick up the enchant, right? So they can't bounce it back. Like it's just a 0/1 otter, right? We don't fear no otter. Hopefully we can get life gain past it. Maybe not though. Oh, we do need to change up our avatar, I think some. They look at how, man, pure and utter like class going on there, right? They switched to like a deck. They switched to a deck, chat. I don't quite know what their deck does yet, but that's wild. This is just a random one of and one of, so we can Splinter's technique for them maybe, right? If the game drags out too long and we're like, man, what do we do? Man, what do we do? That's a tasty card, but we really need one more land. What do you think? Do we get our land, chat? Oh, they got their Flood Caller. That's such a good card. The Otters. Utterly ridiculous, chat. I tell you what. Surely I'd get tired of saying that, right? I ought to get tired of saying that, we should say. Sorry. That Dragonstorm do royal, chat. I don't know when my spacebar doesn't work anymore either for going through priority. It's a very good bar to have. Not even low bar, right? I'd set that as a pretty high bar, if that makes sense. Or, you know, a bar of bars. How's Siggy? I don't know what they're doing with any of this stuff, chat. Drawing some cards, creating more mo. Oh, nice. Love to see it. Oh, they're gonna kill my shredder, aren't they? Rip. Oh, are they animating their land? No, they're tapping it. Are they just getting ready to untap stuff? Ponder some chat. It is kind of funny that our super shredder is gonna grow each time they pop that, though, right? It won't be quick enough, though, will it? Oh, and they're gonna be able to grow their stuff pretty infinitely at that point, yeah? Another core, man. Oh, yeah, okay, they got another one coming up, don't they? We were one turn too late. Man, they pulled that on turn 4, huh? Were we on the play that game? Did they pull off turn 4 on the draw? Like, wouldn't it have been wild if they got another Furdot core? They're at 11. Do they get to 12? Looks like they get to 12, huh? Oh, they animate that. Oh, it comes in as a 14-14? That's crazy work. Does the, Okay, yeah, that only bounces when you play a dragon. Dang, that was so many Furdot cores. Oh, in your opener? Yeah, I mean, like, how many Furdot cores did you open with, dare I ask? Because that was ridiculous, just seeing one after the other. I'm like, oh man. We don't have the instant speed removal we need in this deck, right? We do, though. And that's the thing, we got more removal in this deck, right, than the other one, I want to say. Yeah, the infinite bounce with just the one little snapcaster thingy. Oh yeah, 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 that thing's not good for y'all. Does it get to go infinite because it makes a token? Oh, you just have all the mana you need to get the second ability on it. Yeah, the resetting of the cores was huge. Like, that's where I'm wondering how many of those you had in your hand, right? Or, I mean, how many do you need? How much mana do you need to draw into stuff, right? That's definitely an instance. Like, I've been a big proponent of High Noon, for instance, right? The one problem is that against a lot of Izzet decks nowadays, they have more bounce than High Noon capacity. Than I can draw High Noon. Um, but like that seemed to only rock the boomerang basics, right? And not any like no Into the Flood Maws or oh no, you had Get Outs, didn't you? Yeah, Get Out is another annoying card that's been popping up a lot. It's annoying too how on the our essence channelers, right? Do you ever notice how like 1 in 10 essence channeler actually gets some tokens going? Yeah, Get Out, egads. I don't know. Like if you can imagine, we climbed Mythic with this deck pretty regularly for the first few months that we were running it up. Um, the split ups, right? Like no one expects main deck split ups, but they save you against so many people. This is so good into Demir, so good into Badger Mole Cubs, right? Oh, nice, nice. Oh my gosh, do you have any pointers on it? Because yeah, this is we're we used to rock out duress in the sideboard and whatnot, right? Um, a lot because deep cavern bat duress was one of the main ways we could actually beat people that had better cards than we do. Just like no, thank you, no, thank you. Yeah, I mean, because we've got an okay ability to get stuff back with Zorline, right? Um, and yeah, even if it's even if it takes out only like 2 critters for 3 mana, that's not too bad, right? Is that the -2/-2 and then or kill everything? My problem with that is I want to save as many creatures, right? Yeah, with like all our critters, right? It'll generally nuke them unless we got them a little protected. Or maybe not, you're right. Just the deep cavern bat, huh? Yeah. I mean because we can be selective with it, right? Just be like, well, the one problem of course is when they're still left with creatures that we want to take out, right? Like you did so good leaving that. I mean, did you know that we had to split up? Cause you would not tap that one creature for so long. I'm all like, oh my gosh. Do they know we're playing split up? There's also when you would not target our stuff, and we had a resto magic sitting in our hand, right? We're like, do they know we're playing resto magic? It was so awkward. I mean, you said you closed the stream, right? But just like how you were like playing around those, right? Oh, around sheltered. Okay, okay, fair enough. Yeah, for sure. We do still rock a few in here just because you can resto magic your sheltered critter, which is very handy. Um, and then Amalia, right? Like so good to go. The I do need to bust out this deck more and maybe polish it off some, right? Like the premise of this one was to get High Noon down, even interrupt everything, Avatar's Wrath, so that way they can't play anything that we even interrupt, and then slam Bloodthirsty Conqueror on turn 4, right? Momo getting Bloodthirsty Conqueror for 4 mana? Chat. Bloodthirsty Conqueror Infinite combo on turn 4 is where it's at. Yeah, the Erode, the new one, right? I'm not quite a fan of that in Orzhov. If I was doing mono white, I'd be a lot more for it, right? But we can do Bitter Triumph if we want, right? Uh, which like dang, it's just so I hate the idea of giving my opponent a land. Like, that just, that angers me very much. It scares me a lot, actually. I mean, heck, we even still run. Oh, we don't run Get Lost in here anymore. We put in some Rec Raid instead. But like in mono white, I would definitely consider running a road, especially if you're trying to go quick enough to just like, okay, tempo, crush, right? Aggro, tempo, crush. But but yeah, like so Bitter Triumph, like I do find that does so much more. No, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it does so well, right? It's even got some card draw, right, with the Halia and the Darkstar Augur. And so the one thing it's a little light on is removal, right? Like our only removal really is split up per se, and the three sheltered by ghost. But you know, split up does the job, right? Because generally we try to gain enough life, right, to be able to tank a few hits, right? Tank the hit, and then hit the split up, just like bow. Because it's a little hard for us to finish, but yeah. But we can still totally do that. Like that last game, if we had drawn a land before you had pulled your combo off, we would have totally bloodthirsty conquered you. We had our combo piece sitting on our hand at that time as well. We just didn't, we didn't get the chance. That was disgusting, man. That was disgusting. Utterly ridiculous, as they say, right? Standard plays too many basics. Oh. Oh, because path. Okay, because that gets you a basic card that you can dig and fetch. Yeah, well, I mean, do you are is there a point where you don't play like one or two basics just to safeguard against non-basic land hate? Because in standard right now, right, with demo field, you always play like at least one, if not two basics, right, just in case. So you have something to or magmatic hellkite as was brought up earlier. That's such a stupid card, chat. I hate that card. I got reminded about how much I hate that card. Just by talking about it. Grr. Like, it's one of, like, block it from the mind, right? Try not to think about it, if at all possible, right? Yo, I could see that. Especially because there's things that benefit, right? Yourself when you exile them, like Super Shredder, Or like Momo, right? That one Momo, leave the battlefield, we'll scry too. We'll get a counter on Super Shredder and get some land. Huh. Like, how much does pack to exile cost? Yeah, I mean, because I'm gonna say, we've got the token to that deck with the mobilize, right? And so exiling a mobilized token would be huge. Yo, Ketro. Oh my gosh, the midweek magic chat, like we were talking about, right? We at one point, right? Because of all the graveyard hate that we were facing, we picked up some. Oh my gosh, where'd you go, you cutie? We picked up some Ketramos chat because people were exiling our graveyard left and right just to get, Kavaro, other graveyard things, and our cutie little Zoraline, right? Our cutie little Case the Uneaten Feast. They were very, very upset about that. And so for a moment, we were gonna rock some Ketramos, right? Just to be like, okay, you exiled all my stuff, well, fine. We do some Ketramos things, right? But, but, the cool part of this story right now, right? We did the midweek magic thing, right? Got the rares, got the cosmetic chat. Let's go. Egad. Midweek magic cosmetic. Heck yeah. That is some fire, I tell you what. So now we actually need to build a Ketramos deck, right? Last time I bought Pass was 10 years ago, back when it was $3 to $4. Oh yeah. On Arena, it is an uncommon thanks to Final Fantasy. Same as Swords to Plowshare. How do I get the Ral cosmetic? Oh, I don't know. I know that for the new cards, they often will have a special dealio in the thingamajigger, right? Wow, they got a lot of stuff going on right now. That's very fancy. I have not looked at this in a minute, I do admit. They did have the discount booster pack, which I do recommend y'all get, just because it helps you get, some of these filled out. Um, I wonder if it's. I mean, I think that most often, right, aren't the arts available, but except for the lands? Ral does seem like a really fun card. Are they 4 mana? Oh, wait, not collected. Are they 5 mana? Are they 3 mana? Oh, you have to build it when you get an art style for free. Some are locked in the shop, some are event exclusives. I see people with the black skin on Ral Planeswalker already. Do you think it might be a mastery pass hookup? Oh, we can see what they are. That's so cool. Sorry, I'd realized that after we were mousing over them. I just realized I should say aloud what I just noticed. Although y'all could probably notice it too, yeah? Oh, it's not in here? Wow, they look a lot more 3D when they're being moved upwards like that, huh? Yeah, dang, I don't know. Hmm. Are there other places we should be checking, chat? Lorwyn. That's cute. Here there be dragons, chat. Yo. I always thought that was a Sonic the Hedgehog ring. I guess it's a soul ring. Fair enough, fair enough. We do have the epic, some epic sleeves here, but I don't see any, whatchamacallit, right? That's so bizarre. You don't think it was a midweek or a pre-release type thing, do you? Or not pre-release, but the whatchamacallit, right? I'm sorry, I cannot help you with that, especially since you like to rock out them fancy fancies, sure. Okay, I think in honor of that, right? We've been holding off for a minute, right? Um, I'm grabbing this cutie, but it do be time, I believe. In honor of you saying that, that was a pretty banging deck. But yeah, I like Case the Uneaten Feast a lot, right? Because it allows you to Yeah, we got it right. Yeah, chat. Yeah, chat. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, look at that. Look at that go. Look at that go. Getting some crafty arty bits. Oh heck yeah. We got to, right? There's probably more, of course, that we get, but you know, bloodthirsty conqueror, like. I was thinking more Pokemon. I was thinking more Pokemon, right? Like, you know, like a GX, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just like you can't even tell what's going on, right? Which is always exciting with a card, right? We're like, ooh, what even is that, man? I don't know, but I'm here for it. Like it took me the longest time to figure out that that's the head. Like I had no idea, really, right? Um, exactly. It's got so much aura to it. I don't even know what the fuck's going on with it, right? So like, can't go wrong, right? And it's amazing how many games this has delivered us. How many just wins climbing up to Mythic this cutie has just like thrown down. And so it's so fun. But I actually do that a lot, right? Like I don't know what my opponents are playing sometimes, right? They just got like we could be playing the same exact cards, but they look completely different. I'm all like, what? Like split up, right? This split up that we have doesn't look anything like the other ones, right? Yeah, how ridiculous is this, right? Like, we've actually got torpor orbs in the sideboard of this one because we don't really care too much about the ETBs. It's more just, you know, like, dot 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 dot, right? Till we got our little combo out. It does suck with the Aven interrupters, but, you know, there's only two of those in here, right? And if we got an Aven interrupter in hand ready to play, we know we don't need a torpor orb. We also can sideboard out Aven interrupters because, you know, torpor orbs are really only against elementals and Kabaro decks, right? And we can't really out mana elementals. We can out mana Kavaro though, so even interrupting them is not the worst. But yeah, I mean, still, Thunderflock is a hell of a card, chat, and something we're very weak to. Yeah, that I mean, it's got so much aura, aura, aura. And so I don't know. You mentioned yeah the I what I don't like about the hinterlands, right, is that it's so vulnerable to removal, right? And this do be the bad deck, right? And so I do think in some of our other Orzavi ones, we do still rock, like High Noon Starscapes, right? We still do have the bunny. Oh, we don't have the bunny in here. Do we have a bunny in any of these Orzov decks? Well, I don't think we do anymore. Interesting. I'm sure we do in some Kinscare ones. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah, we need to, gosh, okay, we'll try climbing again. And thanks to that as well, right? Thank you so much for the raid, for the games. I hope that you enjoy your nap as well, and for the compliments, right? That was pretty sweet. Um, it's gonna be bad, chat. Gotta go. Gotta do this while we're on that high before they board wipe us into oblivion, and we just like weep. On the play, egads. That was never a bad way to start. Wow, wow. What is this hand? This is amazing-ish. Our land is really bad, but really good too. Like if they're playing counterspells. Oh, oh, nice. We do love a good Orzhov deck. Oh my gosh, they're bringing it to a best of three. We don't even have strategic betrayals in here, chat. Wait, I mean, I think we might. Okay, we probably have two strategic and two soul guide lanterns as we do. That's so unfortunate. Could we said bat? Oh man, that's what I mean about our land actually kind of being bad though, too, right? So good, but so bad. I mean, do we try to get to Mythic again this month, chat? It's been a couple months now since we have not made the climb. Of course, there's only like 6 days left now, which is problematic, right? As problematic as not drawing another land. Thank you, Shuffler. Thankfully, we do be batty about it. Wait, no, that's right, that's right. It's rest in peace that sucks, not just generic graveyard hate. It's rest in peace specifically that sucks. We probably need to take High Noon out now. It's not nearly as good as it once was for a lot of the things that we liked. I don't know if it's Seam Rip or not, right? Okay, so we need to go and take the High Noons out. Um, we really had them against Izzet and kinda Kona and Omni on a side thing. If we're concerned about what do we put in as a Orzhov player, chat? Definitely a burning question. That's so much land. I guess that's what we get for complaining about getting mana screwed. We didn't even complain that much, man. Oh, that's a cutie. They've of course got removal they're sitting on, ready to nuke my little cutie with, and that do be okay. They do be Orzhov after all. The question is it a Requiting Hex? Presumably, because using a Bitter Triumph's a little much. Using a Get Lost, yo, we're here for that. Wow, on our cute little Starscape Cleric, intriguing. Voice of Victory is a great card for sacrifice, that's for sure. Hmm. At least it's not the Sephiroth, right? Dang. The question is, do we... I think we gotta take the Voice of Victory out now. Opposed to waiting for... trying to get both of them, right? That is an amazing card. Big fan of Corrupted Conviction. Hmm. Okay, so 13 cards deep. Two, four, six. Oh, only half, only half. We do have 22 lands in the deck, though, right? I was about to say, don't tell me they got the Sephiroth now, right? Because that was like the perfect setup for that cutie, that's for sure. We're taking a lot of damage from that. Okay, we'll have 5 mana. We can go 3 and 2. We want to take one of those out. We did that a little backwards. I wasn't quite sure we were going to do the Holly or not. That was very poorly done. Doobie what a doobie, though, right? If we hadn't keep, drawing lands, things might be a little better, too. Okay, nice. The Batman. This thing needs to stop popping up, man. Oh, that's right, because we were going to do some drafties, weren't we? But then we got distracted. And it does help us, right? Because we get excited about cards we should not in draft. And so having some of those, like, no, okay, this is really as bad. This is why you had to read it a few times and try to justify it, right? Because it's bad. And so it's good when those things can help us, like, just get that clearer, right? When that timeline, when that time is ticking at you. Tick, tick, tick. Oh, egad. A non-mono? What? When did you last see me play a mono deck? Come on now. We got an Hour of Victory as well for 2 and a black enchantment. Start your engines. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Max speed. For 1 and a black, you sacrifice this enchantment. Search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery. Yo, it's got a tutor. Love that. Becoming bigger fans of that for sure. I mean, were we practicing our mono white gain, mono white life gain, BS? I do apologize about that. It's really good for us, right, to try to understand how to, because that's kind of like a base Orzhov shell, I want to say, right? Versus other, like, as opposed to going, like maybe discard style, right? Or little like sacrificey buff re-entry play type. However, mono black does it outside of skellies or demons, right? I don't know if any of those words made sense. We hadn't gone against control like in a minute, chat. That's gonna be funny. Okay, our disposition just got a little better seeing that. Jeskai. Golly. I mean, I don't know if Azorius runs that now or not. It's a really good card, so I could see them running it for surely sure. We really want to go here, right? We really want to go there. We really want to go there. But, like, we're hoping their hand's got a couple counter spells in it, right? And we didn't want to waste mana per se, right? They're probably going to counter that, huh? Doobie what a doobie. Gotta run something out, right? Oh, they don't. Cool. Do they not have counter spell? Maybe we overreacted, chat. My apologies. Oh. Spicy times. That's a whole lot of lands they kept. We got to draw land, that feels good. They don't have a counterspell. We don't worry about playing Amalia for land just yet. Did they draw a counterspell? Oh wait, we're Cavern of Soulsy. Heck yeah. Bibbida bat bat, bibbida bat bat. They keep touching my card, chat. Why do they keep touching my card? Why do they keep touching my cards? They don't have the counterspell. I'm very curious, very concerned. I mean, like, what do you think? What do you think they want with my cards, chat? I don't think it's anything good. I'm pretty sure it's nefarious. They did top deck a counterspell. Dear Lord. I am so glad we got that Cavern of Souls. Turn 1. Opening hand, right? Oh, that's the only counterspell they've had. Theoretically, right? Because Jeskai, I don't think can afford demolition fields, right? They try to greed past that. We need to keep the bat line up, don't we? Oh, that's spicy. Probably an inevitable defeat then? Because they don't have enough mana for the revelation. Do they aetherize? I laugh, but that'd be horrible if they aetherized. That'd be horrible, chat. Oh, they're getting ready to board wipe now, aren't they? And we have not drawn our Resto magic. We can thankfully get our cuties back with that. And she'll come back, which is neat. But I definitely feel something board wipe-ish coming up, right? Hate to see it, chat. We got so close. If we draw a Starscape Cleric, though. Okay, cool. Yeah, so they're Jeskai, Loot. These folks don't have bounce. We forgot that we were going to take that out. Unfortunately, a lot of their stuff's gonna be on my turn, so that doesn't matter so much. I don't think we worry that much about Loot that we actually play Rec Raid, right? They weren't getting anything back from the graveyard. Split ups feel bad. Our rest of magic will go in for sure. Yeah, okay, we need to take the high noons out. And we need to. Oh, that's right, we were thinking about what we'd put in, right? I mean, at this point, right? I would say like, I'm growing fond of Voice of Victory again. It took us a while to get back there. I mean, Jeskai doesn't play Seam Rip, right? Because stuff's like too cheap, right? Too lowbrow, yeah. That is not any better, really, right? Doobie, what a doobie. We got 2 in the deck, chat. Why? How? All I want to know. Yeah, I wish I remembered a little more about last game's board state. Uh, but you know, we are not the best players for surely sure. Just to consult then? Cause we're not getting quite the pause like I think, right? I have no idea what's going on. Actually, we're just saying words, chat. Day of Judgment, just some vanilla, if you will, right? Vanilla board wipage. Oh, that's spicy. Hmm. I'm concerned about running that out just yet, right? I don't think they have demo fields. I don't know though. We're always concerned about demo fields. Oh, rip. I mean, you know, we didn't get a Resto Magic. A doobie, what a doobie. And now we are on the back foot. Two top and draw. Uh-oh. Hate to see that. Aw, man. We do have three of those in here. I mean, because they do have Get Lost in there, right? Pretty sure we lost this one, chat. I think, I mean, I don't know. The thing, though, here, right? We might have been in a position where we did not need to slam the Bloodthirsty Conqueror just yet into their full hand, right? Without any Resto Magic for us, yeah? I mean, we got 23 life, you know? That's the other thing, right? We try to give ourselves some cushion to do things with. Damn. If only, right? We were so close, chat. Of course, with that many cards, that much advantage, and as little as we have had to do, per se, in the meanwhile, they were going to have that board wipe, right? Or that removal. The question is if they had the second piece or not. And the third and fourth and fifth and fucking however many Jeskai plays, right? Golly. Oh, that's a cutie card. Because you gotta love that they can't counter that coming into play, right? Sadly, of course, it gets exiled due to the finality counter. Meaning, yet again, our poor cutie counters do not get transferred. That do be a little rough. Wow, man. Some people's children. Fucking A, man. Did not expect the end from them, but they are for color control, not Jeskai. Definitely something, that we're not the best into. That's not necessarily what we needed, huh? I mean, because, Ray of the past, right? It's always a thought. Although, inevitable feat exiles them, I guess? Exile target non-land permanent. Okay, we just need more resto magics. We've got the three, we just did not see any. Um, which is unfortunate, right? Still, bitter triumph won't do anything. Yeah, and so there's some more protective measures we can put in as well, right? Like, Zac Flair, a Demi. Because four resto magics can get a little sticky sometimes, right? As you're like, trying to get cards to play things to attack people with. But you're stuck on resto magics. Dang. I was curious if it was a Momo angle so we could resto magic, right? I know we just said resto magic a lot of times, but that's what I mean, right? Because of course they had removal for it. And saving that cutie right now is a little more important than saving Momo. Thing is, as we saw, chat, they had fucking what, like 12 pieces of removal for like 10 fucking cards? Goddamn. Well, no, they had lands. They had, they had more than two lands. They had a lot of fucking removal in that hand, though. Oh, no way, man. What are we gonna do with that? Ain't that some poop? We do have three in the deck. We do have three in the deck. Fair enough, fair enough. But that's what I mean, right? Like, not having enough creatures to do stuff with can be a bit of a problem, yeah? We really want to save that for Zoraline or, or Starscape Cleric for combo piecing, but, if we draw land next turn, right? Or a copy of the legendary creature we already have out. Either way, it could get bad for us, right? We did forget to ping ourselves for one to give Momo +1 this battle. So if it does come down to it and they live by one life, we punted right here. Man, I itch for my Simic. Where's my detect intrusions? Where's my spell pierce? Good lord. We're gonna die now though. We don't have any protection spell left. Rip. We got one through though. That's cool. Singularity Rupture. Okay, yeah. Rest in peace. Oh man. What awkward timing on that. Oh, do you think they've got the River Turn Monument? Or Get Lost? Get Lost, though, would not, wait, I don't mean rest in peace. Oh my gosh. Raise the Past. Dear God. I just said the one thing that's against what, Raise the Past, the card we were thinking about, right? As we do, as we do. No River Turn yet. Interesting. Cause no way do you play Singularity Rupture, not River Turn Monument, right? Maybe even a Kitsune technique. Like it's not from a lack of cards, right? Wow, from Mana Flood to Mana Screw, chat. It do be what it do be. Aw, that's a lot of mana they just got access to. Hate to see it. Yeah, like we would love to take these out, right? But like, we didn't have the cards to sideboard in against them. I guess, I mean, one thought we had was Requisition Raid, just in case. We do get to draw land now, though, that we were mana screwed. Dang, now they got the River Turn, right? And we do not have the Get Lost in the main deck. Or the sideboard. Having instant speed answers is also something we gotta work on, right? Did they really not get it out of that? A Revelations. Surely they got a River Turn Monument and not just a ridiculous board wipe, right? Surely they're not just like, yo, this loot makes such an amazing amount of mana, bro. You should check it out, right? Here's my board wipe. But like, you would have expected them to have gotten their, getting at least one monument by now, right? Because that's the thing. It seems like Mill could go pretty hard, right? Because you do have a bunch of board wipes in control, right? And then Mill. Yep, that's cool. I mean, I don't think it's taking out whatchamacallit to that point, right? Wow. That's what I mean, right? Even if loot's not necessarily the strongest card, there's gonna be many people coming at you with it. Because they can just be like, okay, I stall, stall, stall. I get all the mana I need to do whatever I want. They're like, oh yeah, man. You can totally do that for sure, for sure. Okay, we were thinking that the rip. I mean, we are High Noon like fans through and through, chat. High Noon Starscapes, right? That was one of the first decks we named. We're like, oh my gosh, this card is amazing, right? Oh, for a good 7 months, it was mythic. But then we just kind of stopped. Like we get so tilted at this game sometimes. It's unfortunate, right? And we just stop playing for a good long while. So we've only made it to diamond the past few months, which is, it is what it is. We could probably, if we spend a little more time, I think we could climb more reliably, right? One other issue I think is the hours we play. A lot of the people in these climby, grindy ranks are playing just a bunch of board wipes, right? Which is not necessarily good against the decks we like to play. And so, I mean, they didn't have board wipes per se, right? Just a bunch of like removal. But yeah, like we were 7 months for 7 in a row as a free to play player hitting Mythic up until February. We stopped doing it in. I mean, we might have actually stopped in January now that I think about it. We had started like in August, I think. Um, we started like a few weeks or maybe a month after Final Fantasy came out. And then we were able to hit Mythic with some Orzhov life gain. And a lot of duress. Deep Cavern Bat, duress, and streams of steel and oil, right? We're like, oh my gosh, your cards are much better than us. So we'll just take them away from you. And then know what you have in your hand, play around that, and win. And so it worked pretty well, right? Because, Zorleen, Essence Channeler, they do a lot of work together, right? And of course, Case the Uneaten Feast, being able to get your cuties back from the graveyard. Very helpful. Very helpful. Especially when Bloodthirsty Conqueror swings in, right? Solves your case instantly, right? Because bro does 5 damage and gets you 5 life. And, the first time it happened, I had the realization he solved the case by admitting to it, saying, I was. I'm a bloodthirsty conqueror. I murdered them all and drank their blood. That is why the feast is uneaten. Case closed, right? But not quite like that, not quite like that. We did just get this art style, though. I think that was our problem. We got that style, but then we did not run with that style, chat. We also forgot to put cards back in the sideboard. So real quick, what type of dealios would you all recommend, right? Because there's going to be a lot of the whatchamacallits, right? A lot of board wipes, a lot of dealios. I don't know how much we need to fear for Seam Rip anymore, right? That was very much in response to like Badgermole Cub, doing Badgermole Cub things, as y'all probably know, if you're do standard stuff at all. I just got smoked turn 4 by the gate win condition. 10 gates. Egad. On turn 4? I don't know what the gate condition is, though. I do like alternate win cons, though. Big old fan of that. For sure. Because, like, even interrupt, right? Stopping it, protecting ourselves. My one fear is that a demi is a little slow in the meta, which feels really bad to say, right? But there's so many board wipes we gotta contend with. Last game was a bunch of inevitable defeats, right? If there were good ways we could make them get punished or reward us for targeting our stuff, right? Sadly, we don't have a Serac, I fear. Like, Green does. Yeah, and, again, High Noon is just not that effective against them because they're casting a bunch of their stuff on, our turn if they can. Or when they're forced to, right? Dumb win condition a land has where when you control 10 gates, you win the game. Oh, wow. So just completely non-interactive style. That, yeah. Those are a little rough. Non-interactive win cons, they're very popular. But I can understand that they're very, I completely and wholeheartedly agree how upsetting they are to play against. It's just like, man, I just want to play some cards. I want to do some magic, enjoy my different phases of the game, right? There's this phase called attacking. That's pretty cool, right? Like an entire combat phase, an entire phase of the game that I wish to participate in. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess, you know. That's the thing, though. That's one of the things that stops us from, climbing now. We just get so tilted. We just tilt out of that so hard. We're just like, board wipe after board wipe after board wipe, into mana screw, into mana flood, into mana screw, into board wipe, into board wipe. And like, I don't know, man. There's also the question of when do we start working Leonardo in? When is it a bats and turtles action, right? Do we sneak? Splinter's technique and then getting some ETB would not be the worst on this Momo. And so we're very curious about trying to get that deck into shape. But we can't just go one win, one loss on it, can we? Wait, we need to finish. We need to finish it. We need to focus, focus, focus. Wait, oh, we did put cards in here. Cool. We put some demis in. We feel okay about that. The fourth split up is okay. It might not be needed because we got the seam rips and the shelter by ghosts now, though. But then what else will we put in, right? Another seam rip, another demi. Hmm. That seems dangerous, right? We hate getting stuck on those, though. Yeah, I think we try something like that. I do really like how Zorline can take a shelter by ghost out of the graveyard. That is such a game-winning attack, you know? I wish I felt better about High Noon Starscapes on the ladder. I'll run. Yeah, we won't run on the ladder, but we had a lot of fun making this deck. No, Rutro, Rutro, or we tried on the ladder real quick. I guess that was the best of one cube. It's not, I mean, maybe we're the bats one again. They're pretty similar, chat. I guess we kind of have a playstyle and pattern. Oh, no way do they nom that with their little, Oh, spicy. A spirit pirate. Draw a card, flash, flying. Interesting, chat, interesting. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel curious. I'm glad that we saw what they're. Oh. 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 I see. What an opening hand they had, chat. We def gotta keep a blocker up now. They're like the cat's out of the bag. What do I do? The problem, of course, is that we only have this. Okay, that's not a flyer. That's cool. Oh, that's a spicy time to play that. Dang, those were sad cards for us to lose. Hmm. We can't give them back this while I have a river churn. We gotta dare them to draw into another one of these. Maybe not dare them, but you know. Damn, what an annoying card, chat. Wow. What the? Wow. Did Mill really get that much better? And really, we did not mean to take this deck on the ladder just yet, that's for sure. It is not quite there anymore, which makes me really sad, chat. We've talked about this, though. We just talked about it, right? As we see more and more strong arguments to get some Ray of the Past going. No way do we face another Mill deck. That's spicy. That's rude. We did not mean to attack. They don't know that, though, which is good. Because they're like, they know that I know that they've got that in their hand, right? That's a cutie. We don't have a deep cavern bat down there yet? We've only got one mana up. I guess we could have gone with the attack. Oh, that's sad. Oh damn, they're gonna do that to me next turn, aren't they? Oh well. We tried, right? Like, I don't know if we've got a place for Wreck Raid in the deck, you know? But yeah, it's definitely, sadly, a little slow to take to the ladder right now. Um, just because one of the main control mechanisms it tries to do is Avatar's Wrath, right? The other thing is, it really tries to get a it tries to get a turn 4 Bloodthirsty Conqueror going, if anything else, right? Like, ideally, you just get suppression, suppression, right? Get a High Noon, even interrupt them, get your cutie little Starscape Cleric out, Momo making all of that stuff cheaper, right? And then get your infinite combo off. The problem is that all of these things have 1 and 2 toughness, right? Have mana cost of 1 and 2. And it takes a little bit to get off the ground, right? All leading to some issues, for surely sure. I feel like we're into another control deck, chat. Doobie what a doobie. Oh, it's weird because it's basic land, right? Normally those 26 landers you expect to be another way, but oh, fascinating. Uh, fascinating. They got split up as well. Love to see it. They just got a lot of removal. Like, what do we take out? You know, Gadzooks. Huh. Okay, so they'll have 3 mana, right? Do you think they split up, chat, just to get lost? Did they? Oh, they didn't draw another land, did they? I guess we should have counted that then there, huh? Doobie what a doobie. Okay, so that'll be not enough life to pop that, which is sad. Doobie what a doobie, though. Playing around that split up's annoying, right? If we get a Bloodthirsty Conqueror next turn, though, then we're good to go, right? Round that train. Nope, that's not a Bloodthirsty Conqueror. We don't have any card draw right now. We can cutie into Deep Cavern Bat. Saving mana for that seems important, though, right? We did not mean to do that, god damn it. We just like clicking OK. Oh, love to see it. They're an Arabella deck. We've been very curious about Arabella in some Boros action, but we have not quite found space for her in the deck we want to build. Which is odd, because it's very much like a little weenie Arabella, or weenie Borosy deck. Like, you know, pre Lorwyn, this deck would work. I don't know how Lorwyn made it so different. Where I feel like it just doesn't. Cause I mean, Lorwyn didn't necessarily make the game quicker per se. It definitely made some deck types stronger or quicker that we're weak to, maybe. Mainly the High Noon. High Noon not doing nearly as much work as it once did. It's been very problematic for us. Um, but yeah, I am curious about trying to fine tune this Ninja deck, right? I think it's very cute. And I think that can work well with some upcoming targeting of things, as they do in the Silver Quill, as they say. I don't know though. Because I think that this deck's a little quicker than our other one, which is odd. But that makes me wonder about trying some Leonardo in more of our Orzhov or Life Gainy type deals, right? What an interesting set of cards to go with. A Temple deck, love to see it. I think it's a Temple deck. I mean, that's a Temple right there, right? Hopefully, our skills of deduction are not quite that rusty. They might be, though, chat. Oh man, that's a dick card to play. I tell you what, chat. No one wants to see a lessons played on them, right? Goddamn. Ninja or bat? Ouch, it hurts. Look at that cutie go. Oh, they're gonna burn that cutie, aren't they? Rip. Doobie what a doobie. Man. Having temples in your deck does not make your deck cooler, bro. Sorry. We got feelings about lessons players around these parts, chat. I don't think they're, uniquely ours either, right? But goddamn, tell you what. They don't even know about our ninja. Really, man? Where's the Iroh's demonstration, right? The trifecta of this fucking deck. God damn it, man. Sorry. No one wants to be playing this shit. Or do they? No, I don't think anyone wants to play into lessons cards. Yeah, they're not doing any grand yet though, which is cool. They're doing temples, you know. And again, well, that doesn't make it cooler, right? Because it's still lesson stuff. We got opinions about lessons decks around these parts, chat. But we do like ninjas. They can be fun. We were hoping to draw that card. That's unfortunate. I wonder if they play board wipes as well as temples. Interesting. Maybe they're just like Avatar set, right? Go team Avatar. And I can respect that. As much as we can. Well, I mean, unless they're lessons player. Yikes, we got opinions. Until, I don't know. I don't know how to make this different, right? I'd like to make it a little different and a little more gassed, if that makes sense, right? I don't know if it's trying to find more room for resto magic. I mean, I hate how much my thoughts always come back to, does it just need more resto magic? Was it just an issue of not drawing resto magic? But there's so much removal out there. There's so much critter hate, chat. What do we do about that? I do not know. I wish I did. At one time we would. Actually, yeah, at one time we would. And again, we're very much contemplating going back to some Raise the Past shenanigans, even if we're not doing any whatchamacallit in it, right? I can't remember what we're talking about. Sorry, we've been at this minute now. Do be a little bit late. We be mumbling a little bit too. Unfortunately. Oh, chat, I bet it's a cabbage. That cabbage aura. They're like, oh man, can't handle that. Stepping off. And then just step back and fold, right? Or they're here. Intriguing. Maybe it's us lagging, chat. Maybe it's an us thing. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with them. Not getting frustrated. We almost said that convincingly, right? And this is the one problem, right? We love the idea of Kin Scare. But right now, in this 2-drop slot, right? Like rocking a Super Shadow would have been cool. Just as well, right? Like we would like to get into play. They would likely, they would spell snared it, blah blah blah, but do be what to do be. Yo. I have no words, chat, for how annoying this is to be playing into such a slow, obnoxious opponent. We'll try finding some, and hopefully they will not be too offensive, but oh my god. Dragging it out and then just removaling and discarding, man. Like, fucking A. If you're gonna make the game miserable, please don't drag it out, right? Sorry, chat. Please do not think less of me. If we were doing ranked, we probably would not have done that, you know? I definitely caveat probably though. Just because, oh my god. I'm gonna say chat doesn't want to sit through a game like that, right? Right? Chat. It's a chat thing, trust. uh, maybe we shouldn't laugh when we say that. Dang. Now we draw a Resto Magic. Do we think it's mono green, or do we think they have some. Oh. Nope, some mono green landfall. Oh, that's a cutie bear, though. Love seeing that card, you know? Such a cutie. Oh, dang. They're going that deep on it already, huh? That definitely makes me feel like we should do the whatchamacallit to it, right? In the thingamajigger, if that makes sense. If not, that's okay. I think we wait, though. We go ninja. It's bad, though, right? Because neither of those were the worst card. And now we might have doomed ourselves to drawing to top decking some land, right? We shall see how well it goes over. Might have as much lift and buoyancy as a lead balloon, chat. Lead balloon. Not to be confused, of course, with a luff balloon. 99 of them, I hear. Can be neat. That's unfortunate for us. I'm glad we waited on the split up. That little burb be fierce. Which is sad, of course, because, ooh, tasty. Tasty, tasty. I forgot he untaps. We're so bad at this game. Sorry, it's been a minute since we played this cutie. Because since he untapped, we could have tapped with Leo too, which we should have. Oh, that's rude. That is super rude. We were really wanting to use that on the attack with that, right? Dang. I don't think that they're going to tap. And I hate being in top deck mode, chat. That'll make that cutie indestructible, right? We gotta bait them to tap out. They don't quite have trample yet. Even if they did, we got a lot of lifelink going on, right? So damage to damage to damage to damage. Another cutie chocobo. Fair enough, fair enough. Ooh, the innkeeper's talent. That's rough. Just because they get to give trample to them, right? Oh no, they double the counters. Every time. Not just once per turn. Oh, that's interesting. That'll do. That'll do, chat. Wow. Did we really just take down mono green landfall? That's spicy. Admittedly, they're an innkeeper's talent version, which is interesting. Ward 1 is very good. Putting more counters on your leatherhead is pretty good too. Curious. Ouroboros, what a top deck, chat. What a top deck from deep space. The gosh dang space plant noodle bullshit comes down. What a card, chat, what a card. Sure. Go Power Ninja. We actually had enough mana too to be able to remove all their stuff, which was fancy. I don't know if that was from us being able to be on the play as opposed to being on the draw. Yo, I don't know what we want from the set yet. We do want a Delian Fell. We are curious about the Bat bumping card. Of course, that's Golgari, right? Which we do not have mana for. Rip. Ooh, we got a Mythic here, though. We have a Studious First Year. The cutie bear that's got that epic ramp, like. The one problem, of course, in, Badger Cup deck with this one cutie, right, is that it's not a mana dork. If anything, you want a mana dork turn one, right? The reason, of course, why it's working in loot decks per se that I've seen it in is because it gets you that extra land, which is very helpful, right? Oh, the anticipation though, right? Because we need to render speechless. Two Orzavi sorcery, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Put two +1/+1 counters on up to one target creature. Okay, that's cool. Inkshaper Demonstrator for 3 and a white. Elephant Cleric, Ward 2/3/4. Repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, gets +1/+0, and gained lifelink. That's spicy out of 3/4. And not a wild card. Restoration Seminar for 5 and a white. You get a lesson. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield with Paradigm. Dang, what a card, chat. I mean, that's something to put under the collector's cage, right? Uh, yeah, I mean, beyond that, right? How else are you doing 7 mana in white? Maybe some Lesnia shenanigans, right? And, all things through Badger Cup, right? Um, but, like, I mean, what? You're gonna return your land? I returned my fetch land. You get. Yeah, but I mean, I think most Omni decks like to be able to hard cast their stuff just in case. Yeah, but one thought, right, is that discarding cards into your graveyard, right, is often a cost for a more powerful payoff than not having to discard. And so utilizing that, just slight bit of leverage is pretty beneficial, right? Which is why, you could more likely get a meringue in your discard pile. For instance, as you're digging around for stuff, right? You discard your meringue to your formidable speaker because you get ready for your restoration seminar, right? If you had two meringues in your discard pile, egad, you would just have to wait, right? Or have like one, meringue in your discard pile. Get it out with this. Do your other stuff, right? Get a rolling dragon storm in there, whatever you're doing, right? Just the but yeah, they're not really wanting to do the discard and thingy, right? I have no idea. I think there's really only stuff from the top of the deck that you can get for free. There might be an Aether from Final Fantasy I can think of. It doesn't let you do it for free though either, right? It just uh uses a blue mana, gives you a blue mana. Um, I think most of the free playing is from like the top of the deck type stuff. Maybe from hand. That's not like an enchantment, right? Or permanent. As class, other classic graveyard things, right? Cause I'm thinking that there might be some type of Prismari flashback deal, right? But I don't think anything makes that free, right? I mean, even like eschewing a mana cost for another cost associated with it. But I'm not quite sure, right? Yeah, it's so hard, right? Not to get some type of board presence, right? or a card advantage, if not both, on your, for your 2 mana play. If not your 1 mana play, depending on, what type of deck you are, right? And so, I don't know. That's interesting. 3 years, huh? That's happened over the 3 years to make that stuff go? Oh, it says non-land permanent, chat. I'm so bad at this game, I can't read cards. Also, I'd not expect a 7 mana freaking cost spell to say non-land permanent. Especially with Strip Mine banned, right? But even then, if you're waiting to get your 7 mana sorcery paradigm to get your Strip Mine loop going, right? You're doing it wrong, chat. you're white. You're white 7 mana spell, right? Not red, not green, yeah? You get. Why would they say non-land permanent on that? It's 7 mana. It was like 7 mana, chat. Good golly. It is nice how they can't get lost it, right? Or angle iceberg or whatnot. Wow, look at us talk with Orzhov cards in mind. Mum. Oh, that's right, we bought that Bloodthirsty Conqueror art. I'm like, oh man, we're thinking about drafties, right? Oh, 750. Yo, we actually rolled 750. Oh my gosh, for our colors? That's wild, chat. Maybe that means we try some more standard real quick. Oh, dang. Yeah, I mean, I've not had to play against too many Northwind avatars. Again, when we were rocking standard a bit ago, just against so many Demir, so many, actually played against a lot of other control decks with blue and white, or blue and red, but didn't see too many avatars. Or maybe we did. We just, forced it out our brain because it was traumatic. No avatar, no thank you. Yeah, I'm like, check that out. Look how pretty that is. Oh my gosh. I'm very excited about that. Be prepared to get frustrated again, chat. See, we definitely played against deck with Northwind Avatar. I wish I remembered a little more about them. Love to see it. Except that probably means they're Demir, right? We almost played the wrong land there. It's wild that we got another case of the Unneed Feast, quite frankly. Brigadier Frank. Yeah, exactly it. We just knew that they had their deck. Not because they played it against us. Yep. Damn, that sucks so much. Only a creature spell. Okay, love to see it. We thought it was bad for a second. We were very upset. No. We need like a Zorlene or something cutie, right? Or like a Starscape Cleric would go hard. Oh, interesting. They want to block our cutie. Fair enough, fair enough. Kaito already, man? Doobie what a doobie. Do you think they surveil or tap our thingy down? Did we modify the deck and take out the cards we wanted to take out? Not that I'm know how much they will do against Kaido per se, one way or the other. You might want to say that, I don't know. Oh, split up doing absolutely nothing against Kaido. Heck yeah, flooding out 22 lands. Let's go. Love to see that shit. God damn it, deck. Another land. Let's do it. And this is what I mean, right? Like, shuffler, random. I mean, like, I think they're all like, you can't see any more cards. Your Amalia's gotta stay small, right? For some reason. They fear the Amalia. Okay, I'm pretty sure they surmised that we still have the split up in hand, right? I was wondering when they do the surveil veil. Of course, Molly getting more counters on her doesn't really matter there, right? The fact that she cleared those lands out of my deck turns out to be much better, considering the requited hex coming, that she faced. For what that is worth, we admit that we're here for that. We didn't want to show them the last card in our hand, right? Or the last land in our hand that they. But like these things hurt right now, chat. Well, we're not too scared about the damage, right? Because we're getting a decent amount of life. If we don't need... Oh. What spicy times. Yo, let's go. We of course gotta block Cecil right now, right? Makes us a little sad, but... You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Dang, that's gonna suck. We knew what was in our hand, for the most part. Oh man, our split up. Hate to see it. Maybe they take the Essence Channeler. Zoraline? No, let's fucking no, man. How do we draw so many fucking lands in this deck? God damn it. Okay, we're at 20. Man. They don't need to know we have starting town, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 2 there. We can't warp Halia from the discard pile. A good thing to remember, chat. Interesting. Oh, we won't have the mana for all that, will we? Oh wait, can we not cast that? Are you not in my graveyard? I thought that card's in my graveyard, chat. Is that card not in my graveyard? Can we not cast our cutie little cleric? That'd be sad. We probably should start keeping these. We're looking for a Zorleen. Or more land. That's cool too. That's a cutie. That's so sad, of course, that our Starscape cleric did not come back as we thought it would, huh? If they don't have a counterspell, we win, though. Oh, they should have gone for the Halia if nothing else. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Oh, they might have instant speed removal, huh? Yeah, counterspell or instant speed removal, either way. Or if they had the other another Enduring Curiosity. Damn. We were really tempted to block with our Momo. They do be tapped out. Oh, they're tapped out. Okay, GG's. That means they won't be. That means we won't be able to win this way next game, though. Wait. We played the wrong fucking land, chat. We're so bad at this game. I'm so sorry. Oh no, this is fine. This is fine. We are still bad at this game. Because we thought we needed an untapped land for that. We drew so many lands. Oh my gosh. Okay, they're Demir. We don't like Kaitos. Yo, what's going on here? Click, please, and thank you. Split up can go hard against Demir, right? Shelter by Ghost actually not so much because of how much removal they have. Oh my gosh, why are you not clicking? Jesus, man. What is going on? We don't want to put anything in. Okay, that was really weird. It's working now. It's not working. Okay, I'm not sure about this, right? I hate Shelter by Ghost against them, but like again, their main thing is Kaido, right? And the problem is that we don't have much time. Like we're getting so stressed out about the interface not letting us click things, right? That we we're not focusing as much on what we needed to and needed not to sideboard, right? Which is unfortunate. What an awkward hand, right? Hmm. Wow. Somehow in 22 lands, chat, even without Amalia's assistance. Look at us go. Oh, that's spicy, huh? They got Tashana's in there. Bitterbloom's a fun card. I do think it's a little too slow in the meta, sadly. Especially with all the creature hate targeted for Badgermole Cubs, right? Oh, they're gonna Tashana's in response to us batting, huh? Oh, or not. Oh, wait, now they are. Oh, they shut off the huh. Did they shut off the life gain or did they miss? Nope. I guess they timed it wrong. Sadly, we do not get a life gain trigger on that. But we really don't have a good reason to trade that deep cavern off just yet. We would have happily traded them their Dream Beaver back for this deep cavern, though, that's for sure. Or for taking out the Bitter Bloom. Uh-oh. Aw, man, Day of the Black Sun, huh? What a spicy card, chat. Mm. We can tank some more hits. Like, if we get our split up, right, we'll feel very good about that. Oh, do you think they come in with a board wipe? Nice. Love to see it. Wonderful card. Amazing cutie. Oh, can't be blocked? Yikes. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. We triggered those in the wrong order. That's so unfortunate. They fucking A, man. Sorry, chat. That was totally supposed to be in another order. That's so unfortunate. I'm so sorry about that. Can't believe we did that. They did something wrong, but that was a really bad punt on our behalf, that's for sure. I'm very sorry about that. You get. Man, we need to restart our client after this too, right? We are so cursed right now. One of the annoying parts too, right? We're getting some lines across our TV, right? From it just being old and whatnot, right? And so when we see that, we think it's our TV gift going out, man. That's some of the most stressful shit ever, right? Cause we don't got the money to replace this stuff right now. That's for sure. Oh my gosh! Please go over here. Thank you. Drop one of those. Okay. We don't dare keep that. Wow, that's really pretty good. Split up's a really good card to keep there. As we saw, right? They started going wide. That's very bad for us. We were very much needing that for some Zorleen action. But I mean, of course they got of course they got one of their four Reckoning hexes in their opening hand. Why wouldn't they, right, chat? Oof, that's rough. Do you think they'd take the seam rip? That's not what we needed to see. Wow, chat. I guess we needed to mulligan down to 5. Fucking A, really? Did we need to mulligan down to 5? We get flooded, then we get screwed, then we get flooded, then we get screwed. Like, Jesus Christ, man. This is why, fuck climbing. How's that shit supposed to happen, man? At least it wasn't like the other fast land that would have been really bad there, right? That's still pretty bad. Glad we got to go first, right? God damn. Meanwhile, opponent just gets every fucking thing they need. That's rad. Love to see a chat. We should have mulliganed down to 5, I guess. And still probably gotten just as screwed, right? Fucking wow. I guess we should have kept the split up? I don't know. I don't think it really matters. I guess we should let her die and just played that one. I don't know, chat. We're, you know. I don't really see us coming back from this one too strongly, right? Because the best part, you know, is we start drawing lands now, right? We need to draw lands, but, you know, we'll go with that for now. They don't necessarily have life gain, but they got a bunch of card draw, so they'll start getting lands. Wow, but they got so many cards, chat. You know, so of course they have another Reckoning Hex. Fuck, man. Not that I want opponent to get mana screwed, right? But like, do they need to get like all, you know, so much better lands than we do and all the fucking cards they need? Like, that's a little much. That's just a little much right now, you know? And what, like, the one thing I see we could have done better is mulligan down to 5 right now, right? Like, really? That was our option that we could have ran with. Okay, that's cool, I guess. But, well, they got the cleric successfully that time. Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, on that note, we're gonna say fuck this game for a minute and, like, wow. Control into just getting mana fucked again and again. Flooded and screwed, flooded and screwed, playing control, flooded and screwed, man. Like, damn. Wow. Yeah, that was so incredibly fucked, man. Fucking shuffler. Fuck this game. That's just so fucked up, man. We're taking a little break from that shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I hope we didn't actually hit upgrade. The problem is with the last few times we tried upgrading our graphics driver, the NVIDIA broadcast started just lagging horribly. Our microphone just made a bunch of clicking noises. All the video was horribly laggy. And so, I've not checked to see if that was addressed, if it was acknowledged, etc., right? And so, we have not updated our drivers in a minute. It is also interesting to think about how old my video card is now compared to what is out there, right? Like we got it pretty cheap comparatively to what video cards were going for at the time. But that was, a few years ago now, right? I think they're on like 600 series. Eee. Guess we could have tried giving our Simic stuff some chance, right? But dang, um, I don't know, man. I don't feel like the shuffler was gonna be there for us, no matter what deck we pulled. And you're not even like needing to be there per se, but like to not just do flood to screw to flood to screw, right? Like a bare minimum type thing, right? I think that one's good for us. Might be asking for a lot. Har har har. Yo, enhanced duration, let's go. Oh man. A lot of hogs. Uh oh. Is it like 20 to 30 wild hogs? Uh oh. Please don't make those sounds, keyboard. Keyboard. Please don't make those sounds as we jump into the game, right? Yeah, we are too slow to be trying that. We always like to go for a stamina upgrade, but we did not this time. Like fools, chat. Like fools. I also think we're still in the that we forgot to switch our game. We're not gonna change the title just yet, because we're probably gonna go back to Magic here in just a sec, As we do, but just like, man, that was some bullshit shuffler. Wow, that happened quick. Might be a little late for us to think that we're gonna run around and do PPUs properly, right? Fire rate slowed. Oh, chat, remind us, we need to get some stamina. We need to get some stamina. None of those are stamina, man. They do be chatty. Look at that little cutie. I mean, it's not like, will it go worse than last time? I hope not. That was an ominous thing they said, though, so I think it might. Homonymity. Homonymity. Hominy. Hominy. Nah, let me out. Please and thank you. Oh, it's not breath, is it? We're about to die. Yikes. Run away. Oh, our keyboard's jacked off. Nice. Nice. Please keep doing that. That's so good. Oh, that's not good for us. Wow, keyboard. Please stop doing this right now. Right when we start playing an FPS, man. Like, none of our things went off. We had the buttons, but they did not work. It was moving us diagonally just constantly. I do not know what's up. Admittedly, you know, moving the mouse around not going to help us figure that out. Oh, he's got his ultimate active. Damn, we got too close. The ultimate does so much damage, chat. Oh, and we got Arctic Blasted, and we got Guardian. Okay, that was very troll of us, I'm sorry. Like, intentional feeding, as they might say. I don't know why we... Oh, we got greed. We greeded is why. Oh, 39 feral hogs in a trench coat. That is indeed a lot of feral hogs, chat. More than 30 to 50. Wait, or is it 30 minus 50? If you know, you know. That's from a while back, though. Nice. How are they doing so much damage to me, man? This Mina. This Mina is way better than I am. God damn it. Maybe it's more we need to get our mojo back, chat. Get that, you know, go flow. Oh, get that stamina at last. Oh my gosh. Please and thank you. Can we get more stamina? Capacitor is fun. Man. We finally got some stamina though. Love to see it. Love to see it. I don't know if there's other power-ups that might give us stamina along the way as well. But like the problem is, right, her range is so incredibly short, chat. Without stamina, it's really hard to get in there, do damage, and like survive, right? Or even just get in there and do damage or survive, like, because sometimes it's one or the other. Depending on how much stamina you have. Oh man, we still don't have enough to get out of that. God. Fuck. 775 damage from that dude, man. That doesn't even make any sense. Sorry, chat. I want to say it's because we're narrating too much and not focusing. We gotta focus up, and then we'll, you know, not be so distracted and do better. He came from behind, man. Okay, so what is that little cone thing that he does do? Greatly increased bullet and spirit res. Binding word.
Okay, it's all on me. No pressure there.
That's one of our problems too. We really don't know what all the folks do yet, right? So it's a little hard for us sometimes to figure out when we need to block, if that makes sense. There's definitely a few characters we're familiar with enough to theoretically do well against.
No need to thank me. I know
Yeah,
I'm
that
amazing.
Mina did. Graves can be kind of hard to hit things with her immobility, which is unfortunate. Thankfully, we are getting better at this game, so it's not quite as problematic. Admittedly, that might not have demonstrated in quite the manner that we hoped to. Um, we'll blame board wipes. Control matchup, chat. A control matchup, right? That little grapply hook thing, egat. That's just like, some, like Kaito doing some stun counters on your Zoraline. We didn't switch to Zimic to. Anyway, we didn't switch to Simic, not Zimic. Okay, extra stamina. Let's go. Don't be greedy, right? And try to get a better one. My one problem is I hope to get some reload up going with that, right? Dang, that's okay. We just gotta remember when you don't get any extra bonus recharge stuff, right? You need to be sure that you go in and pick up orbs off minions. Because if you don't get them orbs, right, you don't get your one, and things get very sad. It's also good to just, make sure that your minion wave can move in and do things.
Animating defenses. I am the Reaper's handmaiden. Take all the help I can get.
Run away! That's such a stupid ulti, man.
I'm not playing around. The bones will protect us. Animating skulls. Hit anyone who gets close.
We started running out of juice and we should have backed up. There's only so many cooldowns we can hopefully get together. Thank you, though. How odd is that? That right when we die, they take the Guardian. I guess we need to tank better. Mystic Shot doesn't tank us better, man. It does help with that, maybe. I don't think it really does, but we'll say it does. Bullet res. Yeah, 7 ulti is very bad. Don't like that much. Um. Cool down. Maybe burst fire.
One day I'll get a phylactery of my own, but this will have to do for now. Cracking skull. You should never cross the dead. Channeling the dead. Do your thing, boys. Some friends who would love to say hi.
Where'd that cutie go, man? Golly.
Sentries out.
Well, that's not good. Hooked. Yikes. Run away. So, are people just getting rushed? Like, I feel like it's not just me against like 3 or 4 of them. Then suddenly it is just like me versus 3 or 4 of them, right? What does that mean, chat?
I will strike them down. Ready to use knockdown. Stay away from me.
We're bleeding. What a world. Uh-oh.
What I'm capable of. Ward.
How do we keep getting hooked and CC'd so hard, man? Okay, we got pulse grenaded. That's like a slowy thing. Exploding uppercut, that's a hooky thing. We got ulted. That's another thing. Okay, so I think we got ulted and ulted twice, which is no good. Okay, so that's probably how we got CC'd so hard. Ulted, ulted, and hooked. Or upcutted. Fair enough, fair enough. Kind of, right? I don't think it's fair. Do what I do be. Oh no. Oh man, we ran out of ammo. Cha. Okay, so we need more ammo. We need more close range stuff. Um, need more stamina. God damn. That's kind of more stamina. I just hate having to time things and remember stuff, right? Because I'm all panicking because we're getting attacked and shit, and I'm just, oh god, run away. Wave's not the face. And like, oh, did you remember to push R when you're in this little blah blah and blah blah? I'm like, no. No, I was trying to run away. I'm sorry. I know I should have some more wherewithal than that, but you know, it's scary out here, chat. Hard to keep track of things. They're everywhere. I do like getting the doubles, though. I think doubles are always good, right? Do we really only have 4 stamina? Didn't we just buy more stamina, chat? Sad day. I thought we did. Oh, it upgraded our thingy. I see.
Hit anyone who gets close.
Oh, there are 2 of them there. Yeah, run away.
The dead demand justice. Sentries up.
Rude. Man, that was so much damage. Rip. We did better that time, though, for sure, than last one. Which means something, right? It do be a little late.
Fear me.
No way to be double hook, man. Cursed. Cursed. No way does he have another fucking hook, chat. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, see. How many? How can you hook? God damn. God damn. I'm wild. I'm wild. Oh gosh, not like this. Not like this, chat. Run away! Run away!
I am the Reaper's handmaiden.
This is crazy work. Make it make sense, please. Oh, does uppercut reset things? I'm sure that's what it's gonna say if we read it. Them saying that. That's pretty cool. That was kind of them. We'll just do that right off the bat then. Instead of waiting to go around the thing, you know? Or we could take the time to read it and learn what it does, actually. That's no fun, no chat. Vibe. We vibe what it does. Vibe it. Ooh, that's a fun one. That's a good one. Because they're going to be up in our face. We're going to be up trying to get them. Ooh, that's a tasty one. Oh, slide distance. That's the thing too, chat. These like things got extra things on them that we need to read about and make ourselves familiar with, right? Like this does extra slide, I guess? Wait, no. Okay, heal. That's good to know. Yes. Slide at distance plus 50%. What? When did that happen? That's really cool. Love to see a chat. I wonder how many times that has influenced our idea on what we can and cannot move. Okay, that is not our page. Oh, we almost made it out. Uh-oh, we're gonna die. We almost made it out, chat. I can't believe the dude ulted me just like that. That's so rude. Or hookin' ulted. Hookin' ulted. Why would they not get Billy? Look at that dude go. Doing all goaty things, right? We're very curious about trying a more melee-oriented character too, the way we jump in. Oh, Egat, I'm sorry that we did not see that message on the TikTok side of things. Cause I'm betting that probably came a bit ago, considering how long we've been streaming.
The dead's wrath will be felt.
But I'm doing well, I'm doing well. How do you do, if you are still here? If not, thank you so much for stopping in. And tell me what you enjoyed the most about what you got to jump in on. Were we doing magic at the time? We do like to play magic. We tell ourselves we like to play magic. I think by and large we do, you know. As tilted as we can get about it. These rounds are feeling a little better as we go, which is nice. Mystic Shot. Ooh, Spellbreaker. I think that's good for us. I'm thinking to do a lot of pew-pews though, right? Pew pew pew. Ooh, plus 30 max ammo. Love to see that. And get an enhanced one. Excellent. Because again, enhanced means better. If anyone was curious about that, chat. Enhanced means better. I'm pretty sure anyway. Might not. If not, though, that'd be very problematic for us. Because, like, then we, that means we couldn't read the skill that we bought.
If they get close, kill them.
Uh-oh.
Fear me. Animating spells.
Get me out of here, please. Oh man, that increased dash. Uh-oh. Not dashing quick enough. Oh, 'cause we got hunted down. That one, that character is very good at hunting people down like that. That's for surely sure. It do happen like that sometimes. I do love how that increased dash on the burst fire, though. It was really helpful for getting out of range of stuff. We need to understand that more when we're playing this. Because I know that we like to take burst fire, but then we also need to. I wonder if we can check ahead of time and actually remember what skills do that as well. Is it just burst fire? Needed more AoE. I should have tried maybe punching those minions more, right? That's something we need to get a lot better at too, chat. We're not the best at understanding when to melee in this game, which is very problematic. Quite a huge part, right? Especially managing and juggling your damage, right? Especially as a close range character like us. Melee is very much a next natural progression, right? Or even the hard melee to close distance, right? To get back in range, pretty good. You don't get to crouch out of that though, do you? Interesting. That's good to know.
Hit anyone who gets close. This is coming together well, isn't it? Death is coming. Gets close. You should never cross the line. Nice one.
Most excellent chat. Definitely feel like I'm picking it up a little bit. I'm still not sure about Vortex Web. We need to try it out sometime for surely sure. I can't remember what we were telling ourselves we need to pick up. What does this do? Provides yourself and allies with a powerful spirit-focused aura. Has reduced values on allies. 40 ability range? Oh nice. 40 ability cooldown reduction. 50% allied, 25-meter radius. Dealing significant damage to an enemy hero within 7 seconds. Cause you to heal yourself and nearby allies. Love to see that. We will definitely strive to do significant damage, chat. What are we hoping to get a little more of to do more significant damage with? We will try to manage our stamina to be okay with that for significant damage. We might look for more number 1, sorry. For even more significant damage. Could burst very happily, chat. Like a beep beep beep, especially with the more deadheads. Oh my.
I am the Reaper's handmaiden.
We're out of stamina already. Just spam and dash, and jump. For the funsies, right?
I can't let you get in my way.
Oh my, there was a surprise, what's his butt in there, huh? That's unfortunate. Yikes, run away! Run away! It hurts. My face. That's so mean of them, chat. Why do they keep focusing me? Do they smell the Newbury? Like the chum in the water. Wait, am I the chum? We're just softening them up for Billy, right?
Sentries up. Channeling the dead.
We did a melee. We did a melee, chat. Did you see? We did a melee. I'm so proud of myself. I hope you all can be proud of me too. If not, that's okay. We forgot to type GG. Busy up clapping for ourselves. Yikes. GG to ourselves.
I'm just getting warmed up.
We meleeed. Admittedly, not that yet. As y'all know, that really was not needed there, per se. Though we did do what we did do, to do what we did. Indeed. As doing do. Indubitably, in fact. Yeah, it was wild, right? Because when we were playing, we were able to get some Essence Channelers first. Uh, those fun games. But then we played some ranked games, and we did not get those Essence Channelers, did we? I mean, it didn't go too much worse, though, I thought. Did we just, face that much more removal in those ranked games? Because it doesn't seem like we did. Like, against a prowess deck, right? How is there more removal, per se, right? I mean, I guess maybe there could be a little less card drop, per se, and more removal, more control, right? I guess we did go against a decent amount of control decks, huh? Good amount of inevitable defeat. That's right, we were talking about putting Voice of Victory back in. We might be back on the Voice of Victory train. Okay, let's try to be cognizant of how much stamina we have, chat. Yo, look at these fancy ones. Hopefully we will be able to stop Apollo from destroying us. Aw, man. Enhanced and bonus? Like, how can you go wrong with that, right? That makes absolutely no way to go different, I think. I don't know, though. I don't know where that came from. Could said that was a bonus, right? Did we buy extended magazine before? I'm so confused. Is that our page? That's not our page. Uh-oh, that's not our page. Uh-oh, it's not our page. Oh my gosh, that's so much just random stuff everywhere on the ground. Dear God, make the hurting stop, please, chat.
I need protection. You can't run from me.
I see the enemy. I see Paige. Apologies.
We chose the most horrible time to push R. We really need to get better at that too, chat. Sometimes we're really good at, like, dipping and dodging and, juking back and forth when we're reloading. Sometimes we just hit R when we're running into a open area with a couple enemies around. Give them a sporting chance, you know? Like that whole, I'll give you the first shot, right? Take the first shot, come on now. That's how good we are, you know? How, magnanimous as well. As players, of such great and epic skill. Man, why is she up there?
I see the enemy.
So rude.
I'll talk to them soon.
I thought that would get them. I'm so glad it did. Oh, that's rude.
Sentries up.
Where's he at? Uh-oh, we're in, uh-oh, we're in, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. In the lightning. We do not want to ride the lightning, chat.
I see the bookworm.
Wow, how big does that go? Oh, that's like a bomb. Okay, fair enough.
Demand justice. The bones will dance.
We're out of ammo. Uh-oh, that's no good. Move.
She was so naive. Please do your job, boys.
I see Viscous. Thank you.
We make a good team.
What was that, man? Oh, that was Apollo bullshit. Fair enough. We should not have walked into
The
that.
enemy.
Okay, does that count as melee, though? Charge up and perform a long-range slash. Stuck enemies cannot take action or heal, and are stuck in slow motion. Huh. It says a long-range slash, but it doesn't say melee. And I wonder, are you actually able to parry an ulti? Cause that seems like it'd be a little broken. But that was a very mean ulti as well, chat. Especially since, it's not to target, right? It's just a AoE piercing type dealio. Hate to see it, right? Just like 7 and 7 ulti in this mode. Hate this. Oh man. Uh-oh. Hmm. Okay, we got pew pew, we got pew pew. I think cooldown just because we need to dash around a little bit, right? Try throwing some Qs at them while we avoid some things. We should have gone for the health regen there, maybe. Oh, we still only got 2 stamina. Yikes, chat. Make the hurting stop. Oh man. What is all this bullshit? That was so much CC. We've only got 2 stamina. Dear God, the suffering and struggle is real. It'll be okay though, chat. We'll run in, push 1, and hold down left click on some people. It'll be pretty cool. Maybe throw a 2 somewhere.
Death is coming.
Going to shop. I see page. I see viscous.
Just, you know, we ran in there, pushed 1, held down left click on them. Worked out pretty well. Team effort, of course, but you know. We definitely did our thing and participated. Yo, look at that. That's a bevy of bonuses. Love to see it. Oh, that's too many buttons for us to push though, chat. That ain't right. How many staminas? Oh man, we still have 2 staminas. We're so bad at this game. How did none of those goodnesses give us any more stamina, chat? I don't understand. Okay, what do you do? What do you do? Heroic aura. Okay, push a button. Sprint speed, love to see it. Max ammo, bonus health, weapon damage. We got the slidey bonus, which is cool, right? Gotta remember to hit the R. Remember to hit the R. We're so bad at hitting the R. We just need to practice, you know, always think that we got the R. Oh my gosh, so that even when we don't, right? What even in the... Man. There's so much goddamn CC, bro. Let's get let's do the focusy thing and not think about, you know, whatever the hell we were thinking about. Pushing C. We were thinking about pushing C, chat. Don't you see the button we needed to push there? Would have been very good for us to do instead of what we did. That lightning. Oh god. Oh god, lightning. Okay, chat, we're focused up. Maybe not locked in, but you know, maybe not even that focused. Why is our thing not going off, man?
Defend Grennan. I see Page.
I thought we pushed the button. It doesn't seem like we pushed the button though, so the button did not go off yet. We also need to do some research and see what we can and cannot parry from that dude. I know we often like to kite, but we've only got 2 stamina, so it's hard to kite, right? Let's try to remember to push buttons.
I'll get you something. I see 7.
Yeah. That was unfortunate.
Great job.
I see Viscous. I see Viscous. Let's take out Viscous.
Yeah, I wonder where everyone was. Were they all chasing Apollo? I feel like they were. Oh, what's that do? Oh man. Like we said, we don't know how to melee, but oh wait, oh. No, okay. Resilience, stamina. Please give us some fucking stamina, for the love of fucking. Oh my god. That's okay, chat. Not like we got a bunch of AoE or a melee diver, right? That can completely outdamage us. We don't need stamina. Stamina's overrated, right? God damn.
Cracking skulls. I'm good at group projects.
I see the enemy.
Fear me.
I won't let you stop me.
Sentries up.
Apologies.
They couldn't have gotten far.
Oh, they're still alive? Oh my gosh, what?
Do your thing, boys.
Okay, interesting. Hmm. We like increased fire rate. Why does it look like it's going down, chat? That doesn't seem right. I wonder if that's a bug in the tooltip.
It's a little extreme, but it should slow them down.
Because, you know, I don't think that should be going down, right? We gotta keep going till we get MVP. Yeah,
Let's do an
maybe.
encore.
It's also pretty late, so. Maybe not, though. Dash. Jump. Dash. We really need to work on our wall jumping tech, I think. Oh man, a Talon, Infernus. Stamina. Love it. Thank you very much. Wow, that's really good. Sharpshooter, not so much. Silence is okay. Um, I wish we had some spirit resilience. Okay, we got 4 staminas? Nice.
I got some friends who would love to say hi. They're not bringing me down.
Oh, that's not good. That's a lot of damage. Oh my gosh. Hate to see it. Yoinks.
The dead will surround them.
Oh my gosh, man. Dynamo coming with a clutch ulti, bro. What even is that, man? Golly. We also gotta remember, and this Infernus is running up and around the pathway, right? So if we throw our little, chain thing down one of those stairways, the opposite one of where they started, we'll have a good opportunity to snare it. If there's time. I don't think there's time.
You make a good team. Cross the line if you dare. I don't think so. Three's up.
I don't know why I thought we had some minions there to tank. Oh my gosh, our team's all up back there trying to chase down the whatchamacallit. And that's cool. Gargoyles do be scary, chat. They're all like statues 1 minute, then winged beasts the next. And you wonder, oh gosh, is it in my hair? Maybe it's a little more serious than that, I don't know. I think it's pretty chill otherwise, right? Chilly chill.
Channeling the dead. Stop the hidden king.
24-second cooldown is rough. Could we never remember to push it anyway, right? Oh man. Ooh, burst fire. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Dashy dash. Spirit power, bonus health, out of combat regen. Love to see that. But burst fire. Ooh, ooh. Dashy dash. I'd always wondered why sometimes we could dash further than we could before. And I'm pretty bad at reading chat, so you know, we'd never bothered to do that. Which we should have. Burst fire is very good, we just found out a few games ago. Even more so than we thought. Oh man, this gray Talon dude is so bad for us. So bad for us. We don't really have anyone with the range to take him down either. That's crazy work, chat. There's only the idea that maybe Mina and I can try jumping at him in air. But even I can't really jump at him in air unless I have good amounts of stamina, right? What a horrible team comp into Grey Talon, man. Why would they do that?
Death is coming. I'm good at group projects.
Make it make sense, chat. I keep getting ahead of our minions right now, which is unfortunate. I definitely need to be more aware of that. Regardless of how far I want to chase. Minions do be very helpful against Guardians, chat, and towers, and other, you know, objectives, as one might know. Chasey, chasey. Gosh, I don't think this is the round we get the MVP we're looking for before we switch off. We might just call it, you know, here after this one for this. I don't think we're getting too much. Well, I mean, we're remembering more of what we're thinking more about what we should do, right? We're just not acting upon it with our buttons like we should.
Fear me. What kind of battle?
My poor little gravestone, bro. How dare you? We've got to remember when we try to use it as bait like that to be able to kill the thing that's coming at it like that, right? If not, then it's not really bait and more just kind of wasted yet. Juggernaut. Bleach. Oh my. We like shooting at enemies. We don't like standing in their bullshit. And Ivy and Infernus throw down some stuff. Dynamo does too, I think. But not quite as much, right? Great Talon doesn't, but they just shoot everywhere. Everywhere, chat. It's everywhere. Yanks. We should put that on C like we like.
Hit anyone who gets close. You should never cross the border.
Oh, did that not go off in time? Rude. Man, that's so much damage, bro. Jesus Christ. How do we even deal with that, chat? Ideas, please. Send help. We gotta focus up, right? All there is to it, chat.
The lion if you dare. I will strike them down. This is coming together well, isn't it? Sentries up.
No stress ready.
What was it? Posture thing, right, chat?
Do your thing, boys.
Sad day. Yo, we got some stamina. Love to see it. Let's go for some cooldown. Good. We like the idea of bonus whatnots. So what all does it say, chat? 20% max ammo, love that. 7 spirit power, cool. Passive, 14 seconds. Imbued ability, charges up over time. Okay, every 14 seconds. Reloads bullets on use, nice.
Head to Greenwich.
And does more damages, right?
Headed to blue. Headed to Greenwich.
Man, that's so obnoxious. I guess we just gotta wait, right? Until, that first thing stops burning. Dude definitely seems to have a couple charges of that right now, which is unfortunate, right? Enable 2 ability charges. 14-second recharge time. Okay, let's remember that, chat. It's weird. I feel like sometimes we're able to just stuff and stop him, but then sometimes he just overruns us like that, right? So what makes it different each time, you know?
No stress on cooldown.
That's so much damage we're taking, man. Good lord. Burst fire. Rapid recharge. Oh, they got rapid recharge with an enhancement on it. Hate to see that. Dang. Smoked.
Good game.
That's what I like to see.
I mean, for the worst part, right, is that we should know how to play around that. We definitely did not play around that like we should have. Because bro just kept burning the same path, the same path, the same path, the same path. And we're all like, oh, hey, what? Does this fire still burn, man? I don't know. And like, oh, yeah, it does. I remember that. We also, again, when do you melee in this game, chat? I think meleeing for closing distance is something we need to get a little better at, right? Well, look at how much distance you close, you know? That's like almost a dash worth, right? Not really. That's like maybe 3/4 of a dash, right? I think it's at least. I was thinking that we need to install the piston crafter in the realm. It's sad, of course, that the recipe's so awkward we can only do 9,000 pistons an hour. That's still a good amount of pistons, chat. Rapid round. Restorative shot. We got some things that come in at us, huh? Let's rock with some of that. That's some arcane surge, I guess. It's kind of oh, yo, stamina, let's go. Admittedly, we do like having some pew-pew stuff, of course, right? Oh, look at all that delicious stamina, chat. Oh my gosh. We're gonna be just all over the map doing absolutely nothing but jumping around. Let's go. Nothing but jumping around. And throwing ones, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I will strike them down. Hit anyone who gets close.
I thought we would be able to jump out of that in time, but I guess not, chat. I thought we had more stamina. Doobie what a doobie. Oh my gosh, look at that Abrams go. Remember, parrying is your friend, chat. We need to remember to do it more for surely sure. Good lord. Sometimes, again, what we like to do is throw our tombstone down and then get ready to parry in front of it when we see them charging it, right? Because we know they're going to come charge it and try to go bop it, bop, bop, bop to it, right? And so, what we do in that, instance, right? I can't remember what we're talking about. I'm sorry. We're a little bit tired right now. Doobie what a doobie. In that instance. Instantaneously. Inscrutably. Okay, something about jumping and dashing, I think, right? And dashing and jumping. Or maybe dash, dash, jump. Slide. We got to program our evasive maneuvers in our brains so we can muscle memory them, right? Oh, that's mean. That's so mean, little bro. Dear God. Oh my gosh. No way.
Don't think so. Abrams isn't channeling the dead.
You have no idea where I am. Because I have no idea where I am too. So that's cool. Nice.
I'm good at group projects. This should distract them.
Yikes, we're gonna die, chat.
Need to make some distance.
What even got me, man? Did they get me through the wall or some shit? I was behind a wall. I don't understand, chat. Bro's got wall hacks going on. Or I guess maybe he got me from the side, I don't know. That would make more sense. We'll still say it's wall hacks. I didn't think you could shoot through walls in this game, but you know, dude obviously did. Wow. How do you parry again, chat? What? This game's got a parry? Part. Juggernaut. Lightning scroll. Escalating exposure. Might as well.
The bones will dance. I am the Reaper's handmaiden. Sentries up.
We did not get our parry up in time. Man, this Abrams is everywhere. Dear God, I'm sorry, chat. Again, we were dashing around a lot, right? But, the one problem is we have no good way to close in on him, right? Theoretically, we should be able to kite, and then parry when we need to. We definitely need to understand our parry timing again. It's very unfortunate. Doobie what a doobie. We'll get a better chat. Yikes. Practice, right?
Hell of a fight.
Good game.
Like, I'm pretty sure you can parry that dash, right? We'll try pushing the F key a bit while we're in the thingy to figure out what's up with that. I don't know. I don't really feel like commending anyone there, man. That was very sad. Damn. Rough time. The doobie what a doobie. I do wonder what the matchmaking MMR type stuff is at this hour, right? Well, what is that? Oh, that's a glitching out because we got infinite cooldown, huh? Okay, so it's about... We might even want to back up sometimes, right? To help us get the timing more forgiving as we need, right? Oh, you can parry while dashing backwards. What? Yo. That gives us so much more reason to get better at parry, chat. Like, how many times do you want to dash away and parry their stun that they got coming at you, right? And you can. You literally can, chat. It's totally something you can literally do in this game. Love to see it. Okay, so let's try a dash back parry. Dash slide parry. So does parry... Ooh, what was that? It seems like parry stops your forward momentum too at some point, huh? So you actually want to dash and parry if you can, right? So you don't have to stand still and parry? Or like that, right? Yo, chat, look at us figure stuff out by pushing buttons. Oh my gosh. So yeah, if you're gonna parry, try to dash and parry if you can, right? Don't just stand there and try to time it. As with all things in FPS, right? Don't just stand there if you can at all avoid it. That's so odd how it kept going forward though. I didn't think we kept pushing W there. We'll say it's a keyboard messing up, chat. That's why we die a lot, you know? The keyboard just like ain't behaving. Ain't doing it. I actually think it might be a little late for us to think that we can get sharper at this game at the moment. We can, you know, do some more practicing, pushing buttons, and us responding to some stimuli. Try to get more of that, like, honed in on what we're doing, right? Like, wong, 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 wong. But I don't know how much that will translate to right now doing better. If that makes sense. Yo, look at all these shiny things we're getting, though. Heroic Aura? Yeah, we'll probably call it for the deadlock after this. The problem is we're a little bit tired. And so, I mean, I want to switch to maybe... I mean, I don't know. We were definitely thinking about getting some drafts out of the way tonight, right? But it's definitely a little late for drafting, I believe. We might need to, instead... I don't know, chat. I don't know. We need... I mean, how do we feel about climbing on the ladder, right? Do we want to try getting back to Mythic? They got their melee off before I did. Rude. We also thought it was Calico who had been a little easier to kill in that instance, I believe. Than the short range melee dude, right? But that's okay. It do be what it do be, chat. And we be here pushing buttons. Ah, and she did die. That is rad.
I won't be joining the dead anytime soon. Animating defensive. Stay with me. You'll see me soon.
Yikes.
The bones will protect me.
Every which way. Not so rude. That was pretty funny killing Calico off like that, though. And we did a lot of damage to the other ones too, which is rad, right? Love to see that anyway.
New York will be mine. My ascension begins now.
Slow them down.
Wild times, chat. There's some really interesting people on right now, that's for sure. Definitely not vibing with the general chat. This Rem kid seems entertaining enough, though. Oh, it drains even less health on the upgrade. Love to see that. We thought for a second it might drain more. Thankfully, not quite.
Do your thing, boys. Death is coming. King Skull.
I missed my Q again, man.
No
Yikes.
one stands
And they hit their Q,
between
didn't
me and
they?
my destiny.
Oh, I don't know. It looks like they did some abilities on us. Does slice and dice count as melee? Serrated knife. Dash forward. Okay, that's gotta be melee too, right? Dash range, impact. I wish it would tell us when it's like a melee or not, right? Like, you know, logically, that's definitely a melee attack. But you know, can we respond to it in game like one? Yikes. I don't know why it seems like I can't shoot, chat. We were holding down the button, right? But we weren't doing any, like, shooty. That's very weird. I don't think we were crowd controlled either, right? Which is why I don't understand. Please help make it make sense, chat. We got suitcase, which is a cutie thing, right? We do here about to get this rest of the bits done. Even if we've not quite yet made that, whatchamacallit as we hoped, right? Oh my.
I see the enemy.
Let's go. Dang. If it had taken a little bit longer, they would have been in the sudden death timer. Oh, there goes our tower though, huh? Rip. Oh, we've got too many buttons to push, chat. Hate to see it, right? What do you do with them all? You better not. That seems like a fun one, right? What an easy report these charming individuals are.
Cracking skulls. The dead will surround them.
Dang, I feel like my C did a lot of damage to us that time. I do feel like we got this game right here, though. Easy peasy, right? Bippity boppity boo. Or some such, right? Alakazoo, maybe? Maybe not. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. They be rallying, chat. We're almost there, though. Oh my gosh, that was so much damage we took. I don't know where Rem was. That's cool though. It looked like they were having fun. I'm sure they were on one of us and doing stuff, right? Okay, I'm wondering if we can parry when he does that giant air droppy down thing. It's interesting though, right? Because that definitely changes the timing of the parry, as opposed to him charging at you horizontally, right? And I wonder if that does have an impact strategically one way or the other. Or if it's really not that significant, right? In the timing of stuff. I'm thinking it's kinda gotta be though, right? And remember, it can be very important to take down those minions. As you see when we'd run into them way too often, you know, the whatchamacallit. So let's try very hard this time to not run into the Guardian chat. I'm sure we can. I've got faith in us. I'm sure our team has faith in us too to not do that, right? Reducing outgoing damage. Love to see it. I forgot the burst fire. Crouchy crouch. Slide, not crouch. The squat. The burst fire squat.
Sentries up. The dead demand justice.
Yeah, we need to get better at turning on and off our drainy thing, that's for sure. Wow, many people refresher. It is a really fun skill. More ulti, please and thank you. Pretty much how that goes, right?
Have fun, my darling.
Cool. GG set. Oh. Cringe. Easy report. I mean, do we say that now? GG is kind of the thing you say at the end, right? But man, they've been cringy as, like, reporty, like, man. disgustingly toxic. Oh, we took so much damage there. That was so rough. We had to take some moment to think about how to push our button, sadly. Because, I mean, we generally like to do a self buff on X, or on C, and then a attack on B. But right now our self buff needs to be toggled on and off at important times, right? Which is a little different from what we're used to.
If they get close, kill 'em. Vulnerable damage. Slow them down.
Just gotta run it in, right? Wait, oh.
That was fun.
Maybe now I can find peace.
Comments. No one wants to read. Racist. Racist. Yeah, man, none of that now. Sorry about that, chat. Well, we did objective damage. That's cool. Um, wow, we're still light on player damage. We could go with something with a little more range to safely do more player damage. I think actually we're going to take a little break from this, chat. That was such a nasty, like, exchange that those, like, cringe-ass little kids did. And that's the thing, right? Like, that type of stuff should not be normalized, should not be accepted, really, right? Like, dang. Digga-dang dang, digga-dang dang. We'll definitely switch back to some MTG here in some bits. Oh, we are getting very tired, chat. So, I mean, is there someone that we should raid doing magic stuff? What time is it? We've made it down to 4:32 a.m. again? Egad. I fear that might mean we're out of some time for some folk to be ready to be raided into, if that makes some sense. Like, we could use some food. We could start cooking some food. What time is it now? Do we have a break coming up in 15 or so minutes, huh? That do be fancy. Oh, we got some buddies on. That's pretty cool. Buddies-ish. We're big fans of Scotty Nada. It was most unfortunate. We had totally broken our whatchamacallit, which was sad and scary. We broke some glass on our stone generator that, of course, is using lava right by a bunch of our leaves that we have to spawn-proof stuff against raids at our gold farm. I don't know how many of those words made sense to y'all. One thing is we need to try getting a quick little piston crafter in, because we still need to get some iron farming in too, don't we? Not here, though. Here we don't have the villagers for it. But we could try working on, again, putting an iron farm under the raid farm village real quick. Raid farm village real quick. You can't even see what I'm talking about, can you? Admittedly, we're just watching a loading screen right now, so not really missing much per se, but, how does that do? How do we do? Yo, hello, loading, loading, loading. Keep that Minecraft loading. Oh wait, that's not the one that was supposed to get. Oh, F11. Rip. Okay, cool. Oop. Oop. Oh, that's not. Wait, what? Uh-oh, we just broke a chat. I'm sorry about that. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, I actually think it might be a pretty good time to call chat. We're pretty tired right now, I think. As far as all that goes. Okay, I think they're just mounting opposed to Trident having followed through, right? Nope, they are uh untking. Rip. Oh my gosh, we can't hit that for anything, can we, chat? That's unfortunate. Okay, so we needed to make a piston crafter real quick, right? We cleared some area out for it up here, I do believe. We were going to do it over... We were doing it over here, weren't we? Indeed. Okay, so got a thing off the front, right? Need to get a bunch of droppers on this cutie. Oh, I think block of iron are a little harder. Mhm. Like that will it be, huh? Oh, we already got the stuff in there. Nice. Hmm. Okay, so we've got to be very discerning about what we put where, right? Because the thing is, there's the one of timings we need on this side, right? And then the two of timings we need on the other side, if that makes sense. If it doesn't, that's okay. It's pretty particular to this specific type of autocraft we're designing. We want this one to be timed at 1, those three to be timed at 1, and then these three to be timed at 2, right? We might pop into our creative world real quick just to see how this do. Okay, so the items fall like right here, right? We probably should have peeked real quick at our creative world of this, just to see what's up. Instead of trying to do this from memory. Hmm. Yeah, probably, huh? Beep, beep, beep. Okay, that's good. That looks good. We got solid block and solid block rocking out. Because they'd be conducting the and powering stuff.